So good morning, everybody. And sorry for the slight delay in getting starting this morning. We had a few technical issues, but I think we're there. My name's Andrew Van Dorn. I'm the Chief Executive of HACT, and I'm really delighted to welcome you to what is our seventh annual Social Value Conference with the Northern Housing Consortium. I'm delighted that we've got so many people joining us today, and I'm watching the numbers kind of increase on my screen. We're at just up 350 people for this first session. We've got about 600 people joining us over the day. You'll see from the agenda that we've got a really brilliant lineup for you today. And actually, the way we've kind of curated this day is we hope you're going to be with us for the whole day. But actually, what we've done is kind of give you kind of 30 minutes bite-sized chunks on kind of different issues around social value and how we as a sector are kind of progressing how we use social value information, how we understand the social impact that we are having, and also kind of thinking to the future, what are we going to be doing and how are we going to be working together. So we hope that you're going to be able to be with us all day, but do feel free to dip in and dip out of any of those sessions that really take your fancy, the things you really want to hear, the speakers you want to spend some time with. The way we'll do this, we've got speakers lined up. They're going to speak for about 15 to 20 minutes. Please use the chat if you want to just talk or reflect on anything that the speakers are saying. Also, please use the question and answer. I'll keep my eye on that question and answer and on the chat, so we'll pick up some questions towards the end of each session. I hope that we'll be able to kind of move seamlessly from each session. We've got all the speakers kind of lined up in the background. They're also going to be here kind of listening in as well, so hopefully they'll be able to reflect on things they've heard as we go through the day as well. So let's get started. I'm really delighted actually that our first speaker today is Daniel Fujiwara. Daniel, if you'd like to turn your camera on and your sound on and people can see you. Daniel is, as people will know, Daniel is the Chief Executive of Symmetrica Jacobs, and Daniel has been working with us at HACT actually since the very beginning of this social value journey. I remember kind of what must be 8 years ago, kind of meeting with Daniel and talking about the brilliant things that he was up to in kind of really kind of pioneering the whole approach to wellbeing valuation. And it's been delightful to work with Daniel since then in kind of working in creating the UK Social Value Bank and actually making sure that in housing we have the most robust and the most progressive way in which we understand the social impact that we make. So I'm going to say anything further. I'm going to hand over to you, Daniel.
Thank you, Andrew. It's great to be here, everyone. Again, sorry for the slight delay, but hopefully, yeah, we can kick off and keep to the timings. I'm just going to share my screen. I've got a few slides that I'd like to go through with you today. So, as Andrew said, I'm CEO of Symmetrica Jacobs, and I'm also an academic or a lecturer at the London School of Economics. So I wear two hats within this area, and my main interest is around kind of academic research within social value, and using that to really kind of push the sector forward and to make it as rigorous as possible. In terms of a bit of an introduction to ourselves, I'm just going to try and get this to the just give me a moment, sorry, to a full slideshow. In terms of an introduction to Symmetrica Jacobs, we work in a broad number of areas, but our main goal is to help organizations really kind of understand what they do and be good at what they're doing in terms of making some kind of impact or legacy for society. So we look at areas such as policy and business ethics, and that really helps us to understand the kind of the value proposition of an organization and what it is that they're trying to achieve. We also do a lot around causal analysis, so that's trying to understand in a causal sense what are the impacts of an intervention or an organization on people and their lives. And once we know that causal effect, we do a lot around the valuation of outcomes, and this is where kind of the social value theme really comes in. So it's looking at monetizing those outcomes, assessing those outcomes in terms of their impact on well-being, and then doing a value for money or social impact analysis off the back of that. We were acquired in 2019 by Jacobs, so we now operate as Symmetrica Jacobs as part of their group of companies, as it were. We do a lot of work around best practice standards and research in this area, and these are just some of the manuals that we've been involved in over the past few years, and it's from these manuals that we've developed many of the values and the tools that we're now using within the housing sector and that are being used within the UK Social Value Bank. And we do a lot of training. Maybe some of you have attended that training that we've delivered previously, and that's both for government but also within the private and public sector more widely. And we do a lot of work across various different sectors. Housing is obviously one of our key kind of sectors, but we do work across really all of the key sectors that are thinking about impact and social value at the moment, and broadly speaking, probably a 50-50 split between private sector and public sector at the moment. And these are just some of our kind of key projects and high-profile projects over the past few years. Really, probably the main one being the A303 at Stonehenge World Heritage Site, the social value assessment of removing that road. That's gone through to get Secretary of State approval now in 2020. We've also worked on planning permission projects with Everton FC on their new stadium, looking at the social value of that, and that's just been approved by the City Council up in Liverpool, and various other fairly high profile projects, including Heathrow Airport, the current Houses of Parliament restoration and renewal programme, and work, for example, in Edinburgh City Centre, looking at their transformation project and the social value that creates. So I want to touch on a little bit about the current landscape in social value, and also then get into a key area that we work in, which is around measurement, because there's a real debate at the moment, I think, about what is rigorous, what really it should be included as social value, what shouldn't, etc. Developments over the past few years in social value have been quite numerous, and I've just listed some of them here, but it's becoming a really increasingly important area of everyone's work, within housing, but also within other sectors as well. And we've had obviously the Social Value Act in 2012, which was kind of reformulated in 2018. We've had the recent PPN 06 kind of notice, which is around bringing social value into procurement and bid awarding. Most government departments now have a social value or VFM, value for money lead, and teams that are specifically looking at the social value that's being generated by their policies. With the companies that we're working with, we're increasingly seeing these kind of new social value teams or social value leads, and often they're replacing the sustainability teams, or encompassing the work of the more traditional sustainability teams as part of that. So a big drive within the private sector as well. Through things like PPN 06 and the Social Value Act, we've seen now the presence of social value questions within procurement and tender documents, and they can be up to they can be 10% or more of the overall evaluation score in these awards. So it's becoming really high profile, and very often actually the social value question can be the decisive elements of it, because competitors are scoring very evenly on the other aspects of the bid. This trend we've seen started in the UK, but it's now really going global, and we're getting in Canada very similar legislation to the Social Value Act, New Zealand as well following soon, and I think Australia, and in Asia, in places like Japan as well, we're seeing governments really increasing their interest in this area, backing that up with legislation, and also within their own kind of policy domains, really doing a lot of work around measuring social value. And for example, in New Zealand, we've used the Social Value Bank structure to build them a number of tools across different policy settings and policy areas to measure their impact. The most recent one has been a social value tool within government funded sport for Sport New Zealand. There's a rising prominence of the Green Book, and we'll get on to what the Green Book is in a little while. That's now been translated in 40 or so different languages, and actually one of my earlier jobs about 10 years ago now was in Tanzania, translating this into Swahili, which is a very complex thing to do, but it's used, you know, very widely now across Europe and across many parts of Asia and Africa as really a guiding principle around how to do policy evaluation. And social value is influencing, you know, a lot of major schemes and government decisions. The A303 at Stonehenge was just one of those examples where without the social value element, that tunnel, the decision to build the tunnel would not have gone through. It has really, you know, changed how government is making policy decisions in this area. For yourselves as housing organisations and companies, you know, to be prepared for social value and what that means, and to incorporate that into your work, and you know, to build success off the back of that, I think there are really three key areas that any organisation should be thinking about. The first is to have an organisational specific definition of social value and strategy with a set of objectives. And what I mean by that is, you know, what are the key outcome areas that you're looking to impact on, and how would you go away and measure those? And that should be, you know, aligned with your corporate strategy, but also aligned with, you know, the needs of your customers or the needs of the local communities that you're working in. You should also have a set of social value commitments. This is something we're seeing a lot in bid documents, but also in other requests from clients at the moment. And this is really effectively kind of a suite of programs or activities that you deliver as part of your projects or as part of business as usual, that are geared towards increasing social value or generating benefits for society. That could be around employment commitments. It could be around housing quality, you know, reducing homelessness. It could be around mental health and physical health. You know, it needs to be aligned with your strategy, but you need to have a core set of commitments. And again, those need to reflect the kind of underlying levels of social need in the communities that you work with. And I think finally, it's having a robust measurement framework to be able to measure, track, and demonstrate your social value impact. That, you know, the social value of your strategy should be able to come out in really, you know, numeric terms, and for you to be able to demonstrate that. And we could talk about all of these issues, but it's that third point really that I want to touch on a little bit more in the remaining time in this session, which is around measurement. So the big question at the moment, because of the heightened interest in social value, and to some extent a large proliferation of new methodologies in social value measurement, the question that keeps arising is, you know, how do we assess what is rigorous and what isn't rigorous in social value? And I just want to think a little bit about where best practice comes from, because I think that's where we want to, you know, come back to at some point. And apologies, this slide isn't really formatted very well, but it should be okay when I click through. So a key element here is, you know, best practice in social value. Does it exist, and where does it come from? So it does exist, and the process that it's come through, a lot of kind of, you know, similar to other areas of academic or scientific research, is that academic research in this area drives you know, the best practice guidance through the impact that it has on governments, regulators, and especially, you know, established commissions in these areas. And this leads to guidance, for example, like the Green Book, and legislation, or, you know, new rules and things like that, for example in PPN 06 or the Social Value Act. So the Green Book within the UK is our best practice set of standards in the UK at the moment. They align with a series of other best practice manuals that have been established, a key one being the 2018 guidance within the set out by the OECD. But the Green Book says very similar things to the types of similar manuals that we have within New Zealand, Australia, Canada, and France, for example. And here, I thought I'd just give you a little bit of a timeline on where that kind of academic research is coming from. And this, more than anything, is just to set out for you that actually there's a really solid history of research in this area. It goes back, you know, almost centuries, and that this is not something new that's just kind of being made up on the spot. There's a lot of rigor, there's a lot of research behind, you know, the best practice methods that sit in the Green Book. Now, the Green Book won't say, you know, it doesn't give you this timeline, but this is, you know, implicitly where it's coming from. So even going back, you know, 2000 years or so, we can see some of the kind of the discussions around what a state should do or a government should do, really starting to ignite ideas around social value and community benefits and working for the community. And actually, many of the theories that were developed by people like Aristotle are used now in the Green Book. They're not explicitly set out that way, but there's a clear trend linking that very kind of old research going back a few thousand years to what we're actually doing now on the ground within the Green Book. Kind of fast forwarding a couple of thousand years, we get the French government in the early 1700s really starting to think about the question of social value. And they started to think about that in the context of civil engineering and kind of infrastructure projects. At that stage, it would have been things like building roads and bridges, etc. And they wanted to really get away from this notion of just thinking about the impacts on the government to really trying to understand the wider implications, the wider impacts on people of these engineering projects. At that time, they didn't have the tools, so to be able to do that. So it's very much just kind of pie in the sky thinking, as it were. We then have, within that same century, Jeremy Bentham really put together the first concepts of how a government or a state should act in terms of the interests of its country, and we get the greatest happiness principle, and it's that principle that has now become the foundation of cost-benefit analysis. The early 1900s, we see some really then major work by people like John Hicks and Paul Samuelson, who both won Nobel Prizes for this work, in developing the key theories and the mathematical methodologies for estimating value, and they now underpin cost-benefit analysis. So the ways that we estimate monetary values for social outcomes was developed around 100 years ago or so now. And then in 1936, we saw the first use of this through the Flood Control Act in the US, where they looked at the wider impacts of flood prevention investments and projects by starting to monetize some of the wider social impacts, like, for example, impacts on health. This was then backed up about 50 years later, 2 executive orders in the US that mandated CBA across a range of different policy appraisals. And sorry, I should say cost benefit analysis, or CBA, is the foundation of what's in the Green Book. We'll get onto that in a moment. But, so we can see these executive orders as well within the US. And then I think in the early 1970s, we get the first publication of the HM Treasury Green Book. And that's really starting to solidify cost-benefit analysis within the UK. 2012 was the Social Value Act, and then 2018 we get renewed versions of the Green Book, which really hones in on social value, and also similarly aligned, guidance coming out from the OECD. So we've now, over these kind of 2,000 years or so, we have reached some consensus around what social value is and what the best practice in social value measurement is, and that's what sits in these guidelines at the moment. I've just given you, with this red line, the kind of the point in time when SRI, which is one of the more newly developed methods, was established. And you can see from that it's a much newer method, and it hasn't really benefited from all of this research that's been ongoing at the moment. So at the moment, methods like SRI, social accounting, these other kind of more newer methods are not currently included in the Green Book, because they've been slightly separate from this history of debate and research, as it were. So where all of that kind of research and debate has got us in terms of the best practice is that cost benefit analysis, or social cost benefit analysis, is now really the best practice methodology within academia, but also within these government guidelines. It's not perfect. There are lots of issues still with it that the sector and researchers are trying to develop solutions for. But the name kind of gives it away. But effectively, what we're trying to do is estimate all of the costs and benefits related to a program, monetize those, and then see whether the benefits outweigh the costs. And to do that, there are 4 simple steps, or 4 steps, I should say. We first need to specify what the project or the investment is, and decide the groups with standing. So that basically means who are the stakeholders that are being impacted on. And we need to be careful here. We need to really understand both the negative, i.e. the losers, and the positive benefits, the gainers from the policy. We then need to identify and measure the outcome in quantitative terms over the full life of the project. So this could be crime, it could be health, it could be jobs, it could be economic impact, anything that's that is being impacted on by the project or the investment. We need to try and quantify in as best as possible, and that's where a lot of the statistical methods come into this, because we really need to understand the causal mechanism between the investment or the project and the outcomes. We then need to value or monetize all of these impacts and aggregate them, and we get these terms kind of B and C, which is the total of the benefits and the total of the costs. And the calculation then is actually really simple. We can just subtract the cost from the benefits. That gives us this notion of net benefits, and if that's positive, it suggests that the program is generating social value. Or we could divide the benefits by the costs, and this is the benefit cost ratio. So if that's greater than 1, it means the same thing, we're generating more benefits than costs. And this ratio is quite a nice indicator to use, because it tells us for every pound that we are investing or using in a program, how many pounds of social value we're generating, and hopefully that's greater than 1. Within this context, what we really need to focus on 4 key stakeholder groups, and we need to understand the economic, environmental, and wider social impact. So within cost benefit analysis, we include any economic impacts, and that's the kind of the impact on the businesses, the 3rd item. We also want to include any impacts on the environment, which is the 4th stakeholder. That's the environment and kind of animal welfare. And then we need to think about impacts on the government and individual communities, and that's more where the social impact comes in. So things like reductions in CO2 emissions, improvements in people's health and education, and increased profit, all of those are key elements of social value, and they need to be incorporated together. The beauty of the best practice guidance that sits out there within things like the Green Book is that if you measure the wider social outcomes, like reductions in crime, using that methodology, it means that you can aggregate those values for very intangible kind of societal outcomes to the harder, more cashable economic benefits. So £1 million of benefit in crime reduction can be added to £1 million of benefit in increased revenue and profit, for example. They are all calculated through this best practice methodology. It allows you to compare apples with apples, and that then therefore means that we can aggregate all of the benefits into an overall social value figure. The Green Book and the OECD, if you flip through that a little bit, there's a key table in the Green Book that just sets out the methods that we should be that are accepted in terms of measuring these wider societal impacts. So things like reductions in crime, improvements in health, improvements in self-esteem, access to affordable housing. All of those impacts should be measured using one of these. You've got 6 or 7 different methods here, and I've circled the key ones in red that are ones that are predominantly used at the moment by government. Within the UK Social Value Bank, we use the bottom 3 circled ones. So we use stated preference methods, and we also use the wellbeing valuation method. So that's where the compliance with the Green Book comes in terms of the UK Social Value Bank. So given all of that, in terms of the best practice, I'd like to take a few moments just to look at kind of future developments in social value and what the future outlook looks like. So our assessment at the moment is that social value is being used in 2 slightly different ways by the government, with varying levels of rigor and application. So in the first instance, it's within procurement, and PPN 06 is, gives you some guidelines, and they have a social value model that aligns to that. The social value element within procurement at the moment, we're finding is very much focused on delivery. So what are your social value commitments? How are you going to deliver those? How do they differ to your competitors? How do they address social need, etc. And the measurement aspect of that tends to be more on the qualitative side. So it seems like that the government is accepting fairly qualitative evidence in this area. So that could come from focus groups, it could come from expert opinion, as well as more statistical studies. There's a range of methodologies, it seems like, that you can use in terms of measurement in this area. the other area where cost benefit or social value is being used at the moment is within business case assessments, and this takes on a very different role. So this is where the government is appraising a new policy, like building the tunnel at the A303, or it could be establishing a new school or a new wing on a museum, for example. And they will undertake a business case, and that's where the Green Book is used, because here you're having to assess the options that are on the table in terms of their social value, and you should be taking the option that generates the most social value. And this is where social cost benefit analysis comes in. It tends to be very quantitative, very rigorous, and often, reviewed by academics or by universities. So it's kind of very much scientific research. So there's a big gap between measurement within kind of this newly emerging area of social value and procurement, and what's happening, or what has been happening for a number of years now within business cases in government. I think over time we will start to see a natural alignment where the measurement focus within procurement starts to align much more closely with the Green Book and what's happening in business case assessments. We're certainly not going to see business case assessments, undertaken by the Treasury or reviewed by the Treasury, kind of, toning themselves down to align back to what's happening in procurement. I think it's the other way around. So whenever we're engaging with local communities, government, public sector, etc., I think we probably need to be prepared that over time we're going to start to see high levels of rigor demanded in the measurement of social value. And we at Symmetrical Jacobs are working on a number of initiatives at the moment with the UK government and various academic institutions around producing standardized definitions and methodologies for social value measurement that align back to the Green Book, but a little bit more specific for different sectors. So potentially, guidance within housing, there'll be guidance within sport, for example, and within, measuring the impact of charities. So it's really trying to encourage take up of the Green Book and applying that to different sectors, and we'll have a few announcements on what we're doing on that soon. And the other area is the HACT roadmap for social value in housing, which we're really excited about, and I'll just touch on this. So we've had a very extensive and long-running partnership with HACT, as Andrew said at the start, and we originally developed the UK Social Value Bank within that partnership. Within the roadmap now, over the coming year or two, we're adding additional outcomes to the UK Social Value Bank, again all aligned back to that best practice consistency, but we're also trying to improve the measurement of social value and understanding of social value in the housing sector, and again that will be through additional training and potentially producing new standards, again aligning to that long history of research. So that comes to the end of my presentation. I think we've got 5 or 6 minutes for questions, but hopefully I've given you a bit of an overview of where this methodology has come from, that it's actually very, very old, and there's a huge amount of research that backs it, including Nobel Prizes won in this area, and I think we can be confident in the methods that are out there, and it's really a case now of applying that as best as we can within housing, so that housing can be one of the leading sectors within social value. So I'll leave it there and hand back to the facilitator.
Daniel, thanks so much. Daniel, could you unshare your screen? And we are running behind, but I think we've got so many questions. I think we should take 5 minutes, if that's all right, Phil, who's going to come in a moment to kind of answer some of these questions. And we've got too many questions to answer in those 5 minutes, so I'm going to be a bit picky and choosy. And for some of the questions, I'm going to ask other people later in the day to answer them, because I think we've got quite a good lineup of people who can answer that. So a question from Eleanor Warwick. She asks, it feels like there's been a big leap forward over the last year. PPN6, the Treasury White Paper, and the impending National Policy Procurement Statement. Could you say something looking forward on the next steps in government and practice, and where the academic innovation might be going?
So yeah, I can speak a little bit more around the academic side of it. I'm not privy to all of the discussions within government. There are, just on the government side, we know there are additional guidelines being produced at the moment by various departments within government, There's a program of work, for example, within Department for Health and Department for Transport around improving their internal standards and guidelines on social value. So I think there's a general tightening up and realization that this needs to be applied across the board. Even yesterday, we saw some stuff coming out from DFID, the Department for International Development, around how they're going to incorporate social value. So I think it's very much on everyone's lips at the moment, and we're seeing action being taken in terms of really trying to standardize the methodology, but also, you know, bring in a lot more academic research to improve that rigor. We are currently working on a number of projects around, as I mentioned at the back end of the presentation, around valuation methods. We've just released, I think it was about a month or so ago now, with the Department for Culture, Media and Sport, a series of new documents and guidance around measuring social value within arts, culture and heritage. And we're seeing, you know, similar movements across other sectors as well. And that's, you know, really bringing in a research agenda around that. And, you know, within the LSE, a lot of my work is focused at the moment with other colleagues there around really thinking about how we can take these social value methods to the next step. And a big one has been the levelling up agenda, which has come through very much from Treasury recently. And actually, how do we quantify that and measure that rather than just leaving it as a nice kind of, you know, policy objective? How do we actually bring that into business case assessment? So that's another good example of where we've actually made a fair amount of progress recently about how we might actually quantify the impacts of the levelling up agenda.
Yeah, thank you. So another question, I think this is going to be the last one, so I'm sorry folks, there are loads and loads of questions. And Daniel, if you've got a moment after we've finished speaking, you might like, if you could answer anything on the Q&A, that'd be really helpful if you've got 5 minutes to spare us. You said that Symmetrica Jacobs is working with governments to produce standardized methods for measurements. Are these going to be open to consultation?
Yes, so that's our plan. We will have an announcement in the next couple of weeks, towards the end of March, around what our intentions are there. But we've been in conversations with the Treasury around this. But yes, we'd like to bring on as many people as possible on that journey, not just in housing, but across different sectors as well. It's very much, it's not really, you know, it's not something that we intend to dictate really. It's something that I think is a little bit more open to the various sectors and to get people's opinions, you know, on board and running through the work that we're doing.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Daniel. Thanks so much for being with us this morning. I said, if you wouldn't mind just staying with us for 5 minutes and perhaps have a look at some of the Q&A and providing any responses you could, that'd be really helpful. So you can go kind of from the screen, but perhaps just have a look at those Q&A questions.
I'll have a look at what I can do.
Yeah. And thanks very much. Okay, so we're going to move really swiftly on now. We're a bit behind, but hopefully we'll make up time, because really the next session is Phil and I. I'm sure we can cut our contributions down to 20 minutes so we can get ourselves back on track. I mean, many of you will know Phil Miles. He is the director of Clarion Futures. Phil has been alongside HACT since the very beginning in working on in kind of helping develop the UK Social Value Bank, helping us kind of implement the values. And actually Clarion have been really pioneering in how they've been using the values. Last year we asked Phil, or actually 18 months ago, we asked Phil to come and chair the UK Social Value and Housing Task Force. And Phil, I think you're going to say something about that.
I am. Thank you very much, Drew, and thanks very much for inviting me. How fantastic to speak to 400 people at a conference on social value. Shows how important it's become. So yes, I'm Phil Miles. I'm director of Clarion Futures, which is the charitable arm of Clarion Housing Group. So Clarion Housing Group is the largest housing association in the UK. And through Clarion Futures, we do a whole host of work to support our residents and communities. So we help them into work, we tackle financial and digital exclusion, and we create thriving communities and regenerate estates and a whole range of other things. And it's actually a very significant program for us. We've got something like 200 staff working on it. So the question of what Clarion gets back for the money that it puts in, which is quite substantial, is very pertinent. I thought, before I just come on to the Social Value Task Force, I just thought I would touch on ours and Clarion's social value journey, because as Drew says, it goes right back to the beginning of the Social Value Bank. We were prompted actually by a group board member who asked how he could tell where best to put his money if he had a spare 10 million quid. Should it go into development? Should it go into housing? Should it go into community investment? And at the time, we had no way of answering that question. And we're still on the journey of answering that question. But it's a very, very critical question for any board, I think, as to what are we there for and what are we aiming to achieve? And if social value and social impact is the key aim of a housing association, then how on earth do we measure that? So through that, we came to know Daniel and HACT, and I worked on the initial social value bank, selecting the 56 community investment measures, which was great fun. And I struggled a little bit at the beginning to explain the concept. It's the wellbeing methodology, and I used to go and talk to colleagues in finance and tell them about, it's £10,000 for every person we get into work. And they would always come back at me and say, well, where is this £10,000? Can you give me this £10,000? Can I take that off the money that we're giving you? And I struggled to kind of come up with a good explanation of it. But in the early days, I was doing a conference at the development and asset management housing conference in Warwick. And I was presenting about the Social Value Bank, and I was explaining about the values and it's £4,000 if you've got nice neighbours, £1,500 if you're volunteering. And I was largely met with blank faces. But afterwards, a couple of guys came up to me afterwards and they said, actually, the penny really dropped for me. One of them said that when I mentioned there was a value for playing football regularly, and there is, it's about £1,500, I think. He said, actually, a year ago, I broke my leg, and before that, I used to play football every week with my mates, and it was such an important part of what I did. My social life revolved around it, but I broke my leg and I haven't been able to play for a whole year. And I would pay £1,500 to get that back. It's so important to me. And I said, suddenly a penny dropped for me about, it measures the intangible things. It measures the things that it's hard to actually find a monetary value for, a hard cash value for, but which are so important. And I think if there's one thing that COVID's taught us in the last year, is the importance of those more intangible things, the importance of having strong social ties, of volunteering, of being close to green space, all of those things that make life worth living, but it's quite hard to put a number on. So as Drew says, from that, we became quite evangelical and have persuaded Clarion to support many iterations of the Social Value Bank, homelessness, health, and regeneration. And hence, that's how I came to chair the Social Value Task Force, which was very kind of Drew to ask. So a couple of things on the task force and what we found. So 5 years on, an awful lot of positives, really. The Social Value Bank is widely used in the sector. It's very respected. It's seen as very robust. It's seen as flexible. It gives you a common language to compare apples with pears, and it gives you a language to go into boards and talk not just about we've helped 500 people into work, but through that we've actually created £50 million worth of social value or whatever it is, and it just helps you with your narrative. And what we also recognized was that there was a huge opportunity in front of us, partly maybe because of COVID, that actually it's time to refresh the values. Some of the values and people's value systems will have changed in the last year. Maybe the value around volunteering, around talking to your neighbours, around access to green space will have gone up. And we also recognise that actually through things like the ESG agenda that I'm sure many of you are involved in, that actually we need as organisations now to be able to prove our social impact and to attract institutional investment and things like that. So a huge opportunity and no longer a nice to have. Responsible business is where it's at. But we recognize that we had a whole lot more to do. And just in this, Drew will come on to the roadmap in a bit more detail, but just sort of 3 areas that we highlighted. First of all, the need to refresh, as I've said. Secondly, we need more values, particularly around environmental sustainability. That's becoming such an important element of our business impact. And actually, we also recognize that it'd be good to have some hard cash economic values. And so the Social Value Bank become, in a sense, a one-stop shop for all of one's social impact measurement needs. It's great to go to a board and present the well-being social value, but it would also be great to say, and there's also these savings to the bottom line as well. And then finally, I think the biggest issue for me was really around broadening the use of the bank away just from community investment programs. I think it's well embedded in community investment, which is great. And a lot of the values apply to community investment, of course. But really, the key success for me, if we're at this conference in 5 years' time, having implemented the roadmap, will be that there'll be 800 people here, and 100 will be from our development teams, another 100 from our housing teams, and others from our asset management teams, and that the language of social value will be used by everybody within the sector. So, and clearly it's used, this system is used outside of this sector, but I think social housing can be a trailblazer for other sectors to demonstrate what we're doing. So there's a quick run through. I'll hand back to Drew, who will take you through the roadmap, I think, Drew.
Yeah, excellent. Thanks very much, Phil. So I'm going to just spend like literally 5 minutes taking you through the roadmap. Daniel's mentioned it earlier. We've been doing a huge amount of work in kind of through the task force in defining how we're going to take forward our approach around social value in the sector, and also how we're now bringing together a very large collaboration of housing associations and others to kind of really kind of accelerate and mature our approach to social value. So I'm going to share my screen. I have a few slides that help illustrate this. So, as I said, the social value roadmap came from that deliberation of through the task force, and it kind of broke down our kind of ambition around social value in our sector into kind of 3 stages in work that we need to do. So the first thing we're going to do is that we're going to expand the UK Social Value Bank. So already we've got about 110 different kind of outcomes and social value proxies sitting within the kind of the wellbeing valuation approach that's in the UK Social Value Bank. It speaks to a lot of the work in the community investment space. It speaks to resolving homelessness. Also, there were some kind of asset management questions and outcomes in there, like improving energy ratings. And also people have started to use the kind of the mental well-being part of the UK Social Value Bank as well, which is linked to the Warwick Edinburgh Mental Wellbeing Scale. But what we want to do is review all of our wellbeing values, but also expand them into the areas that we know kind of matter now to people. So we've had lots of conversations with people around, do we need some additional values around kind of digital inclusion? How do we kind of begin to think about what's happened over the last kind of 11 months? And are there new kind of outcomes and impacts that we want to be able to measure and value through using the wellbeing valuation approach? The second part of the extension is to actually then attach to what we call the exchequer values. So they're the cost savings to the state. So we've got the primary benefits in wellbeing valuation, and we're looking at the secondary benefits. So that's the savings to the state. So we'll attach those and make sure that they're well aligned so that we're not double counting, we're not over claiming. And then the third part, which is completely new, is that we're going to develop a whole set of environmental values. And the environmental values for us in housing really speaks to the net zero carbon agenda. It speaks to our kind of the new interest in kind of ESG and sustainability reporting. So we're going to be looking at how we kind of understand what impacts we have on environment and reducing carbon, and the impact and the value of that to individuals, and value of that particularly from a kind of a wellbeing perspective as well. So that's the first stage. It's going to take us about 6 to 9 months to do. And so hopefully by the end of this year, end of 2021, there will be a massively expanded UK Social Value Bank, and hopefully there'll be some of the early release around some of the values in a new social value calculator. the next part is to take those values and actually start to apply them within our business. One of the things that the task force wanted to do is actually make sure that social value measurement moves beyond where it is now, which is predominantly in community investment and procurement, into all areas of housing's business, so that we have all housing associations able to be able to use social value information across all aspects. So we're looking at kind of asset management investment, we'll be looking at ESG reporting, corporate strategy, all the things you can see there in the outside, the blue part of this wheel. The way we're going to do that is that we're going to have very small working groups of people working concertedly with each other over kind of 6 to 12 weeks, depending on what we're looking at, taking those values, testing them, developing tools, resources, guidance, putting them into practice, and then kind of feeding that back so that we can then produce a whole set of new resources for housing associations to be able to implement those values. The third part of the roadmap is how do we then start to embed this? How do we start to develop a suite of services around this so that we can actually start to then mature our approaches? So you'll see in there things like benchmarking, you'll see things in there like procurement, professionalism, accreditation, excellence and innovation. The thing I'd focus your attention to is assurance. That's the first thing we're going to look at, recognizing that actually we need to provide good assurance back throughout to executive teams and to our boards, but also we need to look at the assurance piece through procurement, so that when people are coming forward with social value offers, we're able to assure ourselves that they're deliverable, they're realistic, and they can actually then be written into contract. So overall, that's the 3 stages. It's going to take us about 2 years to do that, and then we'll probably be working for another 3 to 5 years to kind of help the sector really embed a new approach. There'll be a completely new online environment where you can actually go and get all of this information, all of the tools, all the resources, easy to use. And as we've always said, for housing associations and other social landlords, it will be free to use. There will be no licensing conditions behind it. So how can you get involved in that? Well, actually, what we're doing now is that we're bringing together that collaboration of people. We've already got about 7 organizations who are investing in this, who are working together over the next 2 years to make this happen. There's still opportunity to get involved. We're right at the beginning of the process. We're just getting all of the working group set up for the first stage. And if you want to get involved, then just drop us a line. It'd be really great to have you involved in this. The more the merrier. The more people we can engage in this, the more we can test it, we can develop it together, and it can become the way in which we do social value in our sector going forward. And I'll just stop sharing my screen now. Excellent. So that's the social value roadmap. Phil, hello. So and a big piece of work going on now, taking that forward. So I'm now just going to turn my attention to some of the questions. Phil, you might have been having a look at the chat. Is there anything there that stands out for you at the moment that you want to respond to?
I spotted something about the value of playing football, actually, and it's all I can say. I think is it 1,500 or 15,000? It's definitely towards the 1,500 end of things. I have that figure in my mind, but I do check it. But it's a lower value, not a higher value.
Excellent. So there's a number of questions on that people are putting on. So I'm going to say, so hopefully I've answered some of the questions in what I've just said. So yes, there will be a new social value calculator. Yes, we are looking at environmental values that they'll be coming out. And we are going to be looking at what new wellbeing values need to be generated, and the group will be kind of making decisions on that, and we'll be looking at the data that sits behind it. We at the moment there are a number of kind of repositories or banks or tools out there which measure some of the kind of the exchequer values. New Economy Manchester tool is the one that people predominantly use. We want to make sure that we're aligning that with the wellbeing valuations, as I said, not double counting, being clear that when combining different kind of methodologies around social value, that there is coherence, and going back to what Daniel said, that it's robust. And it stands up to scrutiny. So there are some things available at the moment. Some of the TOMS approaches also does this as well. But I think what we find is there's far too many mixed methods out there that aren't coherently brought together, and that's what we want to do. Everyone was telling us through the task force that it was important that people have kind of confidence in the approach and that it's holistic. So hopefully I've answered those questions.
I think most of the others, Drew, were Daniel responding to questions, a lot of them.
So someone asked an interesting question there, but how does HAT approach align with the national TOMS? And I think the first thing to say is that is that the approach that we've taken at HACT is very much a primary benefit approach. So that's using wellbeing valuation, and Tom's takes more of a secondary benefit approach, kind of savings to the state, and uses a range of different approaches to it. And some things they value and some things they don't. And we try to value everything. And I think that's really important, is that in some respects, in social value terms, what you're trying to do, or social impact terms, is you're trying to make sure that you've got a good way to measure the outcome. Because actually what social value does is it actually values the impact, or values the outcome that's being generated. And in some respects, if you're kind of looking at, I've helped someone get a job, for example, you could use different types of valuation approach to value that. The key bit for organizations is that you've got the ability to demonstrate you've helped someone get a job. So what we're trying to do is actually make sure that when we're talking about primary and secondary benefits, that we're able to value it together and coherently together. But for most organizations, I say that for you, the trick is to make sure you're able to measure that you've helped someone get a job in the first place.
I think there was an interesting question about social value versus social impact, and it occurs to me that actually we probably need to have a very clear definition of social value, because some people will call what we call community investment social value, for instance, or social impact. And I mean, for instance, in Clarion, we tend to talk about social value in relation to procurement, to getting added value through our procurement team. So one of the things I think we probably need to be very clear about is what we mean by social value, social impact, and the various other elements.
That's a good point. I think, and also there's another question. So Luke Cross asked a really interesting question. Is the intention for the Social Value Bank to feed ESG reporting directly? Phil, you were involved, were you not, in the ESG piece of work? What do you?
Yeah.
Between the two.
Yeah, there is the Good Economy produced a kind of framework with some indicators, which I think is a sort of first iteration of assessing your ESG impact. So, but I would not be surprised, and it's very quite high level at the moment, in fairness. You know, for instance, around community investment, it talks about things like, have you got a community investment strategy, and do you measure outcomes? So it's not quite at a level yet where you can go underneath that, but I would not be surprised if in time it does become more granular, and there's scope to have more calculations and valuations, shall we say.
I think it's that, and in some respects, what the reporting standard does, it just, as you said, it reports on having things in place. What we can do with the UK Social Value Bank is actually value those outcomes. And actually, I think in the future we would, we'd want to move much more towards the valuation of impact rather than just describing the impact itself. And I think that's the opportunity with the ESG reporting, particularly once we've got the environmental values within the UK Social Value Bank as well. But I think the other thing to say, we are committed to making sure there is alignment. And actually, if you're going to join us this afternoon, we have got Sarah Foster and Andy Smith from the Good Economy joining us at, I think, 3:30. So you can actually start putting these questions to them as well. We will try and answer the questions that are in the Q&A. There's loads there. And also, if people have got questions on kind of how do you monetize benefits, of which there is one, then actually the information is all on the HACT website. Go and have a look there. You can download the documents and the research that sits behind this, particularly from a wellbeing valuation approach. And as we go forward, we are committed to making sure that everything that we're doing is transparent, it's in the open, people can look at it. So we will be publishing all of the kind of the methodologies that sit behind the new values that are being created, where they are being generated from, and also making sure that everyone, we bring it all into the light, so there's transparency, which is an important part of our approach to social value, as is everyone's. Can I just say thank you very much, Phil, for joining us this morning. If you wanted to hang on in the background and answer any of those questions, then please do. Phil's going to be continuing to chair the kind of the collaboration as we go forward on the roadmap. And again, thank you so much, Phil, kind of just for always being alongside us and keeping us on the right track, and keeping us well challenged with how to make this work in your business and in the work that you do in your communities. So thank you very much.
Pleasure.
So moving swiftly on, and it's like, this is fast-paced day. I'm really delighted to introduce our next speaker, and our next speaker is Bev Hurley. And the last time I saw Bev, I had the privilege of Bev chairing me in a session when I was speaking at an event for the Bristol Housing Festival, talking about social value as well. So I'm really delighted to repay that honour, that I can kind of chair Bev. And as I said, Bev is the chair of the Institute for Economic Development. She's been really closely involved in kind of the work that's been going on around kind of social value in construction and how we kind of make that work. So Bev, I'm going to hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Drew, and it's great to be here. Really interesting session there from Phil, really good stuff. I'm a great fan of HACT, as you know, use it in my day job. And but some of the points that came out in the last bit of that session, hopefully I'll be picking up in my presentation. So if I can share my screen, you'd think that we'd all be so professional and quick about this after a year on Zoom. Hopefully everybody can see that if I go into full screen. So yes, chair of the IED since 2016. And we have last year completed quite a big piece of research with some partners into social value in construction. And the reason that I champion this through the IED, whose membership is largely economic development professionals in the public sector, some LEPs, councils, cities, unitaries, and so on, some private sector consultants and some LEPs. So a bit of a mix, but mostly in the public sector, the buying side, as we call it. But for me, there's a great personal driver which spans both my day job and chairing the IED, which is I'm really concerned about the inequalities that we have in this country, and they are getting worse, and COVID has just exemplified all of that, as we know. And it's almost on any measure that you want to look at, whether that's housing or mobility or health or illness or whatever. So I think it's long been recognized that the focus on growth and the trickle down economic model just doesn't work, and we need to do something different. This is where the levelling up agenda and left behind places and all these buzzwords are feeding out of this obvious inequality. So I was particularly keen to explore the Social Value Act and to find out what difference that's made to anything, driven by wanting to find good examples or best practices that we could share across the membership, which is across the whole of the UK. Because our members were saying to us, well, we don't really know what is going on in the south, the north, or whatever, the east or the west. And it would be great if we could find some stuff and share it, which is what one of the things that we do a lot of in the IED. So it was a practical based piece of research to that extent to try and find out what was happening. And we chose construction partly because of the massive forecast spend in this sector by 2030. It's a huge industry. It's in the industrial strategy. Construction is central to construction, the built environment, absolutely central. And so there is an enormous opportunity here to deliver the transformational impact that we need in this country. So lots of reasons kind of coming together. And also because construction was regarded as being in the forefront of a social value delivery. So, okay, it's been 7 years, let's have a look and let's share what's happening out there. So that was the background to the research. And we took an all-encompassing approach. We talked to both the client side, the people who buy it, we talked to industry, we did one-to-one interviews, we held a number of round tables, we asked for case studies, and then we did a complete literature review as well. So it was quite a broad-based piece of research, and Atkins and Arup And Commonplace and the Joseph Rowntree Foundation were our partners in that to varying extents. And without them, we definitely couldn't have made it happen. I did wonder at some points whether the baby would actually be born. I'm sure that's familiar in many research projects. So unfortunately, what we found a lot that wasn't working. And the biggest thing, which I think Phil mentioned just before the end of his talk, the absence of a single definition and the lack of understanding of what it is in the nitty-gritty was the biggest barrier by a long way on both the selling and the buying sides. And as part of that, we came across an enormous amount of activities which were classified as social value, but to our minds were much more like good normal business practice. For instance, internal equality and diversity initiatives, the modern slavery. That's law, right? You can't not do modern slavery stuff. From payments, good working practices. It was like, okay, so really, is that actually have an impact on the communities in the areas in which you were working? And we didn't find much innovation. And apparently the reason for not defining social value in the Act itself was because the minister wanted to have lots of innovative stuff going on. Well, we didn't find it, frankly. We came across quite a lot of examples of people considering that any local spend per se was social value. But there are a lot of issues with that, which I'm going to come, sorry, I just jumped a slide. A lot of issues with that. People had sort of taken the Preston model and said, well, look at the results of the Preston model. We need to do more to get spend with local businesses and voluntary and community sector organisations and so on. But actually in the Preston model, there was a massive pension fund investment, I think about 200 million, which obviously has influenced the outcomes of that local spend project. So I'm really delighted that there's more work and more research being taken forwards on actually how does local spend feed out into better impacts and outcomes for the people there. So it'll be interesting to watch that space. So that led to our recommendation that we needed to agree a definition. But actually, more importantly than the definition, which I feel is a big challenge, and I don't think we can ever arrive at one, because it's important that that's nuanced at the local level, because I don't think there can be a one size fits all, and possibly there shouldn't be a one size fits all, because some aspects of social value or environmental value will be more important in some areas, and the communities that are affected, more to the point, than there will be in others. So as we worked through this, we were thinking about, actually, do we really need a definition, or do we need to be specific about what counts as social value, to take out anything that's to do with good or normal business practice, and make sure that what we measure is actually focused on the impact it's having on the people in the community where the building, the construction is taking place. What else did we find was lacking? Well, capacity, capability, knowledge, money, time, both on the local authority side and quite often on the suppliers side, for monitoring actually whether what was contracted was delivered, what impact it had. Any of the contractual undertakings were rarely enforced, partly because of best endeavour type clauses. And we spoke to quite a lot of procurers, both in this and with a webinar afterwards, where you had cross-boundary construction projects, often with JVs in them with a number of people. So things HS2, a good example of that, but lots of more regional levels, particularly in the infrastructure sector. Lots of competition, which models do we use, what outcomes do we want, everybody sort of vying for the impact, as it were. So a real lack of leadership and collaboration in those major project areas. A lot of bidders were faced with a dearth of a social value strategy in the area in which they were bidding to build something. So they're having to start from scratch and at the end of the process, rather than having social value embedded at every stage of it. So very little evidence of local authorities doing a robust community engagement exercise to inform their social value strategy if they had one. So, you know, no real alignment between what the people impacted by construction needed and wanted, and then what was procured. Focus almost entirely on outputs. So bums on seats for training, a number of people helped to access skills, whatever, really output led, not outcome led. And then some other things that came up really commonly, that social value outputs, even of themselves, were unrealistic, often didn't take account of modern methods of construction, which is where Drew and I were talking in Bristol about. So you might have massive social value in Hull for a project you're delivering in Bristol, and that social value can't be counted because it's not local. Lots of confusion over the proliferation of measurement models, of frameworks, of different metrics. And finally, quite a lot of problems at the lower end of the supply chain, where a lot of social value activity and delivery actually takes place. So that led to the two more recommendations. One is that we needed to have the Treasury Green Book updated and the Social Value Act, because they needed a refresh, as Drew was saying. We wanted to see mandatory reporting, because unless it's mandatory, there's no drivers, there's no penalties, there's no rewards for doing it. So, and if you can't measure it, it's not going to happen. Well, unless it's for a CSR or marketing purpose, which is why a lot of the tier ones were involved in it. So yes, they felt they had, it was a good thing to do, but when asked what their drivers were, they were predominantly around business. So marketing, brand values, recruitment, and so on. And a clear need to kind of address the confusion in this really fragmented marketplace, in all the different aspects of social value delivery, how to embed it at all stages of the process, how to procure it, how to measure it, how to do needs assessments, etc., etc., etc. There was some really good stuff about partnerships, and obviously in social housing, which was my first working career. I spent 6 years for a social landlord in London, then called a housing association, and I'm a member of the CIM, so CIH. So this is a subject that's really dear to my heart. It's where I started my working career. At the Pitface, and it was great to see so many different types of partners, from local businesses to all sorts of voluntary and community sector organizations, particularly because of their knowledge of the local community and how to engage and reach people. We did notice, though, that just being able to say you had a partnership in place actually also had a social value. And it's like, well, that's not really, just saying you've got it is really irrelevant. It's like, what does that partnership actually deliver that's more important? But then this research, all of our research actually amplified current research at this sort of more macro level. There was some going on by the Institute of Civil Engineers into infrastructure stuff in parallel. Their recommendations and ours were almost identical. And the problems at the lower end of the supply chain has been researched thoroughly before. And I've mentioned some of the barriers that both small businesses and VCOs told us, and the tier ones who are passing down through their supply chain. So we saw that there was a need to support and upskill SMEs, particularly those not already in the supply chain, to help them get into those supply chains, but also to be able to compete for bigger business more generally, so that once the construction procurement phase had moved on, those SMEs had greater capacity and capability for then bidding into other corporate supply chains. So some work there, and voluntary and community sector organizations particularly as part of that, because they have very little capacity to bid, to know how to express their value and so on. So we thought there's another area of work where if this could be addressed, if these challenges could be addressed, it would be so much more effective. So I'm giving you lots of negatives because that's what we found. I've mentioned the inconsistent monitoring and evaluation. So kind of bringing all of these things together, what we found was there are so many different places and so many different things going on in different parts of the sector, that we felt there was this huge need for transparency and accountability, and more rigor in the system. Some kind of procurement memory or benchmarking. So who actually delivers what they say they deliver when they win a contract? So it's not just sort of social value as big candy in one place, that could help both sides with examples, with training, with sharing, trying to determine what good looks like, compare apples to apples, and sharing that information, and basically trying to bring together a lot of the good stuff which is happening but in disjointed ways at the moment. So that led to our recommendation to establish a social value centre of excellence for construction, and fed into our other recommendations as well. So that was the summary of the research. If the IED wasn't a public sector organisation, I was wearing my day job hat, I would have liked to have called the report Emperor's New Clothes, because there was so much talked about social value. But when you get down into the nitty gritty, and I'm delighted that actually social housing is one of the areas where we saw most tangible stuff happening. I think partly that's the influence of HACT there. But generally across the piece, there was a lot of talk and actually not so much impact. But that would be too controversial. So we called it improving the delivery of social value in construction. So basically, the summary of everything is we felt that the industry and the public sector that's buying from the industry, because we're not pointing the fingers absolutely at any particular part or segment, we all need to up our game, because the prize is great, the need is enormous, and it's for all of us to play our part in moving from the left to the right of this screen and getting far more outcome focused. So you can find it on the IED, including a few case studies, but I'm not saying whether they're good or not, because it was impossible to say. For me, it's always about the action, the implementation, what happens next. No point just doing a report and having it sit on the shelf. There's loads of those. So after the launch in August, lots of people reached out, had several conversations ongoing with the Construction Innovation Hub, the Centre for Excellence, the Community Construction Leadership Council, UK Green Business Council. We fed into their work on what we thought was going to be a definition of social value, but turned out to be a framework which launched last week. Great conversations with the Considerate Constructors scheme, who are now rewriting their whole systems and putting social value at the heart of it. So they're really keen to work with us collaboratively on moving this forward, particularly the benchmarking aspect of it, because it sits with what they do. CBI were very hot because a lot of the tier ones obviously are saying we need to get better at this. So we've done 4 CPD sessions on community engagement, because for me, that's, it's my personal interest. So I'm really happy to commit the time and effort to it. But it's where it starts. Unless you find out what people need and want robustly, how can you procure something that is going to make an impact on those needs? We've done 3 webinars disseminating the results. In fact, I think that's 4 now. I've talked to the Institute of Procurers and others. We fed into the Green Book update, and I've mentioned UK Business Council. So for us, really driving for the Centre of Excellence idea is key. And we had 3 roundtables just to discuss what the priorities of such a centre would look like. What should it do? How could it become self-sustaining? I have absolutely no worries about that. So I have a group of about 50 critical friends, including some of the people that contributed to the research, who I can share things with, who want to stay updated and engaged in trying to take this forward. As a result of those roundtables, which happened in the run up to Christmas, sort of a 2-page outline has now gone to our patron, Greg Clark, and some others to try to get Treasury and Cabinet endorsement to take it forward. However, one of the interesting things that came out from those roundtables was that people were saying, yeah, but now with the PIN notice, you know, lots of other sectors are going to be having to think about social value, and they haven't, they're nowhere near as far as we have with the learning that we've got. So there was quite a strong desire for the centre to be focused on the construction industry and address and make an impact on these, you know, challenges that we've come across. And I do have to say here, it wasn't all negative, but the good stuff we all know about. And so it's okay, where can we make improvements and better impacts, which is why I focused it on the areas that were revealed to us. So the centre could start by addressing those, but then it could be a sort of a lighthouse for other sectors, health, professional services, that are going to have to get involved in social value, because it will save them making the same sorts of mistakes and trials and errors that the construction sector has. So that I thought was a really interesting addition to the thinking around it. So that's where we are at the moment. If you'd like to help get involved, please just email me and I'll put you on my kind of keep updated and critical friends list, because this is over and above, obviously, the chair's job of the IED. So it's in the spare time, particularly looking for government endorsement to take the next step, which will be the business modelling and financing stage. And I put this paragraph together quite quickly, but to me, I think all the right words are in there for me. So lean and mean, you know, this is not about building anything else. This is about having something to bring everything together to ensure it's sustainable. You know, value for taxpayers' money, really important. Really transparent and collaborative with anybody that wants to get involved. You know, the IED necessarily isn't going to own this thing. It's at the moment all about driving it forwards. So it has to be focused on action and the impact that it makes at all stages of the process, both for buyers and for sellers and the local communities of residents and businesses alike. So it's the outcome making a tangible difference to that, which is all important. And it has to move the dial for me, because otherwise, what is the point of doing anything? So that was a quick canter through of what we did and where we're at now. It would be great to, you know, have more people involved in what we're doing, to join up the dots with HACS and their work as well. And no doubt we will make that connection after this. So there's a lot of enthusiasm for social value. We would just like to make sure we get the same amount of impact as there is enthusiasm. So thank you very much. I will stop sharing, and I've got 3 minutes for questions. I don't know if anything has come in, Drew.
Oh, loads. I have loads, and we're not going to be able to take them all.
Okay, well, pick one.
Some quick fire ones, perhaps. Okay, so how do community-led developers leverage this form of valuation when trying to prove best value to local authorities who are using the Red Book valuation for land they are selling off?
I don't have the answer to that one. I think that is one. There are lots of questions. I'm not an expert in social value. There are lots of sort of technical questions with competing ways of evaluations and frameworks and so on. It's like, this is a question that needs to be asked and answered, but not by me. But it's something that the Centre of Excellence could address with input from all the relevant parties.
Brilliant.
That's a bit of a duck, but I'm absolutely honest engine, right? If I don't know the answer, I'm not going to blag it.
But I think it's a good question, because obviously there's lots of different kind of competing valuation methods that get used in the public sector around land and disposal and receipt. And actually, in some respects, I think there is an opportunity for there to be, I think, a more considered approach to actually what is the social value and the social impact that's driven through public sector land.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see these sorts of questions, like the how do we incorporate modular, modern methods of construction. That if we had somebody, we could then say, okay, would anybody like to join a little working group to just look at that?
Yeah. Actually, there's another question here from Yvonne Atkinson. She asks, will private sector construction businesses adopt social value so long as it's the board's duty to maximise shareholder value, and if there is a legal requirement in planning or other company law to do so?
That's a really good question. And the question of shareholder buy-in came up in a couple of the one-to-ones that I did, where the board, the senior management team absolutely got it. The boards of the companies were, yeah, but that's going to cost us. But okay, if the cost of this wins you a £10 million contract, even at a 5% margin, your shareholders will be happier to put that cost in than if you don't win that contract. I personally favour sort of a mandatory approach to some things, because I think, well, either a mandatory approach or a really rigorous benchmarking.
Yeah.
So you said you would deliver this much of impact measured by that framework. Did you do it? What was the impact really? And was that independently assessed? Or is it just you dressing up to suit your own purposes? If we could get something like that in place that was public and transparent, that said, okay, here's the top 50 house builders or top 50 infrastructure companies or whatever, and here's their 5-star rankings, that's a good commercial benefit to have, because it would be independent.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So if we could achieve that, I think that would be better, the sort of name and shame approach, than having a regulatory driver, because we've got a regulatory driver for social value already, and we're still not there yet.
I completely agree with you there. One final question. I'm going to eat a little bit into Rebecca's time, she won't mind. And it's a question that was put to Daniel, actually, and I kind of wonder what your thoughts on it are. Do you see any kind of differences between, say, England and Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland, and how they're approaching social value?
I think, well, Wales is definitely getting its act together faster than England, yes, because they've adopted some new policies, as I'm sure people are aware, fairly recently. So yes, I would put Wales particularly strongly. And I think Scotland is doing, so some of the authorities in Scotland are doing great research work in looking at social value as the local spend bit that I mentioned. That's being led up in Scotland. They've got quite a lot of working groups doing things. But then, so I would put England, behind Wales and Scotland. I don't know about the situation in Ireland. But having said that, the Northern Consortia, with a sort of one voice thing, I think definitely leads the way in England.
Yeah.
And so partly this is all about joining these dots as well, because I've come across all sorts of stuff happening, both in the the devolved regions and in different sectors, like the RICS thing and what they've just produced, and transport. And it's like, we need to put this all somewhere. So that we can spread it around and people know where to go, rather than just finding things by accident.
completely agree. And that's the conversation we perhaps need to take forward together for the conference. So that's one thing we can commit to do. We'll do that. Bev, can I thank you so much for your time today?
You're welcome. Excellent sharing.
It's probably the fastest paced sharing I feel I've ever done in my life. I feel like I'm barely keeping up, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
If you wanted to hang around and answer anything in the question and answer box, then please do. And I look forward to taking this whole agenda forward with you from here. Thanks so much, Bev.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, so moving swiftly on, and Rebecca, I'm sorry that we kind of took a bit of your time. I'm just making sure it is Rebecca next. It is. Rebecca, hello. So Rebecca Rees, another person in the space of social value that needs very little introduction. So Rebecca is a partner at Trowers and Hamlins, probably the most learned person I know around procurement and procurement law. If I've ever got a question about procurement, I go to Rebecca. We've worked together over many years. Rebecca is a stalwart champion of social value in procurement in her space, constantly striving to make sure that the way in which we do procurement in the public sector is its best and is really driving social value through what we are doing, not just through procurement, but also into contract. Rebecca, there's a lot going on in the procurement space. You're going to tell us about it.
Thanks, Drew. My head's full of you after this, definitely. But thank you, Drew. I hope I live up to that wonderful introduction, because I'm going to talk about social value and procurement. And I have to do a Chris Whitty and say to Liam, please can I have the next slide? Thank you, Liam. It is a really busy sector at the moment, as Bev sort of said and Daniel was talking about. Social value seems to be on every government's lips at the moment, and there's no sort of, our laws are our own, and we are making lots of political statements about the type of countries we want to be. So why not? In England, as Daniel said, we've got the PPN 620, that's Procurement Policy Notice. That originally came out in September and was supplemented in November by the detail that sits behind central government's approach to incorporating and embedding social value into their procurements. And I'll come on to that in more detail. As Bev's just said, Wales are really at the forefront of social value. And they followed up sort of England's approach by setting out their PPN. It does cross-refer to the English PPN in their note as well. So they are more closely aligned with the English government's approach than Scotland. Scotland have a sustainable procurement duty. We'll come on to that. It's been around since 2014, so for years. And they're not really talking about embedding social value into procurement. I think they think they've done that. What they're talking about is measuring social impact, which certainly chimes more than me. I think it's much more of an attractive, nuanced, and dare I say it, sophisticated approach to social value that they've got over the border, north of the border. I would just say we've also got a second PPN in December, and that is about reserving below threshold procurements to SMEs, local businesses. I don't really want to conflate that particularly with the social value agenda. I think it has its own space, but I mentioned that because there is a big political leaning towards Buy British. They've got to fit it all in with the WTO's GPA, Government Procurement Agreement, which we are now a signatory to in our own right. Not too sure it's on all fours with our international obligations, but there's something to look at there around including small and medium enterprises and VCSEs into your supply chain as well. Next slide, please, Liam. So it is quite a congested agenda at the moment. And what I'm going to do is take a couple of slides to focus on what's happening in England. So sorry, Rachel, I'm going to go east of the Severn to start off with. Now, this is a very intensive, very in-depth social value model that they've set out. It's trying to embed the delivery of social value through central government commercial activities, primarily through procurement and regulated contracts that are covered under the public contract regulations. The PPN states that social value should be explicitly evaluated in every contract now, rather than linking into the Social Value Act 2012 and that concept of just considering it for services contracts. So it's broadened across the procurement piece, and it needs to be explicitly evaluated via the social value model that's put out in the PPN, and the application of that model is mandatory for central government departments and their in-scope organisations. And you'll see down at the bottom of that slide, in-scope organisations are central government departments, their executive agencies and non-departmental public bodies. It doesn't go further than that. So local authorities, NHS trusts, housing associations are not mandated to use this. And we'll come on to, I think, I'm not too sure they should either be nodding in this direction, but that's for a later slide. The PPN talks about the social value requirements being related and proportionate to the subject matter of the contract. Now, this is a concept of procurement law. All of the requirements that are requested by contracting authorities need to be proportionate, but they also need to be related to the subject matter of the contract. And that is where I think we've had quite a bit of restrictive procurement law in the past that has inhibited the delivery of social value through public procurement. And some of those tricky bits still remain and do need to be navigated. I would say that central government are very keen to show where each of their social value themes and outputs align with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So you will see that cross-reference running throughout the PPN and the social value model. Can I have the next slide, please, Liam? And it's interesting because I think Daniel's previous slide about how much has happened in the last year does show quite clearly a sea change that's sort of enabled by Brexit as well. Public procurement law pre-Brexit was all about the creation of a common market. And indeed, the European Union historically didn't like us including or trying to achieve social value or what they saw as secondary considerations through public procurement. They saw them as political or politically motivated and potential barriers for non-national contractors to achieve that would inhibit the creation and the furtherance of the common market. So that's why social value has always had this kind of uneasy relationship with procurement. But I think you can see here now that the government is quite clearly saying that procurement should be used and should be used effectively and comprehensively to achieve and deliver social value outputs. And so I think that that's a big tick in the box, green for go, and let's go for it. So if we can go on to the next slide, Liam, then we can see what the government thinks we should be going for. Now, what they've set out in the social value model is a menu of 5 social value themes and 8 policy outcomes that a central government department will need to select from in order to set out their social value requirements for that particular procurement. Always minded that they need to be relevant and proportionate. And you'll see that the themes are ones that we see running through the social value agenda all the time, apart from obviously the first one around COVID-19 recovery. That's talking about recovering from the impact of the pandemic. I think some of us that have been in the social value space long enough will see that actually a lot of those outputs that they detail are outputs that we would recognise in highly deprived areas in any event. I won't go through those in much detail because there is tons of detail in the social value model. So if I can flick over to the next slide, you get the idea that there's themes, headlines, outputs, and the social value model sort of is very effective in saying that the government's sense of how they're making policy decisions in this area, how they're spending money, will move along a golden thread. So they will consider social value at the strategy and business case. So before anything's been constructed or procured, they will be looking at that as the business case for the entire project, which I think can only be good news, that the early consideration of social value is front and centre. And then that golden thread will run through the procurement, the specification and the contract management. And we can talk about contract management in a minute. As I've said, the social value model is very prescriptive. It sets out model award criteria and sub-criteria, evaluation questions, as well as reporting metrics that government commercial function expect the central government departments to use when applying this social value model. There is a presumption that central government departments have a discretion, which I'm not too sure is there. In fact, I think that there is a tendency towards a copy out approach in the social value model, and I'd be really interested to hear from people that have started to use it, because it was only mandated from the 1st of January this year, as to how they are kind of bespoking it for particular procurements, particularly on construction projects where they have to use the balanced scorecard approach as well. Adjustments can be made to ensure relevance to subject matter, but adjustments and amendments and additions are also closely prescribed as well. And they say in the guidance that the consistency isn't meant to hamstring for the sake of hamstringing central government's departments, that it's supposed to standardise the definition of social value. And I think that's probably where I have an issue with this, is that should central government be standardising how each central government department defines social value and what good looks like for each of their projects? Or do we think social value should be more dynamic and nimble than this standardized approach allows it to be? I'll leave that one. I'd be really interested in your comments in the chat. Liam, can I go on to the next slide? They also prescribe how you should incorporate these into your procurement. So you've got your questions, you've got your award criteria, and in terms of each outcome, you can either score the answers between a scoring range of 0 to 4, so a 5-stage process. You could apply a minimum level of acceptable performance, so sort of set the gateway, or you can just use a pass-fail approach to the outcome. And one of the key issues is that they say when awarding a public contract, it must be mandated that social value accounts for a minimum of 10% of the weighting, and it can be more if the contract shows that it can hold it. You've got to use that 10% minimum weighting unless pre-tender engagement shows that either market maturity, well, it's only market maturity, would significantly reduce competition. And then moving through the golden thread, there is quite a defined contract management approach and reporting approach that says that central government departments need to report on their social value KPIs every 3 months or 6 months, depending on the type of contract and value that's set out there. If it's a most important contract, and there's a definition of what that is in the guidance, then the KPIs need to be reported on in a quarterly basis. So you can really see that the social value model covers the lifetime of a project from tip to toe. Can I go on to the next slide, please, Liam? Some tentative conclusions. I'm not too sure I like this approach to social value, if I'm honest. I think that it's so heavily prescribed and so heavily detailed without the wiggle room and the discretion allowed for individual departments to use or impose their own priorities on the social value agenda, that there is a real risk that busy procurement officers and clients without an interest in social value use this as a tick box exercise. It says in the guidance that it's designed to be ready for use with little or no modification. And I wonder if that kind of over-prescription will prevent kind of dynamic conversations happening in this space, and therefore kind of limit the social value utility of the contract that it's designed to kind of bolster. Daniel made this point that the mandatory 10% weighting at procurement stage is meant as a sort of differentiator. However, weightings are always used in procurement law as an excuse as to why we're focusing on quality. Actually, weightings have very little to do with the results that are produced. In fact, it's normally the scoring rules that sit behind the weightings that make a difference to each individual evaluation criterion. And we often find that with price as well. And I do wonder if the 0 to 4 scoring, and you only get 4 points if you exceed the requirements of the central government department, will actually produce a very flat scoring model that fails to serve as a differentiator. There is also model answers and questions as well, which sort of shows the supply chain what's sort of needed and whether they will treat the social value element of a contract as a tick box exercise. So query with the scoring rules and the approach to evaluation that sits behind the weightings, whether 10% will prove to be the differentiator that it's set out to be. Is it an ambitious agenda? Do we think the themes and the outcomes are the right things to be focusing on at the moment? And have they pitched them in a kind of at an ambitious level? I think if you look in detail at the outcomes and the award criteria, what you seem to, or what I think you get, is a conflation between social value and what should be quite basic humane employment practice around recruitment practices, workplace conditions. And so I'm not too sure. It seems that they've gone down a well-trodden path rather than looked to maximise the power that the spend could have in looking at other kind of social value outcomes and allowing central government to put in some more social values outcomes that are bespoke to the contract. The reporting metrics, I think we've talked about this sometime in the chat as well. They're outputs, not outcomes. Number of full-time equivalent disabled people employed, total percentage, number of people hours. So again, they're focusing on numbers and outputs, not impact created and value created, which I think sends the wrong message and maybe puts us on the wrong path as to what we think is important in terms of social value delivery through public procurement. Can I go on to the next slide, please? There are also limited flexibilities. I've talked about this. You cannot alternate the themes and the outcomes. All you can do is add on top of them. You can adjust the evaluation criteria to a specific geographical location, which is great, because I think that social value does need to be place-based and it does need to make impacts into individual communities. But again, that will require a switched-on procurement officer to really think through how it changes the prescriptive model to get to those outputs. Reporting metrics are required to feed back to the Cabinet Office. So again, it's sort of achievement of numbers rather than impact. And the PPN still talks about social value as sort of it does in the local authority spaces, social value only being a kind of additional benefit or a broadening of the benefits. And I think that we need to stop thinking of social value as an add-on in public procurement and see it front and centre as to the requirements of the contract. So I think that vocabulary isn't particularly helpful either. But all is good news. It's central government public procurement only. If you're not a central government department, please feel free to do something else. And if I can go on to what I think a good government is doing, can I go on to the next slide, please, Liam? I hope, yes, Scotland's approach. Now, I'm no Nicola Sturgeon, but actually their approach to social value in Scotland is where I had hoped that England was going to go. It's nuanced, it's nimble, and it's dynamic, so it can be updated. It is also place-based, so all of their government departments has the sort of duty to consider sustainable procurement, and they can pick up a whole spectrum of outcomes and outputs as well. They do have measurement criteria, but they recognise that social impact is what we should be focusing on rather than the achievement of outputs and numbers of apprenticeships and numbers of training schemes, etc. I'll leave that slide for a minute. And I think that in terms of Scotland's approach, as I understand it from Scottish colleagues, it's not perfect, but it doesn't lead with a kind of mandatory approach. It provides each authority with a duty to consider it, and it's not to consider it, to apply in all regulated procurements in a proportionate ways, but it asks them to do what they can in the circumstances. Now, that's not a get out of jail free card, and clearly, as I understand it, some authorities do better than others in achieving that. But I think it does give them more flexibility and space to consider what is most relevant to that authority. Can I go on to the next slide, please, Liam? We've talked about the PPNs. In December last year, the Green Paper for what Johnson and Cummings think is going to be post-Brexit procurement regulation came out. Now, social value, you have to look, well, you don't have to look hard from it. It's not really mentioned as a separate section or a separate question, but you can see it weaved throughout the Green Paper proposals. We have the National Procurement Policy Statement yet to be unveiled. That's going to come out. This will set out central government priorities for procurement and is likely to be based on the 5 themes set out in the social value model. There is also going to be this new principle of procurement of public good. Now we don't have to keep open borders for the common market. We're looking at what principles do public procurement have to fulfill. So a new principle of public good is going to come in, and the introduction of that recognises that procurement should support the delivery of strategic national priorities, including economic, social, ethical, environmental and public safety. There is also going to be a change from most economically advantageous tender award criteria. We're going to drop the E for economic, and that is designed by government to make it clear that we can evaluate social value in the award of public contracts, and that we can also look at the wider impact of our public contracts, so take into account the in the evaluation, the impact it will have on other contracting authorities. Now, what I would say about the Green Paper is it seems to me that this is a central government land grab of our procurement law. We will be seeing a lot more centralisation of procurement priorities. And I'm not too sure that matches or will facilitate place-based, localised social impact being achieved through public procurement contracts unless we work very hard at it. The consultation for this Green Paper ends next week on the 10th of March. So if you do want to say something about it, please get your comments back in, because I think we do need to be heard. Right, construction playbook is very exciting as well. Bev spoke a lot about social value and construction procurement and central government's acknowledgement, and this is backed up by the amendments to the Green Book, that value-led decisions needs to include social value, and a value toolkit is being created at the moment by the Construction Innovation Hub, and that's going to be a value-based decision-making tool, which includes social value, but also human value. So they've split out kind of community-led initiatives or community-based initiatives with your kind of apprenticeships and skills in the construction sector. So there's tons going on, and I'm glad to say that social value is being weaved throughout procurement law, which sort of 15 years ago it certainly wasn't. Next slide. I think I've got some final thoughts. And I just think that I mean I won't read through those, but procurement always sits uneasily with social value because of its history of seeing social value as a kind of political or secondary consideration. I think we're finally breaking down those technical barriers, but you always do tend to meet some lawyers that seem to want to gold plate or take a cautious approach on this. Drew, I think that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Rebecca. And we've got a couple of minutes of questions. So Rebecca, thank you so much for that. I think the question, something you said actually generated quite a lot of questions. So we're going to come to that one. And actually there was a set of questions that came from Katie Raw from Northwood, Steph Hill from Taurus, and Sarah Willis from MTVH. And it was your comment actually about that you mentioned there's a focus on outputs, numbers rather than values. So could you give an example of what is meant by value-created outcomes? So that was from Katie. Steph asked, interesting point around outputs versus outcomes. Please, could you elaborate on how outcomes and impact could be assessed? And Sarah from MTVH said, do we think the focus on outputs is because outcomes are much harder to measure and demonstrate that they are directly attributable to the project as well as accruing over the longer term? So
well, you're going to help me on this one, Drew, because this is a conversation we have all the time, and that's how we met and have this ongoing conversation. Because the last comment's correct, actually. Outputs are just numbers. I have created one apprenticeship, and therefore I get a tick in the box. We look at the creation, and therefore we've done what we were asked to do. Actually, the more interesting conversation and the one that gets Drew and I up in the morning is, what value does that apprenticeship have to the person that was the recipient of that apprenticeship? What value is, what changed in their lives, and what kind of value do we attribute to that in a meaningful way? That means on any reprocurement, we choose to put it in, or we think actually there isn't value of apprenticeships in this particular locale or via this contract, and therefore we'll change the metrics. And it is difficult, but HACT have an answer in the Social Value Bank and the Wellbeing Valuation Approach, which does a number of things. A, it measures outcomes and values. B, on a like-for-like basis, so you can compare apples with apples. And C, it gives you much more information because you're measuring impact and not outputs in a way that allows you then to drive the social value conversation forward in your organisation, to concentrate on those areas of social value initiatives that your residents, end users, communities need, not just what you think they need? Did you want to come in, Andrew?
I think you did it really well, Rebecca. And I think also when we think about value, we're talking about the choices that people can make, and apprenticeships is a really good example. Actually, what we know from our social value work is that actually people who have access to training, who are over the age of 50, actually generate more value from it from people who get access to training who are under the age of 25. And I think we can, in this kind of like, well, let's just kind of count the numbers of people on training or count the number of people in apprenticeships. Actually, we can be more nuanced about that. But also it speaks a little bit to the question that Catherine has been asking, which is kind of about how do you relate this directly to people and communities? Actually, your starting point in any procurement should be what impact and value you're trying to generate in the communities in which you are delivering services. And there has to be that golden thread. Otherwise, if that golden thread isn't drawn, no value gets created. We can spend lots of money, but we're likely not creating any value because actually we're not meeting the needs and the aspirations of the people in those communities. Mm. Rebecca, can I just say thank you so much for that. We will continue this conversation as the Green Paper kind of starts to find its way through into legislation, and we start to really understand what the opportunities lie ahead of us in how we actually bring social value in even further into a central part of our procurement and our thinking there. And we really look forward to not just working with you, but also learning from kind of those really great examples in Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, England. Actually, we are the UK. We've got slightly different things going on in different parts, but actually an opportunity to learn from each other. So thank you so much, Rebecca. If you wanted to look at any of the questions that are there, then please do feel free to do that. So we're moving swiftly on now to our next session. We're looking at kind of the question of social value frameworks in development. And we spend quite a bit of time thinking about development today. It's a big part of our world in housing. I'm delighted to say that we've got two people from Idaroth. I think I got that right. We have Richard Weeks, who's the technical director, and Raffaella Mengoni, and I hope I got that right, Raffaella, who is an architect. And they're going to talk to us about some of the work that they've been doing in Lambeth.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Andrew. Raffaella, I think, is going to share some slides, so we'll get over that hurdle first. Do you want to maximise the... Brilliant. That's great. Well, firstly, thank you very much for inviting us to talk today, and thank you, James, in particular from HACT. My name is Richard Weeks. I'm the technical director for Idaroth, and as Andrew said, I'm joined by Raffaella, who's one of our senior architects from Atkins and Idaroth. For those that don't know Idaroth, we are the social and affordable housing development arm of Atkins. You probably know Atkins as a major consultant. But at the start of last year, we launched a new subsidiary business, which is focused entirely on the delivery of social and affordable homes. And of course, social value is at the heart of our model, although we're very much on the journey to understand how that model can really create social value in the communities we're building in. We completed our first scheme at the beginning of last year. It's a scheme in Lambeth, just near Streatham Hill. And today we want to share with you some of the lessons we've learned from the delivery of that scheme, but also the work we've been doing with HACT to try and structure the social value that scheme generated and to create a framework within which we can talk about social value, but also improve the social outcomes from future schemes. Could we go on to the next slide? Thank you. I'll start by just setting the scene really for what we're trying to do. Of course, we're very much focused on the housing crisis, and you may be familiar with some of these figures. So we know that over 250,000 people in England alone are homeless. We have upwards of 1.1 million households on the housing waiting list, and to resolve that, we know that we need to build about 3 million new social homes over the next 20 years. So it equates to 150,000 homes in the social and affordable sector every year. And as you probably know, nationally, we're getting absolutely nowhere near that. In fact, what we see year on year is a reduction in social and affordable housing stock as more homes are sold through Right to Buy than are built. So it's clear to us, and this is the reason that we launched Dealer Roth, that we need a different model entirely if we're going to make up that shortfall. Those additional 150,000 homes don't come out of, we think, the existing market and the existing approaches to house building. So this is really at the heart of Dealer Roth then. Everything we do with Dealer Roth is looking to be additive. And what I mean by that is that clearly the capacity in the market at the moment doesn't exist to deliver the shortfall that we're talking about. So the model we've tried to create looks to find ways to build homes that are additive to those homes that are already being built. So I'll expand on that a little. So we start then with land availability. We have done quite a bit of research, and there's an interesting white paper here that we published last year on brownfield land. We try to look for sites that are not being developed as they are. So often these sites are brownfield, they're often infill sites in urban settings. They are often parcels of land owned by either local authorities or housing associations that for various reasons, whether because of viability or because of some of the technical and access constraints on the sites, are not being developed. And we want to target those sites. And we think that by doing so, we are genuinely creating new homes that would not otherwise have been built. This research looked at brownfield land in England, limited to England simply because the data is easier to access. But what it showed is that if we were to develop all of the publicly owned brownfield land in England, we could entirely eradicate the current housing waiting list. And I'm not suggesting that's the sole solution to the housing crisis, but it does show there's a significant opportunity there. And if we can unlock the potential of some of these more difficult, more constrained brownfield and infill sites, that we can make a really meaningful difference to the shortfall in social and affordable housing. We also, when we talk about being additive, we also are looking to our supply chain. So we don't think there is capacity in the market in terms of skills and trades to deliver the number of homes that we need to deliver. And so what we're doing is looking to other sectors. So we look to manufacturing, for example, to tap into UK manufacturing, so reinvigorating the UK manufacturing sector by building homes in the way that we might build cars or other things in a factory. And in doing so, there's clearly social value created. We create jobs. So we support manufacturing, but we do so importantly in a way that doesn't undermine the existing market. Go on to the next slide. Now all of this, and you'll probably have seen these again and again, but all of this ties back to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and I'll just pick out a couple to explain how they link back to our model. So number 8 there, for example, decent work and economic growth. We know there's a lot of evidence to suggest that every social house built generates between 2 and 4 jobs. And between 100 and 400,000 pounds of additional value to the local economy. So again, doing something that's additive is really creating value way beyond the delivery of the homes themselves. Number 3 there, good health and well-being. So Mind, the mental health charity, have found that 4 in 5 people with mental health problems said that their housing had negatively impacted their mental health. And so again, we see that housing has a much broader role to play in our communities than just providing a roof over somebody's head. They also found, for example, that more than 2 in 3 people reported experiencing at least one issue with the quality of their housing, such as damp, mold, or threat of eviction, or other things. And again, you can see the kind of impact that's going to have on people's well-being. Number 7 is another example, affordable and clean energy. We know that about 30% of UK energy consumption is from the domestic sector. So through good design, through efficient design, and high performing homes of the type that we think you can better deliver in a factory environment, we can again make a really meaningful impact on the environment, on energy consumption. Can we go on to the next slide, please? So this is well, at least this is the start of the scheme itself, and I'll briefly describe the scheme before Rafaela talks more about the work we've done with HACT in trying to quantify and to structure social value through this delivery model. But you can see here that the site itself, a very typical urban infill site, disused garage site, in fact 15 empty garages. This site had sat dormant for a number of years. We know it was attracting a lot of antisocial behaviour. It cost the council, Lambeth Council, an awful lot of money, in the tens of thousands of pounds, to maintain it, to police it, to keep it safe. So not only was it a piece of land in a prime location that wasn't being developed, it was also a drain on their resources and costing them a lot of money. So we chose this site with Lambeth specifically for those reasons. It was a difficult site to get to. It was contaminated. There was a lot about it that meant that no one else was choosing it as a site, and that was the point really. We wanted to demonstrate that it is possible to build on these sites. It's possible to do so economically, and it's possible to do so in a way that is acceptable to the existing community within which we build the houses. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thanks. And these are the completed houses themselves. We completed them in February last year, and families moved into the homes slightly later than expected because of the first lockdown, but moved in around June last year. So we're starting now to understand a lot more about how the residents are experiencing their homes, how the existing residents perceive the new homes, and the feedback has generally been very positive. Rafaela will talk more about this, I'm sure, but this scheme for us is about demonstrating that these parcels of land are valuable to local authorities. They can be used to deliver new homes, and they can be used to deliver really high quality and high performing homes as well. Just go on to the next slide, thanks. And just some images from inside to give a sense of the quality of space. There are a number of things in the design of our homes that are targeted to improve the experience that the residents have. Something that is sort of very apparent when you go into the homes is the extra space. So everything in our range of houses is about 10% larger than nationally described space standards. But interestingly, this is an outcome of the manufacturing process that actually drives efficiency and actually drives costs down. So we're starting to see some slightly unexpected outcomes from the process of off-site manufacture that drive better quality homes, larger spaces, better quality spaces without pushing cost up, which is what you might expect through traditional delivery models. We go to the next slide. So again, just another image here of one of the homes. So I'll hand over to Rafaela now to talk more about the work we've done with HACT. But just to introduce it, we completed this scheme, as I say, at the beginning of last year. And we are not experts in social value. We're a social and affordable housing developer that felt that we were doing something that created a significant amount of social value in the communities that we build in. HACT, of course, are the experts here, and that's why we've collaborated with them to try and understand the social value, firstly, that was generated by this scheme, particularly, and it was very interesting to understand how wide-reaching that social value is, but also to create, looking forwards, to create a structured framework that will allow us to develop schemes in future that are specifically targeting social outcomes beyond just the provision of housing. So at this point, I'll hand over to Raffaella.
Thank you, Richard. So yes, like Richard was saying, this one is for us is a pilot scheme. So it is quite an interesting pilot scheme also for the setting that we had to deal with. First of all, because of course it's coming from a brownfield, from an ex-garage, so it comes with all of the site constraints, and so it's a very small pilot scheme of 4 houses. And also because it's a boundary with wealthy existing single houses. So we had to try to make sure that we were sympathetic with the conditions, and mostly also we make sure that we were sympathetic with the existing development, which is also a small development in itself compared to other developments in Lambeth. There's around 30 apartments, give or take a few. And it also, quite interestingly, has a strong community feeling for which we somehow jumped into, and we provided more to that to a degree. And so the idea for that was to provide houses which were having full accessible externally, and we're also achieving adaptability internally. So we reached an M42 classifications. These houses, like Richard said, were built in at the beginning of last year, but unfortunately were able to be occupied only at the end of June 2020 because of the lockdown. Ideally, they were supposed to be in April, but that was slowed down for not being able to achieve the full occupancy before that. As I said, this is a pilot scheme, so it was quite interesting for us to understand what we could achieve with these houses, and we had quite a setup for trying to use this also to evaluate what we would provide generally to further developments further down the line. So there was quite an intention in focusing on what we could do to provide to the local communities, but also what we were able to provide with these type of houses to the actual tenants that were going to use them. So it was an interest from our side to provide a post-occupancy evaluation staggered along 1 year time, starting from October 2020 and then ending in September 2021. And also further informations were and are currently gathered via Switch's dashboard, well, actually is embedded in every single of those houses. And it's mostly for the landlord, in this case, Lambeth, to control what the status of the house is internally in terms of environment, and also to monitor what is the use that the tenants are doing. So these are supposed to be an intelligent use for the technology that comes with the house itself. So this information is something that also is going to be part of the post-occupancy evaluation. Now, in all of this, we believe that the best way around was to introduce an association like ACT to ensure that we, all our good intentions in terms of design and all what we wanted to achieve, were also targeted in terms of what we could achieve as an outcome in social value. So we are engaged with ACT in July 2020, and we had a number of workshops with them, which also involved Lambeth and the internal design research from Atkins, but also a number of experts in social value and MNC construction from Atkins. This ended up in a report which was issued in January 2021 from ACT to understand what is that we were able to achieve, and also making sure that we are all the local needs that we had identified well actually became inputs, quantifiable inputs in the project itself. So generally what the exercise was done with ACT was to ensure that all the what we've done was relevant to the general guidance and good practice for government-wise. And also we were trying to identify this and structure that in a layered approach. So we were able to first provide what the local needs were, and then being able to provide inputs and generate a number of series of outcomes in 5 different categories. This will then end up in a further analysis and a further evaluation further down the line in the report. This report was incorporating the post-occupancy evaluation from our side, and for this reason, this is the first issue of this report, and they're going to be further down the lines are the ones to incorporate the further analysis. And also all the information received from Lambeth Council in terms of history of the tenants as well, to making sure that whatever we have provided was also creating a displacement on our side, on the tenant side. So if we move one tenant to the new homes, we're actually making a new the older home available to possible future tenants. And what that meant in terms of the additionality that produced and what social outcome it produced as well. For what regards the categories that we looked at mostly, it was for the housing impacts of the hillside gardens in terms of reducing the waiting list, improve the security of general tenure, considering that we have removed the existing garages, which were quite a consideration in terms of security. And also we reduce overcrowding with the instances in moving tenants from smaller accommodation into more suitable accommodation. And of course, we're talking about houses which were designed, and they are designed and monitored, so that also would help in reducing the heating costs and also improve the adaptability of the house itself for the tenants. And further down the line, the health impacts. So what impacts have a mental and physical point of view. The environmental outputs in terms of lower carbon emissions and more efficient heating, but also generally also in terms of internal environment, so humidity, temperature, general usage, occupancy, and so on. For what those impacts have on the well-being of the people, the tenants currently living in the houses. And also in terms of improved feeling of safety and enhanced general social capital. And then leads also to see what economic impact that will have in terms of maximizing and the benefit in terms of supply chain of what we are providing. Now, the most important of this is what is that been identified as outcomes, also in relation of the Sustainable Development Goals. So we have noticed that in our design intent, we have reached quite a few social impact outcomes in terms of reducing the overcrowding, in improving the accessibility to the houses, and also reduce risk of fuel poverty via this control that we have to the houses, and also reduce perception of the being victim of crime, and in general also improve health and well-being in the house themselves. We have to remember that all of these are part of a analysis that's been done for houses which have been built on certain design intentions, and then analyzed further down the line for their social value that we were able to achieve. So there was a design intention, but continuously monitoring the house and being able then to achieve certain targets in terms of construction themselves, in terms of improved apprenticeship, training, employment during the actual construction of the house. And most importantly, in their design intent was to make sure that the land asset was actually retained in public ownership, so that will be still a value for the council, in this case, Lambeth Council, to be retained in case of the houses being then bought by the current tenants or further tenants. And that would then be the series of the outcomes we believe that we have designed these houses for, and they were ended up part of the social impact framework as ACT designed. I believe there are some then conclusions from Richard.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks, Rafa. Is there a final slide? Brilliant. Okay, thanks very much. So, so just to wrap up, then, wanted to share some of the things that that Rafaela and I have learned along the way. As I say, we're not social value experts, so we're just sharing our sort of experience on this journey. Firstly, the idea that the model is additive has been a really important part of the social value analysis. I think it is probably at the heart of most of the social value that has been generated. So certainly in the housing sector, doing something that is additive in the way I described, it does seem to be driving greater social value. We've learned also that the social impact analysis isn't a one-off thing. It's not an analysis that you do at one point in a project or one point after a project. It has to be an ongoing process if we're really going to understand the value that we generate. And just as importantly, it's not about generating the largest number. And I think it's something we see a lot in procurement processes, in bidding, that you're required to calculate social value as a monetized value, and there's certainly some benefit in doing so. But for us, that's never been the aim. It's not about demonstrating the highest number. It's about understanding how wide-reaching the social value we generate is, and who it benefits. And I think more interestingly for us, we were surprised in undertaking this work with HACT how wide the sort of ripples of social value can travel. You know, actually the benefits go way beyond an individual scheme. You know, they benefit of families and individuals way down the housing chain. As people are moved into new homes and out of old homes, they have benefits throughout local authorities and the way they manage their land. So having a grasp of that wider impact has been really interesting for us. And then the social value is necessarily comparative and not absolute. I'm sure some may disagree with this in some ways, but what I mean by this is that the social value generated by a scheme is very heavily linked to the environment from which the people who live there came. So we can't say that our scheme at Lambeth generates as an absolute a certain amount of social value in its own right. You have to look at it in the context of the people who actually live there and where they came from. And I think probably the most important point here is about continuous improvement. So this shouldn't be an exercise that we do to create a number, write the number down and move on. It needs to be an ongoing process. We need to understand how the social value we generate changes over time and feed that back into our process of continuous improvement. So that's all from us. Probably back to Andrew, but thank you very much.
Richard, Rafaela, thank you so much. We've got a number of questions in the Q&A, and I would just ask that perhaps you might take a moment when you go just to look at those questions and provide a response. There's a few kind of just very straightforward technical questions. The one question I want to put to you, which I think is something that Cara talked about, and something you started to you're quite clearly thinking about as well, is about how challenging did you find it to kind of forecast and predict social value, which could be unlocked, particularly given the kind of the length of time that development takes?
Yeah, I think so I think there are a couple of points here. I think with this as our first scheme, I mean, I think we had a quite a qualitative idea of the social value we were generating, so we could sort of talk in broad terms about how we were improving the community, how we were improving outcomes for the families that would be moving into the homes. But I think we did find it very difficult to quantify and to define. I think that with the framework that we've developed with HACT, we're in a much better place now to define that social value on future schemes. But I'm always a bit wary of sort of over quantifying this, because of course the answer you get depends on the tool that you use, and it depends on really how wide your analysis is.
Definitely. So can I just say thank you both so much for that. Really, really great to hear about the work that you've been doing in Lambeth. Also really good to hear that you're thinking really carefully about it. You know, that actually you said towards the end there, Richard, this is about the kind of making sure that it's located in the community in which you're working. It's actually about having impact at that level. It's about not, you know, it's not being always kind of wedded to the biggest outcome. It's actually thinking about it carefully, thinking about what is needed. And I think that's really important that everyone takes away that message. Because sometimes we can get a little bit excited about tools that kind of chuck out big numbers, and then we can all kind of rush to try and get the biggest number possible. But actually, if it doesn't have value, it won't have value unless it has meaning. And sometimes the meaning and the impact and the outcome in a community isn't as straightforward as you want it to be. Communities are sticky places. They're not as neat as we want them to be, and thank God for that, because they're the way in which we live our lives in their creative places. So I really like that. I like that message. Let's think carefully about what we're doing here. Thank you both so much, and please do answer those questions in the Q&A before you go.
Yeah, we'll do.
So we're moving on now to Sam Brett. And Sam, hello, Sam. And Sam and I, we've talked previously about kind of how do you start to use social value information in kind of asset investment. As you know, the work that we do in housing, you know, is not just about developing new assets and developing new things and investing in our communities. It's also about the homes that we currently have, the homes that actually need investment in as well going forward. And actually that's something that takes up a lot of our resources in housing. It also takes up a lot of our thinking about what is the best way to do that. And I think, Sam, you're going to share with us your thoughts on the whole question of kind of social value information in asset management.
Yeah, I'm going to do my best. Hi, everyone, and good afternoon. It's been a fantastic morning. I hope I don't lower the tone too much. So strategic asset management and social value, I should talk a little bit about myself first, I think, because Integ will be unknown to just about everyone on the call, I think. So I'm Sam Brett. I've been working in social housing for about 15 years now, and my background primarily is actually in finance, so corporate finance and development finance. And for about the last 5 years, I've been focusing on developing strategic asset management strategies. And so far, I've developed strategies for about £20 billion worth of social housing assets. When I started out 5 years ago, it was all about looking at our assets financially and making the best financial decisions. For the last few years, it's completely shifted. And now I'd say over the last year, it's all around an idea of social value. I should emphasize, talking back to Phil's comments earlier, that I'm nervous to introduce a new concept of social value, but nonetheless, here we go. Next slide, please, Liam. So, and fundamentally, what I want to get at through these slides is how can we use social value to improve our strategic asset management decisions? And it's all against the backdrop of the challenges that we face as a sector. So perhaps the biggest number, sadly, I will be firing out a few numbers at you. Numerically, the biggest challenge we face is perhaps striving to achieve net zero by 2050. I read an article last week on Inside Housing, which referred to a number of around £100 billion as a sector liability to achieve net zero. From the work I've done, that seems consistent. I think for most organisations, it's a number of several hundred millions of pounds that needs to be invested in existing stock over the next 30 years that, you know, a few years ago we weren't thinking of, and we need to be getting into our business plans now. We also have further challenges around building safety, of course, and regulation. Customer expectations are changing. So we have more money to spend in our existing homes, and we of course want to be developing more homes. There aren't enough social housing homes. So is social housing stock fit for the future? Some of it is, but the vast majority of it needs a lot of investment, and we want to be providing more and more of it. Next slide, please. Against that backdrop, I think the key thing is, for me, that we need to be making very sophisticated investment and divestment decisions. We can't go on as we have been, in my view. And here I'll say a few things that are slightly controversial, slightly sweeping, perhaps, partly to gather some interest, and very happy to answer specific questions on these. But to date, Decent Homes investment has been an important part of our approach to asset management, and that's been great. Of course, it's actually ensured that we've invested a lot in our homes, but there are challenges with just continuing on that path. Our stock's getting older, it's getting more difficult to maintain. Some of it's poorly designed, and some of it's environmentally challenged. And my contention is that if we go on investing heavily as we have been, then it will lead to wasted investment. When we've thought as a sector generally around asset interventions, one outcome has been tenanted disposals and acquisitions. And from what I've seen, the primary driver has often been geography. And a perceived efficiency in the service provision. Here, my challenge would be that it's often given rise to poor stock being passed around the sector. At times, I did say it'd be controversial. And another outcome, which I've seen a lot, is quite low numbers of high-cost void sales. And these being often decisions made on the basis of quite short-term, sometimes budgetary considerations, that I have a property which requires £30,000 spend, for example, to be able to re-let it, and that actually becoming a very important factor in the retain or dispose decision, whereas my view is it should be a less important factor. So I'd summarize as, in my view, a little too much focus on short-term finance. When I say short-term budgets. Next slide, please, Liam. So I think the approach to asset management in the sector needs to move, and I'm not saying it hasn't moved in some places, but I just, as a sector as a whole, that it needs to move to a more strategic approach. And when I talk of strategic asset management, what I really mean is, what are we going to keep and invest in, and what are we going to sell or redevelop? So across my portfolio, I have homes that I will get to net zero, and I will spend sometimes hundreds of millions of pounds across my portfolio in achieving that. Sometimes that won't be possible, and I need to understand what is it that's important to me in the homes that I keep and invest in. Is all social housing equal? I don't think it is, and I think we all know this as well. So some affordable housing is more affordable than others. Some is more desirable and in high demand. Some is more cost effective to manage and maintain. And what my work over the past year has really been around, well, how can we assess these? How can we assess our stock in a balanced way in order to answer these questions of, do we keep and invest, do we sell or redevelop? If we just look at it on a financial basis, we can understand things like NPVs, IRRs, etc., but we can't actually answer the questions correctly, in my view. Next slide, please. So what are some important themes that have come out of my work considering social value and how we might apply it to strategic asset management? Well, it all really comes down to a few headings of how do I assess affordability, demand and desirability. So do tenants want to live in my stock, and also do they want to stay there? Cost effectiveness for residents, so that might be living costs, so it's not just rent levels, it's actually ongoing living costs. For housing associations, social housing providers, it's around considering factors like the number of responsive repairs, proximity to maintenance hubs. Sustainability, of course, SAP score, and then thinking, for example, around consistency with corporate strategy, which has been hinted at a few times today. An example I'd give is mixed tenure communities. So when we develop new homes, we often talk of and consider the provision of mixed tenure communities, whereas in my experience it's something we think less of when we consider our existing estate. Is social housing, social value in this context going to be the same for all social housing providers? I'd say absolutely not. There are different priorities that we might have. I might, for example, have an aspiration to let all of my properties at 50% of the market rent and value that particularly highly. Alternatively, I might be might want to have an average of 60% and offer more homes. I might value supported housing differently to others. So this is not at all to say that there is one idea of social value that can be applied to all, but it's more the idea that there are characteristics of social value which are relevant to all of us, and then we can weight or score those different characteristics differently depending on our own personal corporate priorities. And again, this has been hinted at today, the concept of social value, some of these factors that I'm highlighting here, we wouldn't necessarily have been thinking about them 10 years ago. In another 10 years, they will change. Just over the last year, of course, there's become much more of an emphasis on ability to work from home, access to green space, gardens, etc. So this is in no way a proposal of a specific immovable assessment of social value, but it's rather to say social value is a way in to be able to make better investment and divestment decisions. Next slide, please. So how might we measure social value? Well, my experience says we have an awful lot of data today as a sector that can help build out the picture. So for affordability, we can consider rent as a percentage of market rent. There are a few other examples here around demand and desirability, the average length of tenancy, the number of refusals when I let a property, the time it takes to relet a property, cost effectiveness, the location, the number of responsive repairs, sustainability. Here, the SAP rating is referred to. I think, of course, sustainability is key. and not just because it hints at the amount of investment required to achieve net zero, but also because it tells us what gives us a good sense of living costs for tenants today versus what the living costs would be once we've made further investment. So here I'd say, I think there's a lot that we can do today in terms of our existing data. There's also a growing amount of data out there that we can incorporate, provided by third parties. I've mentioned living costs related to EPC data, proximity to green space, transport links, etc. Next slide, please. I should have also just mentioned how important it is to involve residents in this process, to think about resident satisfaction surveys, etc. That we start from a point, if we have our internal data, we can think about how to enrich that by talking to operational teams, residents, and then also to go to third parties. So what are the benefits of developing how we measure the social value our homes deliver? Well, in my view, it's all about those initial questions, the challenges we face. We're being asked or told we must invest hundreds of millions of pounds in our homes. And so we must make sure that that investment is well placed. And we can't just do that financially, so we must consider a range of social value measures. That will improve our long-term decision making. Importantly here, it's long-term. It's a 30-year plan, essentially. This isn't all about what can be achieved in the short term. If we do this correctly, I think what we can arrive at is a score, for example, or we could describe this as an asset grading process. The idea of a monetary value isn't necessarily within part one, in my view. So it could be a score out of 5, a percentage, a series of different colors on a chart, but it sets out, this is the social value I deliver today as an organization. These are pockets of assets that, for example, don't perform as well. Here are where my best performing homes are. These are the factors that are important to me. So my the level of rent I charge, for example, as a percentage of market rent across my entire stock is 50%, but my goal is to get it to 55%. So how can I track that over time and improve my board reporting, for example? And again, as has been touched on, ESG reporting. So at the moment, as currently framed, there are a couple of factors such as SAP, such as percentage of market rent that I charge, number of general needs houses. But I think some further factors that might be added to that could be along the lines of what's the average length of the tenancy that I offer. How many fixed terms tenancies do I have? How many assured tenants, etc. And next slide, please. So I know it's been a little bit of a whistle-stop tour. What are the alternatives? It's hopefully a good discussion point. I can't see what the alternatives are. I think the financial side of the assessment as to what we do with our homes is quite well established. But to make the right decisions, we've got to broaden what we consider. And I think that broadening should be within the context of social value. Finance is of course important and will remain. It's not to remove that completely. And going back to the scoring point, I think the final thing I'd say is that we, of course, do like monetary value. And when it comes to the well-being values, I can, for example, today look across my stock and say, well, I have an average SAP of 70. If I invest and the average SAP becomes 72, the well-being values allow me to attach a monetary value to that. I think there's scope here to expand those well-being values so that across that sort of program reporting, and as well as showing how I've gone from X number of homes that pass the standard I want to Y, and that's an improvement, I can also then attach a monetary value beyond that. And that's it for me.
Sam, thank you so much. Do you want to unshare your screen? Excellent. Oh, we've got some brilliant brilliant questions coming in, and I'm gonna hit you first with the question that piqued my interest the most. And I'm sorry of all the other questions, but it was Angus Mentor's question that I thought, oh, that's a good one. So, do you only look at the social value of asset investment, or have you done any work on the social value of compliance?
So no, I haven't done any work on the social value of compliance per se. So here, I suppose, do we specifically mean building safety, for example?
We can't quite ask Angus that question, but yes, I mean, I suppose that's what we're thinking about. You know, all the compliance matters that housing associations are responsible for as landlords.
Yeah. So my view on this is that it's an individual organisational decision, actually, how one factors in building safety. That in short, it's of course very, very relevant. Arguably so relevant that it's not a scoring factor. It's assumed as, look, all of our homes are compliant, and we will ensure that we can invest to that effect. That's probably where I most often come out in terms of thinking about building safety and scoring in particular.
So it's a kind of, you've got to do this. you need to kind of meet your compliance requirements. You know, your homes have to be safe fundamentally. And actually, if we were to take it into the social value space, actually, we're probably missing the point of compliance.
Yes, yeah, and that specifically, do I invest or divest of this asset?
Yeah.
In order to answer that question,
yeah.
I tend to conclude it's not a relevant factor.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. I feel I need to do more thinking on this. I think it is a really interesting question. There's another question here from Catherine Kelly. How would you embed social value within empty home strategy? Would that be business benefit, impact on the surrounding residents, future impact on the person moving in, etc.? And what measurements would you put in place?
Sorry, do you mind just repeating the question? Sorry.
So how would you embed social value within an empty home strategy? And kind of what measurements would you put in place?
Empty home strategy is absolutely part of, you know, the underlying business as I describe it. You know, the operational business of. It could be, for example, as to my decision, what's the level of rent that I set? Do I? So if, for example, my decision is particularly challenging, but I do not want to sell the home, but I do need to invest a lot of money in it, do I need to up the rent that I charge as a percentage of market rent? Essentially, I'd say it all needs to fit within the context of the entire piece, and it all needs to fundamentally make financial sense.
Do you feel that there is a kind of there is appetite in our sector to kind of move the social value aspect of asset investment much more into the foreground? Because I mean, my experience has always been it's been kind of there as contextual factors. You know, that people look at kind of indices of multiple deprivation. They look at those kind of things as just, and it's just there in the background. It just, it's there just, as its context. Do you think there was an opportunity to actually really bring this into the foreground?
Yes, absolutely, and so that it's part of, because I think the way that it should be framed is that we need to get this right for our entire investment program over the next 30 years. So because fundamentally we have to find the additional investment without being able to associate that with any increased rental income, for example. So we must make the right decisions. And sorry.
I was going to say, what do you think? Because obviously this is something where we've got a little bit of experience in our sector of people using social value alongside as part of the kind of the asset investment analysis and evaluation. What do you think are going to be the biggest barriers in kind of really bringing this forward?
I honestly haven't come across barriers. I think that there are aspects of this that are done really well. So all associations I've come across, for example, when they have void properties, consider SAP score, and there are many factors that are considered. What I'd say, it's more a shift from reactively considering to actively considering and looking across the entire portfolio.
Yeah.
So that, for example, I'm making my decisions, or I'm making on the face of it decisions, having evaluated fully decisions that I might not take for another 10, 15 years. So it's almost extending what's already done beyond just looking at what is particularly problematic and then actually performing a balanced assessment. It's doing that balanced assessment across the entire stock. So I wouldn't say this is completely new, but I'd say it needs to be prioritized and extended.
And what do I think most people who kind of come to our social value conferences are not from asset management ends of housing's business. They're usually from community investment, performance, and procurement. What would be your advice to any of those colleagues working in those kind of areas of housing about how they might start to approach this with their other colleagues working in asset investment?
I think a good start point is to get an understanding of what currently happens, how properties are currently assessed for disposal. So where there's a lot of investment required on an individual unit, there is normally an asset management approval panel, or so something in that shape or form. I think it would be useful to get a better understanding of what goes on there and what they currently consider. Because from my experience, as I say, it's about actually taking what people can already have and thinking about how we should broaden this.
Excellent. Sam, can I say thank you very much? Really, really fascinating. And you're going to be engaged with our roadmap, I know, going forward. We look forward to kind of expanding on all of these issues. In a year or so, as we start to really kind of help embed our social value thinking, considerations and evaluations into asset management and investment. So I really look forward to that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're now, and if there's any questions you want to answer in the Q&A, then please do. Okay, so we're now moving on to our final session this morning, and I'm really delighted that we've got Dr. Louise Lafortune with us. And she is a senior research associate at the Cambridge Institute of Public Health. And actually, I'm really looking forward to this last session because it brings together a whole range of considerations I think are really critical as we move forward. It's not just it's the issue about how do we have age-friendly communities, and how do we make sure that we're making the right decisions in those communities and with the housing that we have in those communities, but also how do we do this in a carbon neutral way? Something that actually, if we listen carefully at the moment in our world of social housing, the whole net zero carbon questions and agenda is the talking point of the moment. And I'm really looking forward to hearing what you've got to say, Louise.
Thank you, and I'm very pleased to be here. Before I start, though, I just need to clarify something about the title. I will not be talking about carbon neutral. It was a little glitch in a program that we've tried to change, but I value the work on carbon zero initiatives, but this is not what I'm talking about. Just to clarify, I will be talking about age-friendly communities and the program of work that we're developing in Cambridge with a range of partners to demonstrate what is the value of these initiatives, and I'll explain what these are. So having listened to the talks this morning, the project I think can be framed as an example of academic work that really sits at the interface of practice and policy. We're using robust and coherent methodology to assess the social return on investment of complex interventions from a public health perspective. So we are public health researchers specialize in aging, and our goal is really to see how can we look at the health of whole communities and develop the kind of the evidence and the interventions to keep older adults as healthy and engaged as possible for as long as possible. The project is just starting, so bear with me. I cannot share any results, but I thought I'd present the overview and the frameworks and the kind of building blocks that we're bringing together to generate a kind of evidence for practice. And we are following what's going on in the sphere of social valuation and the public health environment, which is changing significantly at the moment, to make sure that our work has direct applications, as well as adding to hopefully the methodologies that are available to advance the field. Now I'll just share my screen before I get going. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Okay, just a second. And now.
Lovely.
Perfect. Okay. So in response to population aging and the risk of non-communicable disease, the health services, I'll just close the chat. Health services are increasingly being reoriented towards the health, towards health promotion, prevention of disease, disability, management, comorbidities, and provision of long-term care, as you will know. Going beyond the health sector, a lot has been work across a range of sectors on aspects of the natural and the built environment, the social services and the programs that are being put in place, cultural attitudes and stigma around aging, as well as social capital equity. And all these have influence on the degree to which older adults can function and participate in society. And here, just to clarify, when we talk about older adults, we're talking about meeting the needs of an aging population, so an increasing number of older adults who live in communities, so the proportion of the people, but also the aging individuals, how their needs and how their needs change over time. And the idea of the age-friendly community movement, as I'll describe, is to ensure that the built environment, the social and cultural environment, is fit for that change that are taking place. These change and the needs of older adults are not very different from different groups of the population, but many older adults will require a number of supportive living conditions to respond to their physical and social needs. And these needs and the infrastructure is often lacking in urban environment, which in general were not already originally designed for the large proportion of older people. But it's also true in rural settings where many of the challenges can be the same, although they can vary in terms of degree or the magnitude of the challenges that a rural community will face. Or the priority that is put on some of them. So we know in rural communities, transport is often an issue. So in our setting, addressing what the social and physical aspects of the community environment is essential to respond to the needs and the preference of older adults. So it's not changing, sorry for that. So our research, just generally, I'll present a few slides on the general research and then really dive into the social return on investment project that I mentioned. Our research is really about promoting health, engaged and active later life. And we believe it can work and add value at all stages of health and frailty if these efforts are well tailored and delivered equitably. Now, our research focuses on understanding the factors that influence healthy aging, on developing interventions and solutions that are tailored to needs, and also in demonstrating what works and adds value. So we have a big focus on evaluation. We focus sometimes on individuals and their immediate social networks, so family, carers and friends, the community in which older people live, and the cities and the communities who have an age-friendly agenda. And that's what I'll focus on today. So what is an age-friendly community? It can be defined in many different ways. The work we do builds on the framework of the World Health Organization, and there have been a few iterations and description of this framework, where an age-friendly community is one in which policies, services and settings are structured to support and enable older people to live actively. So you could say, wow, the scope is super, super large, and it can mean anything. And that's, in a sense, that's the beauty of it, because initiatives need to be quite tailored to local needs and the context in which communities evolve and older adults progress in their life cycle. So the model and the flower there shows the various dimensions that were identified with the WHO work. It involves a physical environment, social environment, and municipal services. And the petals are grouped around key domains that have been identified and prioritized by older adults across the world to be priorities for them to be actively involved in their communities. And housing is one of them. A project doesn't focus on housing, but it may turn up, as you see in the prioritization process, that housing is a key component of where we'll focus our evaluation efforts. So the age-friendly framework really focuses on individuals and their environment. Now, if we bring the concept to England, so there are about 41 or maybe 42 now age-friendly city or communities in England that have the label of WHO as an age-friendly community. So there's a process of labeling, or not accreditation, but of endorsement of an age-friendly community that cities can go through. And what they do, what happens when they do that, is they commit for a 5-year period to have some political leadership and develop a strategy in partnership with the community and older adults, and engage in the process of monitoring and evaluating their initiatives. So some work we've done with, and thanks with the support of the Centre for Aging Better, who was responsible for the UK network of age-friendly communities. They asked us to look into the needs and the evaluation and the monitoring needs of age-friendly communities a few years back. And it was very clear across the range of communities who are at very different stages of development. Some of them have been doing this for 10 years. Others will just have started last month. So they all have different needs, and there are different steps, and that determines their ability also to, first of all, plan their evaluation, but also their ability to demonstrate any type of impact. And we're trying to guide them and develop capacity on the ground to allow them to use the right approaches for doing that. So now a survey has demonstrated that they want to document the impact, but there's some challenges in terms of capacity, both technical capacity to do so, and the resources to actually go, progress in evaluation to document their efforts. So what we're trying to do with this project is to look at what works to foster active and engaged aging, and also what adds value. So far, for age-friendly initiatives, there's a lot of work has been done in documenting what communities and cities have done. And a lot of the reports that we have, and very good good reports and very detailed approach to understanding how these complex interventions work, focused on the process and individual components of age-friendly communities. But much less is known about the short and the long-term benefits and the resource implication for it. So what we decided to do is to take it one step further and look using a social return on investment framework to document the resource and the cost to the community. So we see that it's going to be one of the main contribution of our work to document how much it is, how much resources actually invested in these initiatives, but also go beyond what is often seen as the main or an important outcome in the health sector and in the public health sector, say what is the impact on the cost of the cost of the health and social care system in a more limited way. And we're expanding that to include additional values, and that's where the social value angle comes into play. Now, our project doesn't start from scratch, so I'll take just 30 seconds to whiz through just the background that we have for this, because it is an ambitious program. As you'll see, we have 30 months to do it. What we're building with very strong, on a very strong base to understand what's going on. So we started by developing an evaluation tool for age-friendly communities that was not focused on social return, but looked at the active ingredients, more from a process evaluation. What are the key things that communities and cities need to do and make sure they have on board to develop a successful strategy? And I won't read through, but you can see the 10 items. They're the usual suspects, really, but we tried to compile these key domains in a very simple approach that cities can use to guide their activities, their evaluation activities. I've mentioned the work we've done, a small piece of work, but an important one to understand what age-friendly community needs. And also we had the chance to be involved to co-lead on dementia-friendly community evaluation, so the DEMCOM study, where we explored social return, but it was very clear that we didn't have the data, the robust data, or the hard measures of outcomes or value, or not even resources in that project to do it. But we explored, and it gave us a sense of what would we need if we wanted to roll out a full social return investment project. So building on that, we also explored the rural communities and engaged with the project to come up with our project. So I'm getting to it now, just because I think the background is quite important, because the aging agenda is very broad and can be taken from different perspectives. So from a public health perspective, we're trying to see and look at whole communities and generate out the valued outcomes, both from the individual perspective, but also the outcomes for the community as a whole. And the main aim is really to evaluate the health-related outcomes of age-friendly community interventions and the social value for older adults specifically, and I'll come back to that because we will work with a representative panel of older adults to get the priorities and their values, and also document the resources. So I've listed the research question because I said it is an academic piece of work. So we have very structured objectives because behind all of these objectives, we also have an interest in developing and making sure we use robust methodologies to help and advance the field. So in addition to providing support and hopefully tools and resources for communities, we're hoping that in the background, we will provide a good resource for more methodological development, as was discussed this morning, of the need to progress the evidence and maybe bring academia a little bit closer to practice, but also to bring in practice much closer to academia so that we can learn from practice on the ground. So I've mentioned the health-related outcomes, the resources, and through our work with the dementia-friendly community, we realized we could understand the types of approaches that are more likely to generate social value by bringing in the context, the perspective of communities themselves, so the people who run the initiatives as well as older people. as well. And because we are going to measure social value with a representative panel, we're hoping that we can contribute to the social value bank. Where will that sit? It doesn't really matter for us because the idea is to provide that resource, but we have embedded a program of engagement with different groups. HAT is represented on our advisory group, as well as ACRE works with rural communities, Public Health England, as well as the Centre for Aging Better, who have real links to practice to really guide us on how we can disseminate the findings. So I won't go through the objectives because I'm conscious of time, and I'm also very aware that I sit right between these talks and your lunch. But what I'll do is I'll just explain the approach we're using in the next 5 minutes or so. So just to re-emphasize that the working together, we have the research team, and I'll present the names a little bit later, but the project will be run in 4 different sites. So we have Liverpool as a city, we have Suffolk as a county, we have Kelsall and Buckden, who are both rural communities. All that work will also be with partners in these communities, not just individual older adults who will answer the more specific questions. We have an advisory group, as I just mentioned, and we have a very robust program of public involvement so that when we have the conversations with members of the public, we use the right language, and also we focus on some of the priorities that emerge as we go along. So they have already been involved in the development of the actual project and the funding application. But they are involved along the way as well, reviewing the surveys and guiding us in terms of how we approach some of the key questions. So this is a big snapshot of a theory of change that we've developed. Apologize, it looks a little bit blurry. I hope you can see some of it. I won't go into all the details, but just so you see the arrow at the bottom describes the context in which we're working. The top one really highlights with the involvement of older people and leadership, the components that we'll focus on in terms of making sure that from a practical point of view, they're embedded in a project. The interventions are the types of interventions that we know exist in the communities, and we're going to prioritize that. The inputs is where we're going to focus to document the cost of embedding age-friendly community activities at the city or the community levels. And from the literature and the work we've done before, and looking at many of the reports so far, we know that there is the outputs in the what we call the short-term outcomes have been documented in some ways, but it's really towards the other end of our spectrum of outcomes that we think our project will contribute quite a lot, because we have very little information on the medium outcome, both for the individual level in terms of what does a city that is age-friendly do in terms of maintaining activities, being engaged in the community, the sense of safety and self-esteem. For safety, I know in the ACT Social Value Bank, there are some values that tap into this. But because we need a more comprehensive list of prioritized outcomes for individuals, we think that doing the work with the older adults will actually bring additional insights. And as you see in blue, we know that our work is embedded in communities that are drastically changing in terms of the relationship of older adults with their community because of COVID and the shielding. So the funders have asked us to try and capture some of these changes in communities, both from the perspective of older adults and how they value their community and what they feel they need, and also from the stakeholders' perspective who've had to change their approach. So, for example, a lot of support for older adults to help them maintain mental health and to deal with social isolation used to be located in very specific physical buildings like libraries, or now these have been closed down, and there's an hybrid intervention or delivery method for many of these things that emerges in many communities. So hopefully with this project, we'll be able to document some of these changes at the same time as capturing how the current environment and how the values in older adults might have changed and their relationship to the community. And that's a qualitative piece of work that we have embedded in it. Oops, that shouldn't be there. So this is also quite a big program of work. We have 5 work packages, and I'll guide you through it very generally to touch on the method. And if you have questions, then you can talk to me. You can ask a question more specifically about the method. So the first work package is really to do a review of the evidence, both the scientific evidence and the grey literature. What we call the grey literature is the reports that have been generated on age-friendly communities specifically, but also the boundaries. We use like fuzzy boundaries for it because we know very little has been done on the topic. So we're trying to see what is the current practice and what can we learn from social return on investment reports that have been conducted, focused on the UK, but also we have access to interesting reports from North America, from Canada, where there's a big movement on age-friendly communities as well. And that will feed back into our theory of change, so that big picture where we listed the outcomes, and we'll refine it as we go along. The core of the project is really with that work, what we call work package 2, 3, 4, 5, and I'll guide you through it. The first one is we need to identify local priorities and prioritize local outcomes, and that will be done across the 4 sites that across the 4 study sites by really a suite of focus groups or interviews with different stakeholders, and a process of validation. So we'll work with the 4 study sites to identify prioritize outcomes and feedback through a form of the Delphi panel, which is a prioritization or consensus approach, to say if we focus on outcomes in the community, let's say safety, engagement and information around health services, is this information going to be relevant for the broader network? So this is a continuous loop of engagement to validate our findings from these 4 case study sites, because we're very aware the sites, especially with the rural sites, the cities as well, but the rural sites are so heterogeneous that we can't possibly have the right answer with focusing on 4, but in terms of feasibility and funding, these 4 groups represent very varied area on purpose, so that we can bring it together and then have that validation loop along the way. The second the second part of that will be once we have our outcome, to roll out a discrete choice experiment. So it's a technical approach that, and we've mentioned, and Daniel mentioned it, is presentation as an approach, as a stated preference approach to document the social value, and we'll have a monetary vehicle to value some of these outcomes in the process. And this is where we're going to recruit a panel of 400, a representative panel of 400 people across England, and run the exercise with them. So the discrete choice experiment, basically what it does, it gives the person different choices and asks them, do you value this particular community versus, if you had a choice between those 2 communities, which one would you prefer? So it is a technical process, and all the work that we'll do with work package 2 in the validation will refine our approach to give older adults the choice, a combination of choices to generate those values. In parallel to that, we will have access to those interventions that we will have selected. We won't assess all the interventions in these communities, obviously, but we'll narrow it down to 2 or 3 core types of activities that people really would value and would appreciate having much more information on resources, and we will cost those. And with the final work package, we will run the math, but also further engagement to understand the outcomes and how they can be where we can attribute change following the Green Book, but the state-of-the-art method and the references and the guidance framework that we have to do that in the most robust way. So we are not experts in social return on investment, but as we bring many researchers, and you'll see who these people are, we have a combination of quite deep experience in each of these squares that you see on the screen to allow us to bring it together. And the last one, and a very important one that will develop very early on in the project from already with conversation with the advisory group, is to have practitioner consultation to make sure that what we do and the outcomes and the outputs of our work is actually useful. We are applied researchers, although we're very interested in the methodology and the concepts, and we need to publish our papers. The School for Public Health Research, in which we are embedded as researchers, but also the Public Health Research Program from the National Institute of Health Research, which funds this project, is very much an applied program, an applied research funder, and they value impact much more than the number of scientific outputs we get. So it's great news for us that we have this open door to do the type of really engaged research that we're trained to do as public health researchers. So the consultation will happen all the way through, but also as we get to the end with our outputs, with an event and consultation with individual groups of key stakeholders in the system. And we already have a blueprint of a resource, an online resource for age-friendly communities that would like to progress. So overall, just to conclude, the outcomes is really to provide evidence. Our project is to provide evidence on health-related outcomes and inform and hopefully add to the tools that you have available to run your social return on investment activities, to make a robust methodological contribution, but also provide case study examples to support age-friendly communities in their approach to monitoring their impact. And hopefully we'll get more funding to carry on. So I will end here, and I realize I can't see anybody. I hope you have not been waving at me to stop for a long time.
We're just coming up to time. We've got one quick question before we finish the morning session, which is from Ian Cotterill. Is ethnicity a significant factor in assessing age-friendly communities?
Yes, what we have done in selecting the different case studies is we have looked at the population demographics in the various areas. So in Liverpool and Suffolk, we know we have a varied population who are more or less representative of the characteristics of the population in these types of settings, counties and cities. For the rural areas are not as ethnically diverse overall, and that's why we are working very closely with ACRE on a question of heterogeneity, and we'll make sure we have a focused approach in bringing the various groups into our conversation.
Lovely. That's brilliant, Louise. Louise, thank you so much for that. I think what you demonstrated to us is actually what's an important part of how we approach social value and social value measurement is actually about stakeholder engagement. It's really talking to people, it's really understanding what is of value to them. And actually we can bring together a range of different approaches in the social value space to really get under the skin of that and actually to understand what really matters. But importantly for this, how do we actually invest in the future into those services, into our places, so that they are age friendly? Because what we do know is that we have an increasingly aging population. We have had that for some time, and actually there's more that we need to do in that space. So thank you very much. That's the end of this morning's sessions, everybody. Thank you very much for all of your questions. It's been really good. This has been a really exciting format, I think, to kind of have. We've gone through a huge amount of different topic areas. This afternoon, there's even more to come when we come back in an hour's time at 2 o'clock. And James Williams, our Head of Social Impact, will be chairing the beginning of the afternoon session. I hope you have a really good lunch. I hope you kind of think about lots of the conversation we've had this morning, and you come back this afternoon with even more questions for our panelists when we hear about all the excellent things that they have been doing around social value. Enjoy your lunch.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your attendance this morning. and I hope you found it interesting and a stimulating session. There was lots of really good questions, really good insights offered, and I hope you'll take those away with you to inform your future social value practice and to stimulate more thinking. Just to say, we've got a great program for this afternoon, which is going to be kicked off for us by Ken Gibb, who works at and the head of the UK Collaborative Centre for Housing Evidence, based at Glasgow University. And Ken will explain probably a little bit more about that. But one of the really interesting things that Ken has been looking at with organisations such as Scottish Federation of Housing Associations, Joseph Rowntree Foundation, ourselves, Public Health Scotland, and other organisations, is what is the social impacts of the social housing sector in Scotland? Now, that is a difficult question to answer, but that is what Ken's team did in this particular initiative. So just before I hand over to Ken, I'd just like to say please use the chat function to make comments, which all panelists can see and all attendees can see, and also please use the Q&A if you'd like to ask a particular question for any of the people involved in the sessions today. And myself or other colleagues will answer those questions as we go along, to the best of our ability. We also have a hashtag #SocialValue21, which you can use if you'd like to tweet any thoughts about the session today. I'm James Williams. I'm the head of social impact at HACT, and I'm going to be looking after the first part of this afternoon. And without any more ado, I'd like to hand over to Ken. Welcome, Ken.
Hello there, James, and thanks very much for the introduction. I'm going to share my screen, hopefully, and get us onto some slides. So I hope you can all see that okay. So I'm going to talk about this Impact of Social Housing project, which was effectively a partnership between ourselves, the Collaborative Centre for Housing Evidence, and HACT. And actually, James was being very modest there because he was a key member of the team who worked with us, along with Michael McLaughlin from HACT and my own colleague Louise Lawson. So I'll take you through this relatively quickly and tell you the story. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about the little bit of background on the project, try to stress a number of kind of key themes today. One is the multi-dimensional nature of the impacts of social housing, and think about how we can use evidence both to support the case for social housing, but also clearly to think of those impacts as mechanisms by which we can make a case for the different roles that social housing can play. And in particular, a point that I'll stress, but you're probably well aware, is Scotland is different. One of the ways in which it's different is it has this national performance framework, which essentially governs the aims, ambitions, and priorities of all public policy in Scotland. So one of the things that we try to do is map on the impact of social housing to those national performance concepts, and we'll see why that's important as we go along. The work's really a combination of two kinds of research, evidence review, but also 4 local case studies based on 4 provider housing associations. And finally, I'll draw some conclusions. So say a little bit more about the project which James introduced. It was initially funded by the Scottish Federation of Housing Associations, and then a few months down the road, they were joined by the Rural and Islands Housing Association Forum, Public Health Scotland, and the Joseph Rowntree Foundation. So the project widened and deepened, which is quite interesting. We carried out the research from the autumn of 2019 through to the summer of 2020. So COVID had quite a major impact on the project. We were slightly delayed in finishing, and our case studies were somewhat curtailed, as I'll talk about later on. But before I go further, I think it's worth saying that there's really a couple of themes behind why this project went ahead. The first of these, I think, was that this project was to complement a separate study in Scotland, which estimated the level of national affordable housing needs, and hence created an evidence base for a large-scale affordable supply programme. And you may know that we've had similar programmes which have been growing in scale over the last 2 parliaments. So this was really looking forward to the next parliament, which will begin after the election in May. So this was an attempt to say, well, yes, there's the unmet needs for housing. What impact would an intervention of a housing programme have? So that was one reason why this project came about, was to do that work. The other reason, though, I think, is that HACT has already been involved with the Scottish Federation of Housing Associations, thinking about dashboards, thinking about using impact more strategically and also coherently and consistently, I think, so that housing associations can make a better case. And I think that is part of what I'm going to talk to you about today. So a first kind of notion that we wanted to stress was that there are several various multidimensional impacts that social housing brings about. My own focus, and the focus that came from the sort of cash end of the research, was around economic impacts, promoting inclusive growth, but clearly impacting through procurement, investment in new builds, investment in existing stock, etc. Secondly, though, we recognise that increasing affordable supply has direct impacts on inequality, reduces poverty, reduces homelessness, etc. We're also clear that there are important positive beneficial impacts for health and well-being, and potentially for things like placemaking and community resilience. And of course, during COVID, these kind of issues become all the more important. We also spent a bit of time discussing the notion of housing associations as community anchors, particularly well placed to support anti-poverty strategies, and we'll see at least one of our case studies centrally involved in that kind of process. And finally, there's an element of preventative spending about the work that social housing does, addressing the upstream fundamental causes of problems rather than simply addressing symptoms, although of course sometimes you have to address symptoms. Okay, I'm going to try and move on to the next slide. So this is a first kind of key idea, I think, which is to say that once one can think about the indicators by which you would measure the impact of social housing, we argue that you can directly link that to the National Performance Framework. So since 2007 in Scotland, we've had this National Performance Framework, which focuses on outcomes to do with sustainable economic growth, well-being, social justice, sustainable development based around the United Nations goals. And that framework generates a series of indicators and outcomes, which in a sense are a test of whether the Scottish public policy is moving forward or not. And it's very explicitly attempts to move out of the silos of traditional government departments. Dropping down a level, there are housing regeneration outcomes and indicators. So our idea was really to start to generate a series of indicators, both the economic and the social health and well-being indicators, that could, in a sense, map the benefits of social housing directly onto the goals of the National Performance Framework, on the basis that if we're able to do that, you're clearly making a strong case for social housing, because you're speaking directly to what government claims its absolute policy priorities are. Impact measurement is the next stage, I suppose, moving beyond simply saying, right, we think that social housing has a value. If we can facilitate and enable housing providers and in their operating in the communities to measure the impacts that they're having, if there's a quantification, if there's a monetization of those benefits, and they can be robustly calculated and scaled up for the scale of the activities involved, then that's a potentially very powerful tool. So a lot of the work is really about proselytizing on behalf of the case for using social value, using impact tools, but also to actually go do the work to think through what measurement you need to do and how you would collect that data in the first place, I suppose. So what this might do then is deepen our understanding of what these impacts are and the potential for the sector. Secondly, it allows us to systematically monitor and understand the communities that we serve as housing associations, as social housing organisations, and draw on various tools such as HACT's UK Social Value Bank, and help to really work with social housing providers to think about the value that they create. And as I say, embrace the principle and embed the notion of using evidence, of measuring impact, and recognise that this has instrumental benefits as well as strategic and other benefits. So what do I mean by instrumental benefits? Well, I suppose what I mean is that if you are asked by government, when you say wanted to make a bid to build social housing in an area because there's a recognised need in that area, you're normally asked to give some evidence of the impact that doing this will have. So instrumentally, you can strengthen your bid by simply providing this sort of evidence. I think in addition to that, though, you can, at the other end of the process, when you've built those units of social housing, when you've invested in your community, you can actually assess the impact, you can evaluate interventions, and you can say, well, have we achieved the scale and the measure of those impacts that we hoped we were going to achieve? So this infographic gives you a sense of the scale of some of the economic benefits of social housing investment. I'm sure many of these concepts and figures are very familiar to the audience today, but to give you some examples, and these figures are all about Scottish data, apart from the last one, I'll come back to additionality. But basically, research in 2014 suggested that if you build 10,000 additional homes, you get all these kinds of benefits associated with it. 38,400 FTE jobs associated with 10,000 new homes. Extra tax revenue, which is a kind of transfer rather than additional, I suppose, but capital spend, additional output in the economy. Overall, and this varies across the UK, but somewhere between 4 and 4.5 FTE jobs appear to be created for every home that's built. And as you can see up in the top right-hand corner, some quite big multiplier effects. Not the biggest, it should be said, of all the sectors, but up there at the upper end. Finally, the MHCLG's appraisal guide argues, as Savills and others have done, that affordable housing supply, particularly in periods of counter-cyclical, where the demand is low in the private sector and where there's more significant market failures, can actually be highly additional. In other words, it's genuinely adding to housing supply. It's not displacing what the market might have done. It genuinely does add value, which is, of course, an important point that many people in the past have argued against. Moving on to social impact and value and the work that HACT does, I would imagine this is very well known by the audience that are here today, but they have essentially a measure of monetizing the social impact of various activities. So they use income data and statistical analysis in order to say essentially how housing's contribution to well-being and social value creates a quantifiable statistical amount of money, amount of cash, perhaps a net present value that would induce the equivalent change of welfare in the individual. So getting some benefit, such as, for instance, moving from, energy efficiency band D to band C or band C to band B, can actually have a kind of monetary equivalent. And in the studies that have been done, that might have a net present value of something like £39,000. Sorry, that's the wrong example, £36,000 if you're moving from D to C. Whereas if you move to a property and a neighbourhood with more green space, that can be worth £39,000. These are just two examples. Obviously, the figures vary, and you could, of course, have annual values as well as net present values. But you get the idea. We can, in principle, monetize these values, and that, of course, is valuable because simply it allows us to conduct a number of impact measurement exercises which create a monetary sum. Not in any way saying that's the only value that these things have, but it's a useful metric by which we can do some of this work. And here are some of the kinds of ways in which we can try to think through the benefits that a housing programme, community investment, neighbourhood investment, better housing design, placemaking, how all these things can have beneficial and positive effects. And we know, for instance, that mental health has got a really high value attached to it. So I just want to in my last few minutes, talk about the case studies that we looked at. We had 4 different kinds of archetypes of case studies, going from the bottom up. The regional provider, Clyde Valley Housing Association, who operate in Lanarkshire and Dumbarton on the edges of Glasgow. A national specialist care and elderly home housing association provider, Beals. A rural provider, Scottish Borders Housing Association. And an urban community-based housing organisation, Southside Housing Association, who I work with on different projects as well, and I've come to know quite well in the last year or 15 months. So these are 4 quite archetypally different associations, I guess. But the interesting thing is that when we try to profile them using the HACT Community Insights metrics, we found that on the one hand, they actually shared a lot of common elements. So even though they were in different, as it were, social and market contexts, urban and rural, inner city neighbourhoods, or spread across the region, they often face similar challenges or problems: homelessness, social exclusion and isolation, and poverty, for instance. So there's quite a lot of common elements in the things that they tried to do. And what was interesting is when we actually looked more deeply at the kinds of wider impact work that they were doing and the context they operated in, that some of them were either using the kind of methodologies to measure impact, or they could readily demonstrate what that impact might be, which we found very useful. So in order to try to capture some of the implications of this, I've got this rather busy looking table. But what it does is it shows you the 4 housing associations across the top, and it looks at some of the examples of impact, and also it tells us that some things are the same wherever you look. So I think we can see from here that all 4 were in the process of redeveloping their business models, and of course perhaps that's an ongoing permanent thing that you do when you're reflecting the kind of stresses and strains that modern housing associations face. But you can see there are projects relating to welfare benefits advice, both in the rural context and in Southside Housing Association in Glasgow, a number of community-based environmental projects, food programs, food poverty programs, etc., a range of other things to do with loneliness and social isolation, policies to do with homelessness, which I'll come back to in a minute. So the really striking thing, I think more than anything else, was this point that the associations were already instrumentally using these ideas to develop the bids that they were making, and in a sense aligning their activities with the Scottish Government's objectives, and being able to demonstrate that through the value bank methodology and the kind of other things that the Community Insights profile could provide. But also they were increasingly interested in impact measurement and thinking through how you can say, well, if we build so many homes in this area, or we deliver this food program, it's going to benefit so many people over a period of time, and we can put some numbers against that and think about that relative to the cost of the provision of, say, a government grant or a charity grant or something. And this finally is a way of trying to capture some of these things. So let's imagine, if we take the left side infographic first, one of the case studies undertakes an activity in its local socioeconomic context. So the food holiday program might be an example. That is to facilitate social health and economic outcomes. It's anti-poverty. It's about the health and well-being benefits associated with better nutrition, etc. And that leads to a number of positive outcomes to do with personal well-being, but will also contribute to the national performance framework. So on the right-hand side, I've got a kind of concrete example of this. Clyde Valley Housing Association in Lanarkshire, heavily involved in rapid rehousing partnership projects of former Housing First, of course. And you can use the Community Insights profiling to show that they have, problems in the area with overcrowding and a high deprivation index score on the housing domain. There are social value bank outcomes that you can then use and measure, moving from temporary accommodation to secure tenancy, moving from rough sleeping to secure tenancy, and what that value is and how many people are involved. You can then link that to the Scottish Government's housing regeneration needs indicator, and you can then link that to some of the broader high-level goals that the Scottish Government has. So that's the kind of kind of ideas which you'll find in much more detail in the report. You can find the report on our website at CASH, and it may well be on the HACS website as well. I'm not absolutely sure, but I'm sure James can tell us that. So I just want to finish off with some quick conclusions and just some final thoughts about COVID, if that's okay. So first of all, I think our evidence review uncovers what I think we all suspect, that there's a lot of evidence out there which suggests that there are important net benefits on an economic and social side from social housing investment. I think secondly, that we've kind of found and would reinforce what I've called a sort of impact loop, that you can connect the local needs of an area to the strategy of a housing provider, so that they can intervene to address their strategically important local needs, and they can connect that to the national vision and ambition of the national performance framework. So there's an important loop there. You can use the social value bank, the dashboards and other indicators I've talked about, and a kind of culture of performance measurement to really make a difference, both to appraise potential impact, but also to support strategy, bidding, that instrumental piece, but also evaluate the outcomes as well, which kind of closes the feedback loop. So as I say, government, if it was being duly diligent, would come back after an investment happens and check out whether that outcome impact has actually happened and to what extent it's happened. And indeed, that would be good practice of the providers to basically report that as well. So there's a kind of accountability feedback loop, both to the funders, but also to the local community, and also a test of strategy, test of whether the strategy is doing what it's supposed to do. So we actually think that these tools and the kind of culture of making strategy more empirical in a sense, and making it more based around these concepts of impact, where you prioritize what has the most value, I suppose, that is really important to sort of changing the relationship between the provider and its community, but also with funders and government and other partners. So I just wanted to finish off by saying a couple of words about COVID. Clearly, part of, as I said at the beginning, part of the argument here is that both to build new homes and to invest in existing stock is a counter-cyclical economic recovery measure, which is potentially very important. But we think the evidence under lockdown, and we saw this in the case studies, suggests that housing associations have become much more important players in supporting communities, building resilience, and keeping the show on the road. And that's been a very important thing of what they've actually done. So I just wanted to finish off by saying that. So I think that's all I want to say, James. I'll stop at that point.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you very much for that presentation. There's having worked on this project, there was an awful lot in it. There is a summary, which, as Ken says, exec summary, which is a shorter version of this on the Scottish Federation of Housing Associations website. Presume yours as well, Ken.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I'm not sure if it's on HACS, but you can certainly get it from the from those other two sources. Thanks. Thank you very much, Ken. And by the way, just to remind everyone, we are recording this session, so we'll be able to send the the recording out to people afterwards, and slides can be shared as well, and will be shared as well. So that's something that we'll be doing. Just a question directly from the audience here, and please don't hesitate to put any questions on the Q&A for us. But the question, Ken, is does the Scottish Government work with framework and social value tools to provide infrastructure developments to support social housing developments?
I don't think it's as well joined up as that, is it? I think, in a sense, this whole approach has been in the other direction. I think it's been the housing association sector and partners such as ourselves who have pushed this in the other way. But it's actually, I guess, if you talk to Scottish Government officials, they would probably be delighted that that this strong linkage is being proposed. I mean, I found in other work I've done in the last year in England about employment initiatives that housing associations are undertaking, that there's just a general sense of the upswell in the use of impact measurement, and as it becomes more robust and people have more confidence in it, I think it will demonstrate results which will encourage the greater use of it. So I don't think this is a case where there's a kind of diminishing returns from it. It seems to me that as more people make a stronger case, it becomes a floor that everybody's expected to deliver. But I think that, as I understand it, that there is a requirement on social housing developers to demonstrate impact. And of course, with many of the other things that we showed in that slide, a lot of those projects are funded from a range of different sources, from local government, from charities, from the private sector even. So, you know, they need to demonstrate impact. So it's a kind of bottom-up thing. And as I say, it was really striking that some organisations were already doing this, that we talked to, and others were able to readily work with Michael, for instance, Michael McLaughlin, and actually show this is the kind of income impact that could be made. So yes, it's kind of the reverse direction, I think, primarily, but I would imagine, and my understanding is governments, you know, obviously likes all this stuff because it really helps them.
Yeah, just to second that, really, Ken, you know, the Scottish Government were certainly very interested in this, all the work we've been doing in social value in the sector in Scotland from a very early stage, and sent representatives to all the steering group meetings as we developed our work there. And I suppose so thank you for that question, Yvonne. And just to build on this a little bit, Ken, while we've got a little bit of time, how replicable do you think this is in you know, other parts of the UK and English regions?
I think there isn't any difference. I mean, I guess the difference is that there isn't you'd need to think about what MHCLG's agenda is, what a city region's agenda is, and whether there's something equivalent to the kind of core public policy outcomes that are being sought by the governing party, or the governing body that's doing the funding, who's a kind of accountable for the use of public money. That seems to me perfectly plausible. I mean, the distinguishing thing about the Scottish model is that it's much more holistic and joined up. It's explicitly meant to be about all public policy. It's not meant to be just a focus on housing. So it actually makes you less silo-based, more preventative in outlook, etc. So it's really looking for those comparators elsewhere in the UK. But I think in terms of actually impact measurement and using that to make the strongest possible case for your interventions, then it's clearly it could be used anywhere.
Thanks, Ken. Yeah, I mean that's really useful to know. And I think what was really interesting for me with this piece of work is the connection between that one of the last slides Ken showed there was the the local interventions of food bank or food out of school program, and how that then connects to the Scottish Government framework through a through a logical process. And I think one of the things that I've worked in housing for over 20 years, and one of the things I've heard a lot over that time is the housing sector doesn't tell its story very well. For whatever reason, that's something that I've heard a lot. And I think by linking the the on the ground projects to those strategies, I think that's a strategy really to start changing that narrative and to really show people how vital the role is of the sector. Thank you. So thanks, Ken. And we have another comment as well. It was on the chat, just on the JRF commissioner and their role. They were a very active partner, weren't they, Ken?
Yeah, they were. The JRF has a Scottish outpost, a field office, as it were, which has a number of people who work there, and they're very, very prominent, obviously, in the kind of child poverty debates, but also historically in housing policy as well. And so they are regular participants, colleagues that we work with, and they made a. They really helped, I think, on the programme, as Public Health Scotland did as well. I think they were both interesting complementary ways of adding to where we started from. So I think that was very good, as our colleagues on the rural side were too.
And Catherine, that question came from Catherine, just who the actual commissioner was. To be honest, I can't remember off the top of my head. But
it was Deborah, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, Catherine, I'll be easily able to dig that out for you. So yeah. If you just keep an eye on the chat, when I get a chance, I'll let you know who that was. So thanks, Ken. That's brilliant. Thank you for kicking us off so well this afternoon. We obviously very welcome to remain with us, and but we are going to delighted to say move on to our next speaker. So thanks, Ken, and welcome Dr. Claire ap Gareth from the foundation from the Federation of Small Businesses in Wales. And despite my surname, I'm not a native Welsh speaker, so I hope I've done okay with the pronunciation there. So apologies if I didn't. Please.
No, you were completely fine. Don't worry.
Okay.
I've heard far.
Okay, well, thank you for saying that, and I'd just like to give you a very, very warm welcome. We're delighted that you could make it today, and a lot of our interest in social value over time has moved, really started to mature from being more of a way of reporting to more a way of managing outcomes and encouraging different approaches and demonstrating the impact which the sector makes. And one of the really, really interesting movements that I've seen develop over the last few years is the idea of how organisations such as housing associations, but others can support the local economy. And I know you're doing some great work in Wales there. So I'd just like to hand that over to you and explain a little bit more about that. Thank you.
That's great. Thanks, James. This is the awkward bit where I have to try and work out how to share my screen. So give me a moment. I think I'm getting that. Oh.
We can see it's just maybe needs to be on
the slideshow. Yeah,
presentation.
The slideshow is hiding behind the thing, which is the simple things. Sorry.
No problem. Great stuff.
Okay, great. Thank you, James. So yes, I'm Dr. Claire ap Gareth. I'm with the Federation of Small Businesses. We're a representative body for small, medium-sized enterprises, which is from 0 to 250 employees. But by far the most of those will be micro businesses between 0 and 9 employees. So I was tasked with the role of discussing social value and Wales, which I'm afraid I won't be skimming the surface of that one. But there's a lot of stuff that's going on in Wales that I won't be covering, and in particular on the side of housing, there's Community Housing Cymru, and they've done quite a bit of work around commissioning for social value and all that sort of thing. And what I'll be doing is, as Ken gave before me, was discussing perhaps the National Performance Framework in Scotland and some of that, the feedback loop that you get, and how social value fits into government strategy. So what I'm going to be discussing is some of the ways we've tried to influence how that works from the side of small businesses, and how to discuss economic development with social value in mind, but also where small businesses fit into that. So that's the approach I'm going to be discussing, and it's just a sort of potted history of where we've been and what we're doing. And also, as we go into the end of this governmental cycle in Wales with elections coming in May, what's next, and what can we learn from what's been going on over the past few years? In these terms, what we've been looking at in terms of how to discuss society, economy, and social value within that is the foundational economy approach. So what I'm going to be looking at here is how we at the FSB have worked in coming up with the policy background onto that, onto what became, to some extent, government policy, how that became operationalised within Welsh Government and how it fits within wider Welsh Government frameworks. What's been done over the past few years in terms of pilots and practice, and what we're hoping we will learn from that, although we're not, we're only currently in the, at the current time looking at evaluation of those. Now, obviously the COVID context comes into it, and then I'll be discussing what's next in terms of what's possible with the next Welsh Government, whoever that is, and what could be in the next programme for government, as well as what we in the Federation of Small Businesses have been saying needs to happen, I guess, at a very sort of high level strategy bit. So just to put into put this into the wider policy background, it's important to understand the Wellbeing and Future Generations Act of 2015 in Wales. And much as Ken discussed earlier, the National Performance Framework in Scotland, and this act does a similar sort of role. It looks at the different well-being outcomes that we are looking to create, and you can see them here. They're very high level, these ones, which is a globally responsible Wales, prosperous Wales, resilient Wales, healthy Wales, more equal Wales, cohesive communities within Wales, and a Wales of vibrant culture and the thriving Welsh language. Now, these are the high level, if you like, aspirational parts of it, and underneath these sit a whole load of national indicators. And alongside that, then, most policy in devolved areas around development, but whether that be in housing, in town centres, regeneration, for example, in cohesive communities, in Welsh language policy, has to take these basic principles into account, the idea being that you move away from the silos thinking. Now, there are questions about how effective that has actually been operationalized, and whether we're just putting the same things into different boxes, but we'll come back to that at the end. But that's the aspiration of this sort of performance framework for Wales, in a way, in that it's supposed to look in the long term, but it's also supposed to look at the ways in which these different things intersect. So in terms of how our work fits into it, in 2014, we worked with Manchester University's Centre for Research on Economic, Social, Cultural Change, CRESC, and I'll call it CRESC from now on, because I always struggle with the whole name, in order to look at how we could look at social value and to look at a different way of looking at the economy that took into account the needs of many of our members of small businesses as well, whereby we felt that the economic growth agenda didn't necessarily fit with where many of our members were, where business support needed to be, and what we wanted to develop, in fact, for what would be a good economy in the future. So you can see there some of the key texts that were made, and you can, I'm sure you could find those by Googling them if needed, or you can come to me afterwards. And basically, what we were looking at was an analysis of the Welsh economy and what is the foundations of that economy. It was based on the analysis of Wales as post-industrial, with all that entails. With a dependency also on micro businesses of 0 to 9 employees. Now, currently 62% of the private sector, 62% of employees in the private sector in Wales are with small and medium enterprises. So what we tended to find was that these disparate and businesses that are embedded in their communities, that are linked all across Wales, but are difficult to access for, if you like, with government support, whereas perhaps big businesses with, who are attracting 500 creating 500 jobs are more attractive by definition to ministers. So we wanted to create an agenda that would capture some of the value that those businesses bring. And the concept that we used was one of the missing middle. That is, in Wales, we have a whole load of sole traders, micro businesses, and we have the big businesses that are attracted in often with foreign direct investments. But the businesses at the bottom end of that scale tend to be quite vulnerable. And while being vitally important to community wealth, they might not be in the best position to perhaps grow, to create new good jobs locally, and are not able to expand to become medium-sized businesses. And our inspiration here was the Mittelstand area in Germany, with a whole load of family-run, local created, with wealth, capital and wealth staying in their local area and circulating, therefore, and were businesses which were, medium-sized businesses rather than the smaller ones. So our idea was to look at that and look at how we could create a more sustainable economy based on building on the businesses that we already had, if you like, and trying to create opportunities for them to grow. And in order to do that, we were looking at things such as procurement and community wealth. You will all be aware of the Preston model and all of that sorts of side of things. And we were also looking at the areas of everyday life that are largely overlooked, or at least were so before COVID. And these are, in fact, exactly the areas that we found are incredibly important, but quite possibly are not valued properly in economic terms. So these were the areas in which we were looking, and we were looking at how small businesses fit within those as embedded parts of their community, adding value that was beyond the economic value, but also employment that would be created locally, that would allow for capital to be circulated then locally. So this moved on to create a unique agenda for Wales around the foundational economy based on these that sort of three-part model. And this led to the Economic Action Plan by Welsh Government based around the foundational economy principles, and with they took what they called the something for something approach, where public money was provided but was linked to also to particular social goods, whether that be environmental social good, whether it be in terms of providing fair work, flexible work, providing for what we would look at social goods in terms of the Wellbeing and Future Generations Act, which I've already discussed being the underpinning part of any contract in that respect. So that's Economic Action Plan and the Economic Contract underpin much of business support in Wales. There are questions that we had in terms of how, whether there was, again, quite a lot of aspiration involved. I think it could be helpful to tighten it up somewhat in terms of what exactly it means and how do we move to progressing firms to be acting in social good, but that's by the by for now. And some of the areas that was geared towards was in terms of a foundational economy challenge fund, the role of public sector boards, and we worked with the Centre for Local Economic Strategies to try to create better local leadership and strategy in order to use the public sector as much as possible to make for better strategic planning and procurement, and building the missing middle, as I've discussed. So these were basically a focus, a welcome first attempt in an area that does not have really an established menu of options before that. So while I have some criticisms that I've already mentioned, it's probably worth saying that we are discussing a first stab here, and that the next governmental cycle, the next Welsh Government will have quite a lot to learn from this whole process and things to keep going with. So the hope is that this will also shape a future agenda that isn't, this shouldn't be another attempt at initiativitis, if you like, of doing things to seem to be doing it, and that it sort of dies a death at the end of the parliamentary cycle. We're hoping that this, with quite significant cross-party consensus already, should be come back in the next Parliament, possibly with new impetus and with a new agenda shaped for it. So the Foundational Economy Challenge Fund was an experimental fund which invited proposals for pilots in foundational economy sector with a value of up to £100,000. 52 have been awarded across diverse sectors, from social care to procurement and housing. There's things such as complementary currency in there, AI and its use for loneliness and isolation. There's, if you, I can share the link, which will link you to the different pilots that are in place, and those are, and alongside that, the idea was to build alongside that a community of practice to analyze what's worked, what hasn't, and to share the learning from those different pilots. There was the second was the Centre Local Economic Strategy, brought in to provide support for the 4 public sector bodies, which would help them act as change makers and influence public procurement to help retain wealth locally. And this is similar again to the Preston model, as noted in terms of community wealth, and that's been an ongoing process. And the other shift was in building towards the missing middle, developing a cohort of medium-sized firms in Wales. And this was focused on the redesign of Business Wales, which is our one-stop shop for business support contracts for the period up to 2021. So within the foundational economy agenda, there was a particular focus on the Welsh Valleys and the Valleys Task Force, as it was named, and it was set up by Welsh governments to address the long-standing issues faced in the South Wales Valleys. That's the 800,000 people who are about 30% of Wales's population. The valleys are very well known in terms of the challenges and the wicked issues that are there: lower qualifications, low average earnings, challenging typography, poor housing stock, lack of land for development, and lower productivity. But the valleys are not homogenous, and we must change the record and challenge that stereotype somewhat, that there is entrepreneurial activity happening there. There's a lot of collaboration, cooperatives going on, and a lot of community activity, and this needs to be picked up on, valued, and developed. And the basic idea is that just asking everybody to commute to Cardiff or Swansea is not really the way to answer those challenges, but rather that we need a new way of looking at it. So the Valleys Task Force was based around the 7 priorities that you see there, and it's been active during the whole life of this Senedd term, Senedd being the Welsh word for Parliament, and is ending this month as we move into the next electoral cycle. So for the way it aligns to the foundational economy discussion is around the Challenge Fund, with 27 of those projects being in those Valleys communities, alongside procurement, with 2 pilots with the public service boards to bring together commissioners and help increase local government spend. Looking at grounded firms, which would anchor Business Wales activity on new business models in the valleys, and work with the local authority economic development teams in terms of this approach, in trying to develop those businesses locally, in taking into account foundational aspects of everyday life that sometimes are not exactly perhaps the big shiny thing that governments tend to focus on, but rather are on those grounded, embedded community businesses that are so important to everyday life in our communities. And there was also to look at carrying out pilots with an Erin Bevan's Health Board to support local businesses to access supply chain opportunities. So that's the process we're currently coming to the end of. The COVID-19 has obviously had an impact on those. Some of those pilots are will be carrying on through to the next parliamentary term. There has been funding already allocated for that to be in place. For some, it's because they haven't been able to go through the proof of concept, if you like, of those pilots, and need more time to prove that they are viable. it's also important to note, I guess, that the COVID-19 impacts on all the things that that we count as important have been shown to be true during the COVID-19 crisis. I guess there's things that we value but have not been traditionally shown to have the economic value, and there we see some of them. There's also some aspects that some other opportunities have been picked up. So Hywel Dda Health Board, which is in the west of Wales, has shown, for example, that they were able to get a lot of small businesses together to provide PPE, and not only the basics, but were also, it was possible to upskill those small businesses to provide PPE to the levels needed for to pass the NHS test, if you like, of using those that equipment. So that there's some examples where the supply chains has moved from the focusing just on cost, the cheap equipment from China, to the risk associated with that with those supply chains, and also that small businesses have shown themselves to be able to adapt to provide for those opportunities in procurement, which perhaps some would have thought may not have been, so confident that they would have before. So what's next? Well, the task force comes to an end. It's currently preparing its evaluation and lessons learned, and a future opportunities document for the minister who's in place now, but also for whichever government comes into place after May. It will inform the next phase of the conversation on regenerating the valleys. So the questions to ask are, has the foundational economy approach been the right one, and should it continue into the future? And if so, should it be in the present form? What are the practical challenges facing projects such as these, and what can we learn from them? And what opportunities are there for scaling up the activity that has already been undertaken? And that has been happening as the pilots have been going on as well. Many of them have been scaled up. So in terms of what's next from the Welsh Government's current perspective, the Welsh Government have come up with their economic resilience and reconstruction mission last week. And that was their long-term vision, as it were, towards COVID recovery after the pandemic. Foundational economy was in fact placed front and centre in that plan. The role of foundational economy will obviously depend on the May election and next Welsh Government, but it has its essential plank in the Labour government's plan and is in Plaid Cymru's plan. And also Conservative members have joined that consensus during the course of the Senate to further embracing the principles of the foundational economy. So it's an agenda that's going to stay in place, whether it's going to stay in place to the same extent, and what shape that will be, it remains to be seen. And I think that's the test, really, is while the foundational economy approach has been placed front and centre in the Reconstruction Mission Plan, it's important, I think, that how it aligns to the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act and how it fits at the wider economic mission, as well as in the micro level of the pilots, is that feedback loop that needs to happen, to steal Ken's phrases earlier. And this is something that we've pointed towards. We think that there are some questions on putting this approach and social value, therefore, into the bricks of policy. We've called for an economic development bill that provides for economic development duties on local authorities, on different institutions, to provide a clearer framework within the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act of what a good economy looks like. There's a section in there on a prosperous Wales, but the measures and indicators are not, probably need some work, and we need to be have a little more clarity about what we mean when we discuss these things. So we've called also for a foundational economy lens that allows us to look at this, at the social value across these different sectors, to to take that lens, look at it through public policy, any public policy challenge, any sector. And for that to work properly, we do need to have a better idea, I think, of how we measure what social value means and how we align that to a wider economic development strategy in Wales. I should also point out in this respect that the next governmental cycle will be different for us in Wales, in that it's the first time that we've had really pretty strong economic levers in Wales, which has not been the case previously. It was during the course of the last parliamentary cycle that Wales, where more economic powers were devolved to Wales. So those areas of focus then we see as diverse local economies, procurement that encourages diversity of firms, building the capacity of small firms to become, medium-sized firms, rewiring public sector funding models so that they're able to take into account the social value, larger businesses and supply chain management that support small businesses and ensure that we have capabilities and capacity being built using those large anchor companies as well as through the public sector. So so what's next is learning from pilots and task force, placing social value in the appropriate place in the future, not as necessarily as add-on or just pilots, and build on Business Wales and the links made through that network through the business support provided through COVID. Those gives us new capacities and new capabilities, and it would be a shame to waste them. And then it's on to the next programme for government, which is probably what I'll be working on for the next few months. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that. That's really, really interesting. And there are a couple of questions. We've just got a few minutes to take them. Thank you. Just lots to go out there, and just at a personal level, it's really, really interesting to see how you're approaching this in Wales, and how encouraging really it is to see so something that's more grounded in a local place rather than a shiny thing which we can kind of looks glamorous and attracts headlines. But just a couple of questions that we have quickly. Well, one question just asking for a bit of clarification that maybe at the essence of this approach is the desire really for every pound spent in Wales, it generates X amount for the local area. So that idea about a local multiplier and keeping that money in its locality, circulating that locality rather than it disappearing off to shareholders in some distant tax haven. So. And if I could just take a couple of others as well, if I can, just to link them together. And just a question from Yvonne about have housing associations and local authority housing been engaging in this approach and used this approach, and have you got to the stage yet where you've been able to demonstrate if micro business employing local people has been successful? And or is this part of the longer term ambition? And hopefully you'll be able to remember all this. I've got them in front of me if you can't. But does the foundational economy approach integrate a gender lens in its analysis throughout? So if you can try and answer that in a couple of minutes, or if if we can't get around to doing it, all of them, if you can just maybe hang around and answer them on the Q&A as well.
Yeah, that's fine. So on the idea of it being about the local multiplier and keeping local funds, circulating locally and adding to community wealth, yeah, that's part of the point in terms of the procurement side of it. It's important, I think, also to note that it's not just that side of the demand from the procurement side, from the public bodies. It's also about building the capacities and the capabilities locally. I think there's a danger that we focus too much for those firms on that side of just that exchange, but actually it's about upskilling and making those businesses competitive to do other things. one of the interesting things, and this was actually, sometimes these things came from somewhere else, nothing to do with, you know, this lens in particular, but the Hywel Dda Health Board example I gave was that came from a peer-to-peer business, you know, the community coming together to sort out PPE. And they found they couldn't do the PPE to the level that was required, but the health board worked with them in order to get them to that level. And they got to it very, very quickly. So but that's not just about keeping that wealth there. It's also about the multiplier effect that you get from, you know, that learning then being used for perhaps, you know, starting a business elsewhere. And occasionally some business came out of nowhere, which had done 3D printing or something, and then suddenly ended up, which nobody would have possibly have planned for either, which is an interesting thing. So I guess you have to keep that looseness in mind. So it is about that community wealth, and about, I guess, avoiding capital flight, and also ensuring that, you know, I guess recently in Wales we've found that the big firms also moving on. You know, some of them, such as Ford and Bridgend, have been there for years and years, and you lose all these jobs. Well, you know, that's a tragedy when that happens, and but there's also, it shows perhaps how vulnerable that model is as well, in terms of that perhaps having medium-sized enterprises across the piece is a more sustainable way of thinking for the future. But and there's the bet around that question around how successful has it been in those terms. I guess that's the thing, where it's a long-term project that we haven't, we're not even close to getting to that. To be honest, I think some of the questions we need to ask ourselves is, what other measures we need to actually see if we're progressing on these things. You know, there's pointing to the Mittelstand in Germany, but, you know, is that a cultural thing? Is that something that's outside of intervention that makes it, you know, or how do we get to it, and how do we measure if we're successful at it? To be honest, we probably started the agenda with learning as we go on, and I think it's important. The points at the moment has been to focus to the value of looking at these local small firms and what they bring to the community, and that side of things hopefully will come from it, if you see what I mean, building the foundations. I should have called the presentation that, shouldn't I? So yeah, in terms of housing, now housing is not a part. I'll be honest, I'm not an expert on this by any means. I do know that community housing Cymru have done a lot in the field of social value. That there's a lot of discussion at the moment, in particular with the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, and the all the discussion around retrofitting and around building houses towards the future. I do know that there's a very active discussion being had at the moment within the housing sector in Wales, and with Welsh Government as an active part of that, with housing being devolved, of course. So they will have been a part of this. They will have been part of the discussion around the creation of local jobs through, you know, initiatives such as greener housing. But to be honest, I'm going to, you know, I could probably point you towards people who would be better placed to discuss that than myself. In terms of the gender lens, I think that's probably a very good, very, very good point, and something we would probably need to look at. I can't say that I'm aware that we have looked at it with that in mind. I do know that we have been looking at some of the jobs that have been overlooked over the course of many years, are more likely to be employees of women. These are areas in community, you know, those areas of the foundational economy which don't get ascribed value traditionally, but actually services that we use all the time and find actually, you know, are quite important, such as hairdressing and beauty, and those sorts of areas is one really good example of that. So there's sides of it in those terms. I wouldn't use that as the gender lens, by the way, in which to look at it, but there are certainly sectors which have traditionally employed more women, which get a little bit more focus through looking at in through this lens. Now, I do think that's probably one point I'm definitely going to take away now, actually, and think, what have I been missing something massive there? So thanks for that question, because I'll definitely be taking that with me. I think I've covered.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, you've got the questions, and thank you very much for that presentation there, and some of and your perspective and approach to this work in Wales. It's been fascinating. Thank you. Thanks very much. And okay, and just to move on then, we're just slightly over, but not too bad, for 5 minutes over. And I'd like to welcome Tim Edwards. If you can show yourself, please, Tim. I know you're here.
I'm here, but it's saying it's okay.
It's not quite like a seance, is it? But you are here. Good.
I'm here.
We can see you now, Tim. Hi, Tim, and welcome to our welcome to the conference. Just to introduce Tim a little bit. Tim is a man of great experience in the housing sector and beyond. Tim has lots of experience working for Aspire Housing in the Staffordshire area, doing lots of different roles there over the years, taking an interest in social impact and social value monitoring. But also Tim is a current board member of Moscare St Vincent's in Manchester. Is involved in one of the big local projects. I think Tim, you're a chair of or certainly a governor at a school, and that's probably just some of the things that you do, as well as being an amateur potter. For those of you who watch the Great Pottery Throwdown, Tim, he's a fan, and so am I. But aside from that, we have we have quite often been asked and challenged, really, for people who deal in social value about, well, what we just hear about so many different ways of doing this. What about how can we standardize this a bit more? And one of the things that came out recently was it was just before Christmas, I think, but Tim will tell us more, is something called the British Standard for Social Value. It was certainly open for consultation over the last summer and autumn, and there was a final document released, just before Christmas. So Tim's going to give us some insights into that and what that tells us and how that can help us moving forward. So Tim, over to you.
Thanks, James. Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Perfect,
yeah.
Thank you. Well, hello everybody. It's really nice to join you. As James says, I still consider myself a housing practitioner, although I've moved away directly from the sector. Spent about 15 years in policy, frontline delivery, regeneration and development. So I've had a good opportunity to see the world through your lens as well. So and that's been very influential, I think, in terms of my developing interest in social value and the whole agenda around what do we value in society. I guess when you look at that title, some might think that's an unpromising subject for a presentation. I'm hopeful by sharing some of the context with you that you'll realise this is part of an emerging picture, which is really pushing social values towards the mainstream. And for those who, I don't know if this was talked about earlier today, because unfortunately I wasn't able to join you this morning, but the government have moved on in their thinking. So they've moved beyond the Social Value Act to the Public Procurement Note 0620, which was sort of sneaked out late last year, obviously in the middle of COVID, so it didn't quite get the profile maybe it could have done, but that is going to radically change the way that central government account for value. They will have to take seriously social value in their procurement activity, and have now got another framework which establishes their priorities for that. Similarly, the report that was produced by Danny Kruger for the Prime Minister really set out some of the learning or early learning from COVID, and really that the way we rebuild and build back will have to be radically different, and social value and what contributes to social value should be absolutely core to that purpose. So if we could just move on, Liam. Thank you. So just a bit about us. Yes, I'm TJ Consulting, but my interest is in housing regeneration skills, and social value is very much a component of that. And it's nice to talk to a sector which, social value has always been intrinsic to the social purpose of the housing sector. And really, through my time working with social housing, social enterprises, charities, it's really seen the growth and emergence of the importance of social value as being key to a business and a business strategy. And now the work that I'm doing now takes that message to private sector organisations, SMEs, who maybe aren't familiar with that message, who have only attributed value in the past in terms of what's on their income and expenditure and through traditional accounting methodologies. So it's a really interesting journey, and the development of this British standard, I think, is part of that move towards the whole orthodoxy of being able to embrace social value as a key means of establishing value in the future. So want to run again, Liam? So that's a document, BS 8950, published in about October last year. As James says, after a period of consultation, all British standards are co-developed, so they're not nationally prescribed. They've been developed by practitioners, academics, interested parties, and go through a series of iterations. And some might think it's unusual for British standards to stray into this sort of territory, but it's not really. Whilst a lot of people would consider British standards about conformance of products, British standards have also widened over a number of years into management theory, practice. So, for example, British Standard 5750, which was a bit of a lead in terms of the whole approach to quality management, evolved into ISO 9000 as now an international standard for quality management. The same thing with 14001. All these were generated initially by British standards looking to try and develop practice in a particular sector and standardize the methodology of doing that. So this is the first British standard that provides guidance to understanding and enhancing social value. The guidance point is important. So unlike the contrast I made there with BS 5750 or ISO 9000, this is a guidance document. It's not something at this point which will appear as a contractual term. It's not a standard that is mandating particular actions. It's guidance how to apply social value to particular contexts. But I think the other key word there is enhancing. So, this is not just about measurement. This is also about how do we enhance social value and how do you get better return on well-being as a result of addressing social value. Okay, Liam. So just in terms of scope, the guidance and principles for the understanding, preservation, and enhancement of social value, as I said, that this takes us further than just social value measurement. This is about taking action to enhance and improve social value through the operations and activities of any organisation. And it focuses on the collection and use of appropriate data for making decisions about social value. Again, importantly, for all sizes of organisations, groups, including public, private, social purpose organisations, working alone or with others. So an important distinction there that, this guidance is intended to be applicable to any type of organisation, large or small. And that, of course, creates challenges in terms of how that's drafted and how you can apply those things and scale them accordingly, from a micro business of the type that we're talking about just in the last session to the large multinational organizations. So they've worked on a basis of principles in establishing and measuring a framework that builds on existing practice and frameworks. And I'll show you how some of those links are already made, and that we're not looking here necessarily at entirely new practice, but we're looking at standardizing those practices across the social value sector. It's also important what it doesn't provide. It doesn't provide detailed practical instructions for carrying out social value activities. So if you're looking for a how-to guide, you know, this will take you so far, but then you'll need to apply practical techniques to actually undertake any social value assessment. And further, it doesn't specify what standardized data you might use for qualifying impact. So it says in the guidance, there's probably 100 different methods of evaluating and standardized data to establish social value. Because of the wide range of and applicability of this standard, they've chosen not to tie themselves down with any particular process, but rather the means by which you make those decisions. Thanks, Lynn. So the standard, as I was saying, has very strong connections with established practice. So if you're looking to the links with sustainability, for example, there is very strong interrelationship with the UN Sustainability Goals. So if you haven't come across the goals before, there are 14 goals which are established by the UN. There's targets which sit behind them, which look at a very broad-based approach to sustainability. And those are very appropriate and applicable. Similarly, and I'll reflect on this later in the presentation, but there is also a very strong interrelationship with the existing social value international standards. So I happen to be a member of Social Value UK, and have sort of trained as a SROI practitioner, and I can see very, very clear linkage. And in fact, Social Value International were very much party to the development of this standard. And then similarly, the Social Value Act is part of that whole journey. It's interesting in the appendices, unusual for a standard. There's a bit of a story about how social value has moved from practitioners in search of different ways of establishing value towards the mainstream, and certainly the Social Value Act in 2012, and I remember it being published, has been really, really pivotal to that. And whilst people will always say it doesn't have a lot of teeth, it's certainly been very influential in people adopting social value as being important, particularly around procurement. And then, of course, within our own sector, HACT have been a real leader in terms of developing their wellbeing evaluation process and taking social value on. And I would say, you know, among many, many different sectors, the social housing sector is very much still a lead in this thinking and taking the agenda forward. So the most possibly important concept in the standard is the focus on well-being. Well-being as being central to social value. In fact, you know, from the standards perspective, well-being is applied social value. So it's really the economic, social, environmental impacts as they apply to personal, physiological, and mental well-being, and sometimes that seems a little bit of a narrow definition for some, but I think it's important there that you consider not just the normal definition of health, which might be a medical definition, but much more about the determinants of health and what are the characteristics which actually create value and well-being for an individual, much beyond their medical actual condition. So, for example, in our world, of course, the determinants of health are very much applied to housing and good environment. So those things would be a focus on and apply to well-being and social value in our world. So to bear that in mind when you're looking at the standard and thinking about this whole concept, well-being is central to these ideas. So then it establishes some principles, and the principles really are very much based on the principles of social values established by Social Value International. And these include, first of all, involving stakeholders. Stakeholders in any social value study are absolutely central, and those might be the stakeholders that you think of immediately, the direct beneficiaries of a particular service or interaction, but they could be indirect beneficiaries as well. So they could be other stakeholders, they might be funders, they might be other parts of the community. And central to any social value process is really stakeholder mapping and understanding the different impacts, positive or negative, because not all social value is positive. Sometimes there are unintended negative consequences. So that is an absolutely central tenet of the standard, and in fact the principles of social value. The next one is identifying those outcomes and mapping those outcomes and understanding where those outcomes occur. Often that is done through a value map, often informed by a theory of change for those people who are familiar with that concept. And then the next thing is determining materiality. Not all social impact will have equal impact itself. It will vary, and some things will be relatively immaterial and some things will be very impactful. And a lot of the work in a social value study is determining actually what is the most important aspects about this and what could be, for all intents and purposes, set aside as being relatively unimportant, and also who makes that decision, of course. And then quantifying the change in social value. So what we're looking to do here is, from an established baseline, understand as a result of an interaction what has actually changed to how many people, what is the depth of that change, what is the duration, what is the causation, is it the direct benefit of what you've done, or has something else actually contributed? And then trying to qualify the relevant importance of the interaction that's taken place, and that can be sometimes financially, but sometimes that can also be by other comparative measures as well. And then finally, one of the key principles is to be transparent. We're in social value work, although there is a clear methodology, we're making judgments. We're dealing sometimes with qualitative data, quite difficult things to judge and value. So transparency and being clear about what assumptions we've made, how we've come to the conclusions we have is fundamental. So any good social value report will say what they found, but also what assumptions they've made as a result. And that all leads to assurance, and that can be internal assurance, or in fact you can seek external assurance for social value to give your audience, your stakeholders, real assurance that this is valid and justifiable in terms of the claims that you're making. Now, the standard takes those fundamental requirements as I've outlined. They're very much in line with Social Value International principles, but they possibly go a bit further than those principles. They also talk about an organisation being responsive in a timely manner and seek opportunities to enhance social value. Now, I think that's implicit in Social Value International's sort of definitions, but quite often you see social value studies undertaken, reports published which give a social value ratio or a series of outputs and outcomes, but you don't see any measurable or improvement resulting from that particular activity. So the standard's encouraging to use social value as an improvement tool, to use it as a means by which you can really drive impact and improvement in social value over time. And then directly associated with that is the concept of targets. So actually setting targets which are achievable but aspirational to really set that process of performance management and using social value as part of your performance framework to drive your organization forward. And then even further, it talks about culture and organizational culture. And it's using the term culture here as almost organizational purpose and strategy. Where social value is undertaken and it's a side activity and it's not really fundamentally driving business purpose, it tends to not be very influential. the standard itself is saying it should be at the centre of the strategic decision making and help to drive the organisation forward. As it says here, it requires inspirational leadership at all levels to really be effective in improving and driving social value. And the benefits of the organisation clearly is differentiation, is opportunities through procurement, as I say, through the new public policy note. Social value will become increasingly important in procurement activity, but also in terms of its public reputation and its impact of its services it delivers. In the social housing world, we're in a fantastic position to do that. And that's all built around a typical planning cycle, which is anyone who's done quality improvement around Deming, plan, do, check, act. Always the same type of wheel, really, but it's all about a consistent undertaking of data collection, reviewing activity, analysing results, setting targets, and looking to enhance, and that's being a cyclical process over time that drives the quality improvement activity for the service or business operation that you're looking at. And to do that, you need to develop a framework for social value, as you would for other KPIs and other performance targets. So intrinsic in this is building a structure and process of reporting that's really, really clear, that's robust, and over time will deliver you the data. And crucially, the change that's taken place in social value terms, which will really drive your improvement activity. So there's some questions in my head in terms of, you know, where this standard goes and what impact it has. As I say, I think the timing is really, really crucial. I think the time for social value and the time for a standard around this is really good with the place that we're now in. Who will use the standard and what will it be for? I think, you know, will it become mainstream? Will it grow and will it develop legs like something like BS 5750 and become an international document, possibly? How will it be used and fit into other initiatives? There's lots of things out there. And how will it fit with the new public procurement duty? And how might it be used to really differentiate organisations' social value impact? There's a helpful guide. If people want it, it's only 4 pages. Gives a really good overview of what the standard's about. It's free, it's online. I think the slides are being shared, so you'll get that link. You have to buy the standard. British standards are very, very strong on their copyright. So, but I'd encourage you to read the guidance at the very least and get a view as to where it's coming from. And that's it. Thanks for your attention. I've really enjoyed spending some time with you, and I hope that's been useful.
Thank you, Tim. Tim, really interesting there, and really shows the scope, I think, of what social value information should be used for. Improvement tool, making sure that you're integrating social value information into your planning cycle. And having, really important as well, you know, having that focus on well-being and lots of levels of leadership across the organisation. Just because we are a bit short on time, Tim, we have had some interest in putting the link into the chat for the summary, but thank you for that. I suppose if I can though, if I could just ask you quite a direct question, if that's okay, for somebody who's obviously got a lot of experience and expertise in this area. Is this? Do you think it will be widely used in the coming years? Will this really help people?
I think it's an open question at the moment, James, to be quite honest. I think it's important that it evolves and develops, because I'd say, you know, we're not at the final point in terms of the way that we evaluate and measure social value. I think there's still evolving practice. It's probably, what, 20 years old, are we? Something like that in terms of social value as a mainstream concept, at least. And, you know, there's still lots and lots of learning. And I think over time that will evolve, and it'd be important the standard evolves with it. I think it gives some some orthodoxy for people who maybe are outside the social value world, as this is something that is mainstream. It's not peripheral. So I think it's a useful addition from that perspective.
Thank you very much, Tim. That's brilliant, and I can see the link to the summary is up on the chat if anyone wants to go through that link. Thanks again, Tim. We're running we're running on time. I'm just seeing one quick question though, which I'm not going to let you get away with. It's just come through, so well done, Rose. How does BS 8950 differ from? And I'm sorry, Tim, I wouldn't know how to answer this. ISO 26000, or do you need to go and look that up and come back to Rose?
I think I probably need to have a look at that and have a look, do a sort of cross correlation. But appreciate the question, and I'll certainly have a look at it and maybe just write a short paper on it if that's okay.
Yeah, no, thanks. And very, very quickly as well, just before I hand over to Drew, who's going to chair the rest of this conference, just from Andrew here, is there any prospects of, or are there any efforts to integrate social value into planning regs requirements? Well, certainly in England, there's some national planning policy framework that came out, I think, just before Christmas, and it did specifically talk about economic, social and environmental impacts and how planning permissions should be mindful of that. So it's certainly there in that overarching framework in England. I'm not so sure about Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland though. So.
No, I think it does depend on the territory, and you know, I think similarly, as I was saying in terms of the public procurement note, you know, that is both direct government and its agencies. So we may well see that coming through in things like social housing procurement through Homes England in the future as well, in terms of an explicit requirement.
Okay, thanks, Tim, and welcome back, Drew, and thank you, everyone.
Tim, thank you so much. That was really excellent, and we look forward to that briefing note. James, thank you. And we're now going to move on to our next session, which is looking at ESG reporting. And we have with us Andy Smith. Andy, would you like to show yourself? Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon, Andy. Andy is housing lead at the Good Economy, and the Good Economy have been working with the sector to develop and actually launch last year the Sustainability Reporting Standard. A really excellent piece of work that kind of engaged quite a lot of different people in looking at how do we as social landlords and also our lenders understand kind of the best way in which we can report on our environmental, social and governance kind of goals, experiences, requirements, standards. Andy's going to tell us all about that and also about kind of how we can move the agenda forward around social value as well. So over to you, Andy.
Brilliant, thanks, Drew. That's great. I'm just going to share a few slides if this works. Hopefully this will. Great. Hopefully that's working for us all. Great. So yeah, just kind of up front, just a sentence or two on the Good Economy. So yeah, we're a social impact advisory company, and we work mostly with impact investors, often operating in equity. So investing in affordable housing, so equity investment in affordable housing has been a bit of a niche for us over the last few years. And it's that sort of work that I think drew us to the attention of a few players in this space. And so that meant we were asked to sort of form a working group to help develop what is now the Sustainability Reporting Standard, starting in September 2019. So I'll sort of explain a bit more about kind of where we came from, where this project came from, and where we're moving into, and how we see it as kind of fitting into some of these ideas of social value that we've been talking about today. So just to sort of start us off, the problem which was identified by a number of people in the sector, and I suspect this will be might be new to some of you, might be very old news to a number of you. There is a real growing interest from lenders and investors who want to invest in something that has a positive environmental and social performance with strong governance. So this is this kind of ESG idea. there is a huge amount of sort of institutional capital that wants to do something positive with the money, with its investment. And so that's the sort of driver for this thing that's called ESG investments. And housing providers, housing associations should be really well positioned to make use of this. Actually, housing associations are typically all social organizations. They've got a really core, really clear social mission. They have really strong governance. There's a lot of really clear regulation, which gives everyone a lot of confidence. And also, they are working really effectively to have a positive environmental impact. That's the other thing we've heard as well. And so they should be really well placed to have a really positive ESG performance. However, what's been found, and what was being found sort of kind of 12 months ago or so, when this was all, or 18 months ago now when this was all starting, is they were being asked through a whole variety of different, they were being assessed through a whole variety of different surveys and questionnaires. They were being approached by a whole range of different funders, asking them different questions, saying, trying to assess and understand their performance through a whole variety of different means, which actually wasn't that effective. And it meant that they weren't able to tell a positive story. There should be a really good story to tell here, but actually they weren't able to because of how they were being assessed, the questions that were being asked of them. Also, on a really practical basis, it meant housing associations were being given sort of a dozen different surveys, a dozen different questionnaires from different lenders, and so had to report on a whole lot of different information. So it was really ineffective and inefficient for them. And so the whole point of the sustainability reporting standard is to try and develop this kind of consistent, credible and transparent way for housing associations to report on what they're doing. The more we've sort of got in look into this, the more we think this is a sort of a trend that's not just a fad, but it's sort of a long-term trend in the market. This is a sort of a diagram that might be sort of familiar to some of you. Perhaps it's completely new to others. This is the idea of the spectrum of capital. And so on the sort of the one hand, we have the sort of traditional capital, which is purely thinking about risk and return. And on the opposite extreme, we have sort of philanthropy, sort of kind of, you know, just giving away grant funding and giving away funding. And so really, when we think about ESG investments, we're thinking about this kind of responsible and sustainable investments towards the kind of the left-hand side of that spectrum. And that's really sort of where we're thinking about here, that there is a real, there is a large amount of this sort of funding, this kind of capital that's available, which wants to be investing, providing sort of debt investment to housing associations, and sort of sitting kind of at this space. And so, yeah, we're not talking about sort of direct impact investors necessarily. We're talking about just sort of large capital, so whole retail banks, might be pension funds, and yeah, there is this sort of interest from this group of investors to ensure that their pensions are having a positive impact on the people and planet. So that's kind of where this type of investment sort of lands on this spectrum. Another thing that we know, and a thing that makes this particularly interesting, kind of housing as a space to invest in, is the point that was just already mentioned earlier around sustainable development goals. Social housing has a really clear contribution to the sustainable development goals. So there's this a lot's been written. There's a lot of kind of theory about what's called the interlinkages. Actually, by developing and investing in social housing, actually there are loads of benefits that sort of knock on because of this. And a number of these benefits are the sort of things that have been the essence of what's trying to be captured in social value calculations as well. We think there's a really clear story to tell here about the sort of performance of housing associations and actually how they're contributing to the SDGs. And so, yeah, the standard we've developed is aligned to this, and hopefully it's really clearly sort of maps how the performance of housing association directly makes a difference to the ultimate sustainable development goals. As I mentioned, this started in sort of March, sorry, in sort of September, October time 2019, and we formed a working group made up of this kind of a large coalition of organisations. So a large number of housing associations. You'll notice here several large housing associations, as well as a number of significant investors. So we wanted to make sure that both parties were represented. Also some key sector players, so kind of lawyers, accountancy firms, as well as kind of other institutional organisations. So the Impact Investing Institute, Big Society Capital as well was sort of part of this conversation too. So we formed this really wide working group to ensure what we developed was really fit for purpose and really made a difference to both groups. So this group was formed in 2019, and then in May 2020 we published a draft version of the standard that went out to kind of this wide sector consultation. We had input from about 50 or so organisations, 50 plus. We had written input from 50 organisations, but we had sort of contributions from about 400 different individuals over a series of webinars, conversations, and as well as these written submissions. So we had a really wide amount of kind of engagement with the sector as we sort of refined this standard. And then in November 2020, we published the first version of the standard. And so that is now sort of live, it's up, you can find it on our website, which is esgsocialhousing.co.uk. And so the standard is there. Also, as we launched it, we launched with a number of what's called early adopters. So we currently have 80 or so. We have about 80 early adopters, which is just under 50 housing associations. So it's very possible you work for a housing association who is already signed up as an early adopter. Also, we work with a number of investors who've signed up as well. So we have sort of a 30 plus investors who have already signed up as early adopters. And so these organizations who have signed up are really committing to using this standard in practice, which will kind of come on to what that means in a sec. But we sort of launched it with a good amount of kind of momentum, and that's continuing to grow, which is really exciting. So while developing this standard, we had a couple of kind of key principles. Basically, we wanted to make sure that you could use criteria that was already being collected. So we know that housing associations report on lots of information already. There's lots of requirements, data requirements, social value calculations that are already being done. And so we wanted to make sure that it really just made the most of that. Also, we wanted to make sure that it worked for small as well as large housing providers. That was really important as well. And then finally, we wanted to really just kind of focus on questions that were important. We were aware throughout this whole process, there's always more you can ask. There's always more that you can really sort of unpick. And so we really wanted to just focus in on what are the most material elements here? What are the most important components that really give a good understanding of the ESG performance of the housing provider? And so that culminated in these 12 themes split across ES and G, and each of them had a number of criteria that would work towards, that would kind of be built up to make up that criteria. Throughout this, what we found was by setting out these criteria and setting out these themes, we actually triggered conversations happening in housing associations that weren't happening before. We heard from environmental leads who were speaking to finance leads for the first time, because actually all of a sudden there is this kind of real shared sort of bit of a shared need. The finance teams can see the sort of the direct finance benefits of having a strong ESG performance, and so therefore they're speaking to environmental leads, speaking to social leads, and so some of these conversations wouldn't necessarily happen naturally. So that was a really encouraging thing we heard, that actually by bringing a number of these things together, it made a lot more sort of like collaborative working, and a bit less sort of thinking in silos within some of these associations. So that was a really encouraging find for us. The criteria themselves look a bit like this. This is a screenshot taken straight from the criteria, as I said, as well as a kind of a white paper explaining it. There's an Excel you can download from the website. It looks a bit like this. And we've sort of structured it so that there are what we call core as well as enhanced criteria. The core criteria are the sort of minimum requirements. The enhanced are a bit more difficult to report against. And also what you'll find is we've got a mixture of quantitative and qualitative responses. Basically, the huge sort of like push from sort of everyone, especially investors, was that actually we think it makes a lot more sense to have quantitative values, measures, etc. And really, they're the measures we'd like to have as many of as possible. But also, we heard from housing associations that that's just not realistic. There are some of these some areas, some criteria. I'm looking at resident voice in particular here. That's one of the examples where a qualitative response is so much more appropriate, because actually the situation will be different for every association, and there aren't sort of standard measures that necessarily really cut to the core of how effective a housing association is being at working with residents, for example. So yeah, there's a range of different types of responses, but hopefully they collectively built this overall picture of the performance. A key thing we've been trying to do is align with other standards and with other approaches. And that's particularly relevant when we think about this group and actually some of the work HAC's been doing already. So there's a number of like external sort of frameworks that we've directly sort of aligned to and mapped to, and so we have a mapping document that says how do our criteria align to these things. But also we've got specific criteria that sort of that call out that say this would be a great place to put a social value response. If this is something that you're capturing already, this is where you put it. We also have specific things about procurement and the supply chain, where there's also opportunity for kind of discussion around social value there. I guess one of the things we've sort of been chewing over is how best to, we're aware there's a range of different techniques and methods, and people use slightly different approaches here, and so we've not sort of mandated a specific method, but we have, as I said, we specifically mentioned the social value calculator as sort of a good practice, and say this would be a really good example of what you could put for one of these specific criteria. And so that's, we wanted really to sort of like to bring out what the sector is already doing really well, and actually, measuring social value of something that is already happening quite a lot of. And so there's that opportunity there to specifically call that out as part of describing your ESG performance. Just a few other things I'll just kind of touch on. As I mentioned before, there's this huge number of early adopters. This is currently where we're at. We've got 47 at the moment. A large number of lenders, investors, already early adopters, as we sort of flagged. And then, also have a large number of endorsers who, organizations who have said, they can really get behind this. And so that's been really valuable as well. And so that's sort of another kind of piece of the puzzle. And then, I suppose, just kind of touch on this really briefly, the sort of what's expected of early adopters, just so almost for reference. Really all adopters need to do is to report against the core criteria on an annual basis. So that's what we're sort of expecting. We have a number of organizations who have already reported and started using it, which is fantastic. And we're expecting another sort of flurry over the next few months, with the sort of final sort of year one deadline is kind of end of October, where we're expecting all of our adopters to have reported by. So we're looking forward to seeing how it gets used in practice. We're very much seeing this year as a bit of a sort of a pilot year, but it's really, we want to sort of, we've put it out there and want to see how it gets used. And that's going to be really interesting for us. And then as we sort of review future versions. I'll also just kind of touch on what does like the long-term future of this look like, just sort of briefly. There's basically a long-term board that's set up, that's being kind of established as we speak, that will sort of oversee and sort of manage this going forward. We think it's really important that this standard is kind of owned by the sector. We don't want this to be accidentally the good economy standard. We don't see it as ours. It's very much a standard for the sector, by the sector. And so this board will sort of take some more formal kind of ownership of it in the next month or so. And then this board will be sort of oversee the kind of rollout of future standards and the administration of it. Great, and so as I said, here's just sort of a final notes. So here's the website that I mentioned earlier, and if you want to sort of get in touch, this is specifically how you want to get in touch with us about about the standard. I appreciate that was a bit of a whistle-stop tour through quite a lot of content, so may have some questions. I'm happy to chat answer as useful.
Excellent. Andy, could you take yourself off share? Excellent, thank you very much. Okay, people, please do feel free to put a question into the Q&A. And I see that, and so I'm going to start off with questions. So Andy, I mean, as I said, I think this is a really excellent piece of work. It's a really excellent development. And actually, when you did it, you were very much trying to reflect where the sector is in some respects and where it wants to go. So obviously one of the areas that in some respects it doesn't kind of go to the valuation point. It kind of says we want to be able to report on kind of outcome, all the things that we're doing, disclosure. It's very much in that mode. Do you see kind of whether, or do you in your conversations with kind of lenders, do you see any interest in kind of valuation, in kind of how you actually start to take all of those great reporting of outcomes and actually start to value them?
Yeah, really good question. So I think there's definitely interest in that. As I said before, the point we definitely heard is investors really like quantitative measures, and actually the ability to sort of put some sort of value against a measure sounds sensible. I think we have seen that from investors. I think specifically what they're interested in is seeing sort of distance traveled. And so actually that can be sort of displayed in a few ways, and thinking about value change over time is part of it. But we definitely heard that investors like the idea of being able to see where a housing association was, where they are now, and where they're going. What's their sort of plan to move forward on some of these areas? So and that to my mind just kind of really links into this kind of like the plan, do, assess, review cycle that was just described earlier. Actually, it's really important that there is this sense of what are we doing now? How do we improve? How do we move forward? I think very practically, I think the sort of monetization, real sort of like putting pounds and pence against numbers. I think there's there was interest, I think, from investors. I suppose the one thing I would flag is we sort of talked about that when developing the standards, and I think there was a sense of we weren't really sure that was right for the standard, just because it's it requires a few levels of complexity that we wanted to try and keep it as simple as possible. So that's why we sort of shied away from that as part of this approach.
I'm very with you on keeping things as simple as possible. More complexity equals inaction in my book. We've got a question here from Yvonne Atkinson. She asks, how does this relate to the weighted average carbon intensity metric? Should you work with LAPFF?
So we have there are a number of environmental criteria. So that specific metric isn't one of them. We've tried to, when we were thinking through the environmental metrics, we were aware that there were a lot of possible technical metrics we could include. I think two thoughts we had. One was, once again, we wanted to keep it as simple as possible, and just use measures that were as universally sort of used as possible. So so we didn't use that specific metric. We've got currently, and we do have kind of scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions as a sort of enhanced measure, because that was becoming more and more standard. We have EPC ratings, and then we have a number of other measures to do with kind of the changes that have been done, thinking about renewable energy, these kinds of things. Yes, I suppose that's the kind of the direct answer. We don't have, that's not a metric, but we're aware of lots of other possible technical metrics that could be put here, but we wanted to keep it simple. I think if you are capturing some of these more advanced measures and giving some serious thought to it, absolutely that should be in your submission. I think we very much see it as like, we wanted to make a standard, which is probably like the baseline. It's kind of a broad and low hurdle that everyone can get over. If actually you have an even more positive story to tell, then absolutely you should be able to tell that story as well. I think we just wanted to sort of try and kind of get a standard set that hopefully in time can be raised.
Yeah, Indeed. And we've got another question here, which is that this standard has been developed from an ESG perspective. Is the final result, KPI and indicators, really different from a more classic sustainability reporting framework?
I mean, we obviously have called it the sustainability reporting standard. We think we think it is, you know, sustainability is key here. Is it different? I think I suppose the way we see ESG different to impact, which isn't quite the question was asked, I appreciate, but the way we see ESG different to impact is this is much more about how is the housing association operating, rather than necessarily how are they the decisions they're taking at this kind of strategic level, is that making a meaningful difference to specific people and specific planetary objectives? So I suppose if impact is like the ultimate change in outcomes, this isn't necessarily getting its impact. This is really just pushing into the how are you operating as a company? How are you operating as a housing association? Are you doing the right kind of stuff? Are you doing it well? Are you considering your employees, your supply chain, your residents? So yeah, I suppose that's our approach. Yeah, and once again, just to repeat what I said, like we wanted to have it's a relatively low bar, so that everyone can take part. We wanted to make sure that all housing associations could engage with it, be them small or very large. So yeah, it won't be necessarily as like impact focused as other approaches, and as some housing associations might already be engaging with.
And I suppose you've also got Ritterwald and people like that actually endorsing this, haven't you? So in some respects, I think what you're beginning to see is that there probably isn't a massive difference between lots of these different reporting frameworks. I think there are differences, but often they're all trying to point in the same direction and trying to get people to think about the same direction. And there's more synergy than there is difference between them.
Absolutely, we work really closely with Ritterwald while developing this. We really like their Let's sustainability label. And actually we use the questionnaire that leads towards that label as like the basis of the criteria. I guess the fundamental difference is that because that's a label, it's got a really specific kind of set of thresholds and scoring criteria, and you end up with a sort of a pass-fail. This isn't that. This is just a reporting standard that's would be a really useful starting point if you wanted to achieve that label. Yes, but I suppose that's kind of how they're different. So we very much see them sitting side by side pretty comfortably.
And from the, you know, so you've got kind of a whole host of organisations there that are kind of your early adopters. You've been trialing it with associations as part of the early development. What's the feedback you're getting from housing associations about how easy it is to adopt the framework?
Yeah, great question. So pretty good. I think what we've heard so far is that there is a decent amount of detail in what we've written, which is useful. You know, that there is there's bits of not quite grey areas, but there's bits of sort of some of the criteria are a bit more open to interpretation, so we might sort of look to tighten those in future. But it's it really is pretty closely aligned with the types of things that are already being collected, which is the kind of one of our key principles. And that has been sort of borne out in what we've heard back from housing associations. I think the other thing that we do keep hearing is just the need for kind of buy-in, like from top to bottom. And so sort of where, you know, directors and CEOs are really engaged with this, so much the better. Partly because it's so cross like sector, it just cuts right across the organization. And so you do want to have sort of, it can't just be like the ESG specialist or the social specialist or the environmental specialist who knows and cares about this. It has to be all parts of the organization who need to be aware of this. So that's the other sort of thing we've been hearing so far.
And I mean, Alice Jones also asked, will the early adopter ESG reports be made available as examples of good practice?
Yeah, so the expectation is if you your submission needs to be a public submission. So the expectation is where early adopters are reporting against the criteria, they're putting it on their website. So yes, all adopters should be sharing. There's only been sort of a handful who've already done it, and so you can sort of go and find theirs. Yeah, I think in time we'll be definitely looking to sort of highlight best practice. Yeah.
Andy, that's really brilliant. And yes, I mean, I've already seen some of the reports that people have been producing. They've been putting on their website. They are in the public domain. They're really good to look at. So the examples are beginning to emerge in our sector. They are out there if people want to have a look at them. Andy, can I thank you so much for your time, so much for the work you've done, and also thank you for the continuing collaboration we'll see going forward on this. And I'm really looking forward to working with you and the Good Economy and all of the people to kind of make this and embed this in our sector. So thank you very much.
Great. Cheers. Thanks, Drew.
So our final session of the day, folks, and we are into the last half an hour. Well done for sticking with us. Is to look at kind of how do we start to embed social value across a whole organisation. I'm delighted that we're being joined by Matt Buckham and also Deb Williams from Sovereign. And I mean, Matt's was quite closely involved as one of the sponsoring organisations of the Sustainability Reporting Standard that you've just heard. He was also a part of our social value work. I think what's really good to hear from both Matt and Deb is actually, in some respects, they're like many housing associations. They're not, you know, I don't think either of them would consider themselves to be a mature user of social value information in their organisation. That actually they're pretty much like most of us. We're at the beginning of our journey in this space. We're implementing, we're finding out that what's the best way to do this. We're corralling our colleagues from across the organization to kind of join this kind of crusade in how we actually understand our impact. So I'm really looking forward to hearing from both of them about how they're making that happen in Sovereign. Deb, I think you're going to share your screen.
I am indeed on that now.
Over to you both.
Thanks, Drew.
Okie dokie. Let me just present. Oh, hang on a tick. There we go. If I hide you guys there.
Thanks, Debs. Thank you, folks, and like Drew said, thank you for sticking with us. This is not really about us having all of the answers. I think it's probably about us asking lots of different questions, and I'm really keen for, I think we've got over 200-300 people on today. I'm really keen for you to share what's worked well for you. So I'm Matt Buckham, Communities Director, and Debs Williams is our guru on social impact, as our social impact manager joins us as well today. So we're going to have a quick sort of whistle stop tour, about sort of 20 minutes, and leaving plenty of time for Q&A. So if you want to just flick through, Debs, just to and we will touch upon social impact, social value, and obviously we are an early adopter of the Good Economy's social sustainability reporting framework as well. So we're keen to kind of share some of our learning there. And I think starting off, a little bit of a timeline here. I joined Sovereign back in July 2019, when we could obviously all see each other and move about the country without any restrictions. And actually, part of what we did was really take a step back and listen to our residents and to our community organisations that we worked with. And part of this was about really understanding what our role was as an organisation in their communities, and what our role was to play. But also culturally at Sovereign, we really wanted to create a kind of thinking environment. So I think, thinking back to those early days, my questions that I was kind of asking myself was kind of, you know, how often will I be positively surprised by my colleagues discussing social value? You know, how often will they stretch my thinking around social value and social impact? How often will our resident board partnership, our exec and our board and our customers be discussing these types of areas, and if they're not, how do we create an environment where that will happen? And then I think, sort of touching actually interestingly on kind of ESG and other areas, how do we link in with key areas of the organization and really enhance what our vision is around social impact and social value? And really importantly, how do we balance that with the narrative and the lived experience and the journey of our customers and those communities that we serve?
And that piece is really critical. It's not about creating a number out of thin air. It's about the journey. And I think the ESG point Andy made just earlier around that journey is really critical. And then in March, we appointed Debs, and I'll let Debs take over, but I think there's something about how do you create inspiring environments where people really take hold of things. And I was quite clear that within Sovereign, at the scale of Sovereign, we really needed somebody to own this piece of work, but also advocate it and really spread that message across the business. So over to you, Debs.
Thank you. Yeah, so I although I previously worked for Sovereign, I took up this post in around about March last year. I came at a brilliant time because we'd decided around about the same time that we definitely wanted to be early adopters with the good economy. So it was a real hive of excitement and change really for the team in terms of putting social impact, social value right at the forefront of minds. And that came from the very top of the organisation right down to the bottom. So we were really keen to make sure that we placed KPIs within the organisation that highlighted both ESG and social value, and that has happened now. So both ESG and social value have become a level 1 KPI for us, and that sets the tone really of the journey. And fast forward to this March, and so much has changed. We've really focused on making sure that we're using the wellbeing valuation within the communities team well as starting to consider where else in the business we'll be able to integrate it. And we've reviewed and relaunched a new appendix for our social value through procurement, which I'll talk about a bit more later. And we're at that wonderful point of constructing our ESG annual report, which we're going to double in with being an impact report too.
Thanks, Debs. And I think Debs sort of highlights a couple of key points there, really around, you know, is social value, is social impact part of your corporate plan? Is it clear within that? And at Sovereign, we were able to make that community investment part of the actual corporate plan. So we have been renewing our kind of executional strategies, as we call them, but Thriving Communities is one of those 4 executional strategies underneath the fact that we really want to be a customer impact organization, and we're redefining what that looks like and how we deliver that. And like Deb says, we've had a number of different areas which we really want to kind of pilot, but also drive through social value and procurement. So as Deb said, social value is a level 1 KPI, as is ESG. The board and our executive have kind of signed up to those things being pivotal alongside our customer impact and the kind of trust and efficacy around us being a customer service organization.
Yeah, and just to add to that, really, we're making sure that within the work that we do through procurement and social value through procurement, we're keeping our minds on that sustainability reporting framework and also the wellbeing valuation, to try and join everything up and keep everything in line with the kind of aim and aspiration of really embedding that across the organisation. So I thought I would just kind of briefly highlight the areas where we've been focusing with the wellbeing valuation within our communities team itself. So our communities team is split into kind of 3 key areas. So there's communities, employment and training, and money and digital. And within the communities area of working, we have a lot of partnership working. We needed to make sure that with the wellbeing valuation, we checked in with ourselves and checked in with our partners as to which measures really mattered for that project and would show the impact that was truly generated. And I think earlier today we talked about how you don't always aim for that biggest number. Whilst it's lovely to think that we generate a wild figure of social impact, it's more meaningful when we know it's more accurate and real to the projects that are running. And within that, there's also the I might be making up a word here, but deliverability. I'm going with it anyway. Of our partners to be able to engage with the surveying and actually get that at the beginning or at the end, or come up with some fashion of retrospective questioning that really works well within the true essence of the wellbeing valuation. And we're really lucky to work very closely with HACT on those nuanced situations where we need to slightly flex or tweak or understand better the real intention behind that measure. So that's been a real key feature of that. Within our work with Crowdfunder and the Good Exchange, we decided to just try and keep it simple. And I call them metric measures. They're not really called metric measures, but I make it up. And so for me, those are things like how many volunteers, how many people received general training. So the real clear-cut, not so much survey measures, but clear-cut measures that our partners can report back on quickly with organisational records. And then we had a support fund throughout C19 where we looked at tracking rent accounts as well, along with the grants that were given to our residents to see where a grant actually corresponded to people being able to pay for their housing slightly better. And then in terms of the employment and training team, it's fairly straightforward. So as you can imagine, we'd be looking at job outcomes, training and wellbeing outcomes, and we focus on just a few. And we focus on a few so that the team don't need to worry about making sure that one doesn't cancel out the other, but also that we are not trying to flood the mind with grasping onto loads and loads of values when actually there are just a few key ones that really matter to us. And then with the money and digital projects, they actually fit very, very similarly to communities. So it's about selecting the right measure for that partner and that project. Just a little bit of insight into how we do that. And
I think just coming in there, I think Gemma's asked a really interesting question in the feed, and I think one of the things that we're really clear about is how are we going to keep things simple? How are we going to roll it out iteratively across the organisation? And actually, we've had a debate in the organisation around reporting. So, do we have a social impact report? Do we have a customer annual report? Do we have a separate ESG report? And I think one of the things that we're really clear about is, in essence, wrapping that up into our ESG report as one report that will look into impact across Sovereign. And we're in the midst of going through those criteria that Andy had mentioned, and actually, you know, showing the narrative of the organisation and how we're impacting with our customers and communities is really important. But I think that it's a big challenge about how do you connect those, and hopefully as we go through some of this, we're on that journey now around pulling those different teams together. So I think that the sort of some of the successes on the right are really, you know, engage in your executive team, engage in your board, and if you're, you know, if you do have somebody within the senior leadership team like myself, somebody taking some ownership of that, you know, that's then enabled those to become part of really the board's assessment of how well the organisation is doing. You know, keeping it very simple. I think Debs has done a fantastic job in terms of rolling it out initially. We're not chasing every metric that we can have, but actually we're looking at it from a really pragmatic approach. And then there's other things like you may well have seen Sam Brett's presentation from Integ earlier. We're looking at, we've kind of endorsed HAC's roadmap, and we're a sponsor of that. But what we've looked at is how can we help solve some of the other departments' kind of issues or kind of scenarios. And within the development team and our asset management team, we've got a new strategic asset management plan. And part of that, our director was, we need to look at the social impact of what we're doing here, and how can we tie in something like the wellbeing framework into our strategic asset management plan. So sometimes what we've been able to do is actually use this as a bit of a solution that Sam and Integ are working with our team to really create a value for our asset management program as well. And then other things like you know, we've got the Openreach and other kind of fiber optic broadband packages that that our asset management team are looking at, and actually some of those, if we can help their business case and kind of prove the kind of worth of that value to those customers, Debs has been really good at sort of you know, putting those figures into some of those reports, and actually that's really benefited. And also things like Housing First, where, you know, we know who we're housing, we know that they've been rough sleeping or you know, have been homeless, and those are quite simple ways of getting buy-in from other teams and other departments, and we're on that journey. We're not saying we're finished, but it's been really interesting. And I think Debs has got some lessons learned, haven't you, Debs? which
There's always lessons learned.
You know, and I think some of this is, you know, it is test and learn. So things don't always work, and actually we've tried things and some things haven't worked, and that's fine, you know. So how do we learn from what we're doing? Yeah,
absolutely. And I think you never know, well, you don't know what you don't know until you realize you don't know it. and that has been a real key feature of the last 12 months, of spotting things that we maybe believed to be there that weren't there. So one example is systems and processes. We might make the assumption that we already collect the information that we need to be able to value certain measures, but actually we don't. And then there's a business change that needs to occur to make that happen. And whilst that is usually fairly quick and easy to do within your own directorate, it can be slightly more of a challenge when you're trying to do that across the wider business. And so I think one of those lessons is around pace with patience, and I think it's natural to feel that you want to move ahead and storm forwards because you're really passionate about impact valuation and you want it out there and you can see the real benefit. And yes, lots of other people are on board, but it's about doing it well within your organisation in a sustainable manner. And so you can't just railroad through because it won't work. So yeah, one of my biggest lessons has been pace with patience. And then in terms of making sure that we have the right people at the table and having that SLG buy-in at an early point has been invaluable and will continue to be as we widen this out across the rest of the business. But it's their passion and engagement that is filtering down quite rapidly, and we're having conversations with other teams in other areas of the business now, and it is really beginning to filter through, and that will stand us in great stead when we're moving forwards. But you've just got to make sure that you have the right people there in the first place to be able to progress. So always start with passion, and then you don't find yourself at a stalemate.
Thanks, Debs. I think just sort of picking up a couple of questions that are coming in, so we hopefully have this as a bit of a bounce off. Alice has asked a question around you know, housing associations being wary of creating a kind of industry around sort of data collection. And actually, I think, you know, it's a really good point. I think there's something around us proving our worth as a kind of as a sector, and that's kind of cross directorate. So how can we show that worth in different ways? And I think actually, you know, I think Debs will probably have some stuff on how can you enable that data collection to be more efficient. I think what we have done is try to keep it really simple. I think what we're looking at doing is more automation. So how do we build it into processes that already exist, rather than asking particular questions in different ways? So how can we do that through startup of tenancy and other things? And I think the cross organizational buy-in is really, is it something that we believe in, we want to report on? We just had a session on ESG from Andy. You know, these questions are from organizations that, and banks and lenders that are basically funding the core operation of the business. So I think it's becoming more and more pertinent for us to have those answers. And I think that, interestingly, the ESG 48 sort of criteria will drive 48 questions within that organization to bring about evidence. And actually, some of that evidence is what is your community investment plan? What does it look like? How do you measure it? What are you doing around it? So I don't know, Debs, if you want to add to that at all.
I mean, we've had a few like, kind of, lucky is probably the wrong word, but lucky situations that our employment team required a new case management system within this financial year. So we've been able, as we're developing that, we've been able to build the wellbeing valuation elements into it so that it does become quicker and more automated for that particular group to be able to report. And we've similarly, with some of our partners within communities as well, we've tried to make it so that the information that they need to give us isn't too laborious and is quick and fresh, and they understand what we need from them and they in turn provide. And I think the only other thing I would say there, which is a relatively recent experience through the work with the strategic asset management kind of projects, and Sam Brett from Integ and James Williams from HACT, is, I guess, never be afraid to pick up the phone. The amount of times that I have picked up the phone and said to James, this is what I've got, what could I do with this? And sometimes you can't always work out the right process or make it easier, but what you can do is present the information that you have got and find a way. So I guess don't ever feel that you solely have to find those answers, but talk.
And I think I think, you know, just moving on to a couple of the other questions, and I know we've got a couple more slides. I think this one is really around, you know, in essence, all of your other departments are feeding into ESG. How do you tie in social value into some of their work and activity? There's another question here around kind of from Kate around community-led projects and kind of tension between sort of top-down and needs-based against sort of strengths-based. And I think one of the things, and it does actually tie in, interestingly, to another question around kind of social value through COVID and kind of the pandemic. And I think in essence, one of the things we're really keen to do is not be a burden to organizations we're trying to support or provide a platform for. So actually through COVID, we didn't actually measure the social impact of any of the kind of crisis grants or funds that we sort of brought forward that we were planning to do anyway, so that it would take away that kind of burden. And what we're looking at doing is how do we do some deep dives into a few types of projects and maybe extrapolate some of that out it might not be as accurate, but I think we need to realize that, you know, the organizations that we work with, you know, some of that is us learning from them, some of it's them learning from us, and how can we share some of that kind of knowledge. So there is tension, but I think actually what we're clear around is that we don't make any of this necessarily mandatory. We're asking for information back where it's possible.
Yeah. I think the sustainability reporting framework has been a brilliant tool for me, certainly being new in post, because it does cross directorates. I mean,
Deb, sorry to interrupt. Do you want to just shall we just skip through the next couple of slides, because we're got about
sure.
5 minutes left, so I think it'd be worth just. I think we've kind of covered.
We've kind of mentioned on these.
Yeah, we've covered some of this around asset management, but I think the quick win measures across some of those other areas are worth a look. And I think your kind of, you know, the point around complex measures, I think it's how do we develop that over time, isn't it, really?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we knew would be really important was to consider how we could roll this out across other areas of the business in again, a simple and sustainable way. And so we identified within the wellbeing valuation what we term to be quick win measures. So we knew that the insurance data for lettings would likely be relatively easy to get hold of, and so we could start to potentially apply that metric again with Housing First. That information around housing homelessness could be a great starting point as well. So as you see there, we've picked a few. Estate improvements will fit in there, along with some other property services, and we'll really focus on those next financial year. But again, as Matt said, it is around the time it takes versus the data you get back. And that often sits within those complex measures, being the survey related question measures and those that are just in organisational record. Yeah. And we know that we'll probably get a bit more buy-in from those that don't require a massive process change, but it doesn't mean that we won't still strive to do that in the long term. It's just, you can only so much on your plate in one go. So
yeah, and I think
will be our plan.
I think the next slide around kind of social value and procurement is quite an interesting one around how we're tying that in. I know Drew's kind of come up, and we've got a couple of minutes left, and I'm sure there's questions. But I think you know, in essence, what we're doing is kind of tying that back into our community investment plan. Looking at things like social value exchange, looking at the value matrix that Debs has created, but also tying that back into community aspirations. So I think, you know, how do we tie the community directly into our procurement chain and actually direct that value back to them without us delivering it in the middle, really. So we'll share the slides on that, but that's pretty much it for us as a kind of a wrap. So happy to take any other questions, Drew.
That's really marvelous. Thanks, Matt, and thanks, Debs. Actually, I'm going to wrap up in a minute, but before we do, I think I'd like you to. There's a question on there from Kate on the question and answer. I'm not going to ask you, Matt, because I think you could talk for Britain on that answer for that question. So if you wouldn't mind just putting a kind of a written response to Kate's question, that'd be really excellent.
No problem.
What I will ask you is the one from Ian. So how long does Sovereign believe that they will have to operate the process until you feel it is mature enough to significantly influence strategy?
I mean,
go on, Debs.
I was going to say, I guess impact measures are becoming more sophisticated over time, and we're in this process of HAC's new roadmap now. So as much as we think we might mature, things will always change, and then you're straight back into that newbiness again. So I think it will vary dependent on what we choose to take forward and how quickly we bring other teams on board.
I think interestingly, I think it kind of, it already is. So the work that we're doing around our asset management strategy around some of our regeneration of estates, we are taking a kind of social value indicator alongside those financial areas. It's part of our, as I've mentioned, a kind of level 1 KPI. Will it then drive investment kind of decisions? The idea, particularly through the development and asset management work that we're doing with HACT and the roadmap, yes, I think it will, and I think it will probably slightly change how we deliver what we deliver. I think we're probably 12 to 18 months off really seeing that embed into something concrete, but I think it'll probably take us another 6 months to roll it out across the organisation in a way that we'll see the measures coming through.
Excellent.
Great question, Ian.
It's an evolutionary process, and I think actually what's been really good about this session is people have been asking questions. How do I do this? Where do I start? How do I make it more coherent? How do I get other people on board with these kind of questions? And actually, they're all really good questions. I would leave people with this thought on that question. When we're collecting information and data, we need to use it. We need to make it useful, and we then have to implement what we are understanding from the data that we're collecting. And we should always come at it from that point. If we're collecting the information and data that we never use and it doesn't influence our decisions, there's no point in collecting it. And it's just a waste of everyone's time. So if we think about it from that perspective, it's how do we actually make sure that social value information is actually impacting on the decisions and the direction of our organizations. And I think that's the key to thinking about what do we actually collect, how do we collect it. And I think actually that's can be quite a unifying conversation within an organization as well. So Matt and Debs, can I thank you very much for that session? If you give me 1 second, though, people, I'm just going to wrap up. I'm not even going to try and attempt to wrap up today's conversations. It has been marvelous. It has been quick fire, and we've covered so many bases, and it's been really excellent. So I'm going to leave you with just a few thank yous. Kind of want to thank the team at HACT and at NHC for helping us put this on, curating this really brilliant day and brilliant agenda. Thank you very much, James, Isabel, Liam, and Matt, and everyone else who's put their time into this. I'd like to thank all the speakers for giving us your time, giving us your insight, and giving us your inspiration. It's really good to hear how different people are doing things all over the country. And finally, I want to thank you. I want to thank you. We've had over nearly 600 people at different points of the day joining this conference. It's probably the largest conference that HACT has ever put on. It's been a really good day. I really enjoyed spending time with you and the speakers. But not just I want to thank you for your day, but I want to thank you for everything that you have done in kind of implementing social value in your organizations. I want to thank you for everything that you're doing today. And I want to thank you for everything you're doing tomorrow and in the next year or so, because in the next year or so, the work that we do in social housing to drive value and impact in our communities is going to be even more meaningful and even more important than we could ever imagine. It's incumbent upon us to make sure that we are using our resources, we are making the right decisions, we are understanding the impact that we can and we should be making. We need to plan for that, we need to deliver that, and then we need to measure that to inform the next years to come. Thank you so much for being with us today. I hope you don't have to enjoy a terrible train back from Leeds Colette today, but I do hope you enjoy the rest of your evening and thinking about what you've heard today, and do contact us if you want to get involved in the roadmap and be part of this social value journey with us. Thank you so much, everyone. Goodbye.